WhatsApp, exibição de e Facebook janela, Facebook.
Beleza, galera, mais um vídeo aqui no canal, hoje começando dia 31, a Major League. Hoje é o último dia da semana 4, então quer dizer que estamos justamente no último dia do mês também, né? E lembrando, nessa semana que vem, que é dia 1º em adiante, que é a partir de amanhã, começa, a partir dessa semana, começa a quinta e última semana da classificação da Major League. Então os melhores vão estar aqui. Então esse é o nosso Facebook e aqui é o nosso Instagram. Temos em busca da nossa meta de ter os nossos meus seguidores podem trazer live dos nossos eventos e também outras coisas aqui no canal do Instagram também. Tudo que nós vamos trazer aqui, tanto no canal do YouTube como no canal da Twitch, seria transmitido simultâneo, tanto na Twitch como no Instagram. Seria simultâneo as transmissões. Seria em simultâneo. Para que temos que ter os 1000 seguidores. Então, fique ligado no comentário. E deixe seu comentário, like, compartilhar o vídeo.
Pesquisar.
E eu vou seguir vocês de volta, hein? Me seguem que eu sigo vocês de volta.
8.600.
Então, me lembrando vocês que também, todo ano, teremos muitos eventos. Olha só. Ontem tivemos o evento do Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. A Bandai terá mais alguns eventos durante o ano? Certeza absoluta que sim. Mas a Bandai não vai estar gravando quando vai ser, porque foi de surpresa da Bandai aí, foi de surpresa. A DLC do Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Deve ter mais alguma DLC do Dragon Ball Z Kakaroto. Também, que deve ter para uma nova DLC. E eu pensei que ia terminar a DC do Daima. E eu falando nessa DC do Daima, eu não tenho. E falando isso, só temos a série aqui do Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, o jogo base. Ok? As DLCs eu não trouxe no canal por um problema que teve no console que eu estava usando anterior, que deu. Que foi e perdi uma save. Então estou no PlayStation 5 Pro agora. E não consegui resgatar o save, não consegui resgatar, por isso não pudemos trazer ele aqui para vocês. A DLC 1 até chegar o Dino, não pudemos trazer, mas se puder, irei fazer os Qualifiers, né, que são os modos de missões secundárias. E não é tudo. Vamos também lembrar vocês de seguir não só nosso Instagram, sim ativar notificações. Se vocês ativarem as notificações, vocês poderão estar atento, né, de todos os nossos eventos da Major League. Podemos trazê-la diário no canal. Mas amanhã não vou estar trazendo semana 5, não. Vou estar trazendo o Day 1 do Pax West. Dia 2 também. E dia 3 também. Olha só. 1, 2, 3 e 4. Pax West. Dia 5. Trago a semana 5 da Major League para vocês, tá bom? Dia 5 de fevereiro. Ok? Trago para vocês essa. É que eu tô gravando tudo com vocês, correndo. Eu gravei, olha só, gravei um amistoso. Saiu daqui a pouco, saiu mais cedo hoje. Gravei o evento Dragon Ball, saiu ontem. E agora tô gravando este evento hoje. Tudo num único dia. E não se gravou o evento anterior, a parte 2, da semana 4. Gravei ontem. Então, tô gravando praticamente corrido em sequência. Mas lembra-se de deixar seu like, comentar e compartilhar o vídeo. Se você não der seu like, é mais que um peixe maroto, é também nosso motor, tudo, porque vocês são nossa força. Estamos na reta final do Ghost of Day. Faltam um par de dias para terminar. Dia 31, tendo esse episódio. Deixa eu ver aqui se já vai sair amanhã. O de hoje eu não vou nem falar que vai sair, porque já seria demais, né? Falar o que saiu hoje, mas deixa eu ver aqui com vocês aqui. Vamos ver aqui, dia 31. Saiu o episódio 29 hoje. Então quer dizer que amanhã, dia 1º, saiu 30. Então falta poucos episódios para terminar Ghost of Day. Nós vamos fazer agora busca platina. Já devemos ter terminado, não ter enganado. É o modo história normal. Mas eu lembro vocês de deixar o seu like, comentário e compartilhar o vídeo, porque o nosso motor é esse, o like e compartilhamento. E vamos chegar aqui o nosso áudio também na Twitch. E lembrando a vocês também, terminando aqui Ghost of Day, já chega GTA V. E Red Dead Redemption 1 e o 2. A ordem que vai ser feita vai ser o 2 depois do 1. Temos 8 minutos aqui já, estamos bem, fechando o áudio, estão ótimos. E lembrando a vocês também, depois do Ghost of Day e o jogo lá do Red Dead Redemption 1 e 2, temos o Taxi Life Simulator, que devemos terminar essa semana na que está sendo esse episódio. Eu tinha falado que queria trazer na sequência outros jogos, né, como Resident Evil 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 e 6, Código Verônica e Revelation 1 e 2. Só que vou trazer o Stray. Porque o Stray, galera, o Stray é o jogo do gato, que veio de graça na Plus Extra no início dele e não gravei. E o Stray é bem legalzinho. Então vou trazer o Stray primeiro. Porque o Stray o jogo queridinho, né? Não platinei nada, não, velho. E lembrando vocês, o Stray é curto. Dá pra fazer em 4 episódios, 5. Para poder dar tempo de chegar o Resident Evil na sequência. Vai ser um 9. E logo depois do 9 temos um tempo aí para o Pragmata. Mas antes do Pragmata temos um da PlayStation. O da PlayStation é o Saros. Só que o Saros é multiplayer. Então não sei se eu vou estar trazendo uma série ou um vídeo avulso. Um vídeo ou outro. Sabe, vai ser como uma gameplay só para mostrar só, sabe? Então, não sairia no canal na hora como série aqui no canal. Sairia um vídeo dedicado no estilo evento. Então seria assim. Gravaria às 4 da tarde ou às 7 da noite. Alguma coisa assim. Você sabe, seria um vídeo diferente. Não seria uma série. Eu sabe, não tem, acho que não vai ser sério. Outro detalhe que mais temos aqui. O Pragmata chega em abril 26, um dia antes do meu aniversário, da Capcom. Esse vai vir como série, então vai vir lá para final do ano, provavelmente. Depois do Resident Evil. E falando em Resident Evil, como eu falei, se o Pragmata for o último, eu vou gravar uma sequência de Resident Evil 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 e 6. Nessa ordem. Revelations 1 e 2. Código Verônica. O 7. Eu vou tentar trazer ele com as DLCs também de novo, porque eu já tenho a série dele aqui no canal, mas 7. Eu vou trazer todas as DLCs. Que mais? Vou estar trazendo também o 8, que está dublado. Tentando pegar todas as DLCs do 8 também. Essa era a ordem de Resident Evil que eu vou trazer, mas não sei se vai ser todo em sequência ou vou estar trazendo alguns jogos de simulador junto. Isso vamos ver isso conforme vai passando o tempo. A minha intenção é não trazer todos em sequência, um do outro, porque seria muito cansativo. Então, vou explicar como vai ser o cronograma. Então. Depois do Red Dead Redemption vem o Stray, vem o Taxi Life, Stray. Depois do Stray, o Taxi Life vem o Stray. Depois do Stray vem Resident Evil 9. E o Pragmata. Depois do Pragmata, vou trazer o Resident Evil 0, 1 e 2 em sequência. E já terminaríamos o ano no canal. O ano inteiro seria já no canal. Por quê? São 9. o 0, 1 e 2 no fragmento, já termina o ano do canal. Então, teríamos um ano espetacular. E lembrando vocês também que teremos GTA 6 pro ano que vem, provavelmente. Espero que esse ano já tenhamos a nossa monetização. Estamos esperando 12 anos no YouTube sem monetizar. Espero total, hein, galera. Essa é a minha última tentativa. Porque as contas não batem. Tem que pagar contas. Imagina, não monetizar o canal. É sacanagem.
No tienen comandante.
Muita gente que tá no YouTube nova. Chegaram do nada. Muito depois que eu já tô monetizando. E eu que levo 12 para 13 anos no YouTube, ainda não monetizei. É sacanagem isso aí, né? Essa é uma compensação.
Welcome back, one and all, to another day of the Call of Duty League. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, alongside Nameless and Rosalie, and we're down to just 4 days of qualifiers, 11 matches before major number 1. Rosalie, who's feeling the pressure today?
Ooh, I'd say I have to go Boston, just because I feel like they had such a strong start, and now they're in a weird position where they could end up bottom 4, and so this is a big match for them.
That's right. There's an elimination bracket battle going down. Either Boston or Cloud9 guaranteed to be there. Meanwhile, we don't know where that team in 8th place, LA Thieves, the only team with 4 matches left, they're sitting at 2-2. So, Nameless,
É que eu falei, os 8 melhores classificam.
Big dogs. What are the expectations for the super team?
Yeah, I mean, the expectations is one to win events, but they need to make winners bracket. And we're talking about an LA Thieves team that last 2 series 0-6 map count. They got Optic Texas today, right? So if they were to lose this game, which a lot of people are going to forecast, they have a matchup with Carolina that all of a sudden is so much more difficult. So LA Thieves could be on the outside looking in if they don't get their act together today.
You see, most teams have already played 5, 4 wins already for Optic, 4 wins for FaZe. They are both guaranteed in that winners bracket. LA Thieves not guaranteed there, especially when you look at the fact you got to play Optic today, right?
Yeah. And when you got to play Optic today, and then you were following the Boston Breach Carolina Ravens, you're like, okay, our tail end of the schedule can be a lot easier. But the issue is, they're falling so short versus some of these bigger teams, and going up against Optic Texas, I don't know if I feel any stronger about it.
Yeah, and like for them, it's not even a matter of like, all right, we just want to make winners. Like, you don't want to be the 8th seed either, because you're going to have an extremely tough matchup looking like it could be a FaZe Vegas or something like that, right? So for LA Thieves, today is almost a must win in my mind.
We've seen some 0.6s from Kenny and Abizi from LA Thieves, and the bigger issue might be a map pool problem. Let's take a look here at the Den. Break down the numbers here, because if you're watching the Monster Launch event, this seemed to be like a great map for them.
Early on in preseason, it felt like that, but they've lost 6 straight maps, and 5 of those have been Den. So maybe either get it out the map pool or get your act together on it. And I think Ali has a breakdown for us of some LA Thieves Den.
I do. Hi! Listen, our best map is no longer our best map, and it was the reason we were winning some of these series. So maybe the LA Thieves woes and what's wrong with them wasn't just, oh, maybe now they're falling short. They lost their most important map in their map pool. So this was their Den back in December. This is Hardpoint P2, one of their best Ps on this map specifically. As we're gonna hop right into it, look at this. We're in a essentially 2v4 situation. It's Scrap and Abizi. They're going to be by themselves in Hill right now. And my favorite thing about this clip is just the spawn awareness out of both of them. They're getting the callouts. They don't have the spawns right now. They're both playing for these 2 guys front who think that they have a natural pinch going on. And not only that, I'll pause it again about halfway into this. I'm going to completely clear this for you guys so you can see what's going on. And we're simply going to watch that. They're going to see these 2 players come up front. They get the call. They get the help from number 2, get a little bit of damage in. You saw Scrap instantly turn for the guys coming in the back. This is good spawn awareness, good situational awareness, and good calls for other teammates to get this great hold. This is the FaZe match. They put themselves back into the game with this hold. They get a full 60, put themselves about even, and that's when they go ahead and run that through for that win in that series. But then you got to look at the bad, and we have to look at LA Thieves on Den in January. And what happened? Similar situation. We're on a P2. We're working with a break right now. We've got all 4 players up. In fact, we have numbers in this situation. We've already got number 7s down. You would think, okay, we're gonna watch Hydra number 4. He's gonna go for this natural pinch. You've got 3 players to fight the front. And my biggest question is, you got number 1. He's supposed to have all of this for you. The biggest problem, I'm gonna big clear this just to save us some time and bring this map back in. So here it goes. We play it out. Hydra, he's gonna go for this pinch. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where did, Kenny, where'd you go? Even bigger problem. Beezy, where's the trade? So now we're back in a numbers down situation in a 3v3. You take all this out, you keep it rolling, and unfortunately, we do what we all hate, solo chow. Solo chow on the side, solo chow on the outer, and then you leave Scrap all by himself. He's gonna fall, unable to put yourselves back into the game. So clearly, LA Thieves, something happened between December and January, but they cannot win a Den. They can't win a Den hardpoint, not search and destroy, nor an overload, so they need a new map in their pool.
Yeah, the Dens have not been great for LA Thieves, particularly the last 2 games. Obviously, those were harder matchups, but, you know, as Ali's pointing out, some of these breaks and things just haven't been as clean as it was early on. So today we'll be looking at them up against Optic Texas, who have struggled a little bit in hardpoint so far. Maybe they can strike some blood early.
It's kind of crazy. LA Thieves in the position FaZe was in right after the break, where people are calling for a roster change, that they need to blow it up. FaZe is now a top 2 seed. LA Thieves, any chance they finish top 3?
Any chance they finish as a top
3 seed going into Major 1?
They would have to win today, and I don't see that happening, right? So for me, I'm going to say no. If they come out, shock the world, and beat Optic, then yeah, it's on the table.
A team that is almost guaranteed top 3 is FaZe. If you looked at their strength of schedule, the hard fights are done, and you are sitting on top of the leaderboard at 4-1. Simp looking like one of the best players in the game, but yesterday was 0-4's day. The takeover from the former Vancouver Surge player. Is this the year he finally raises a trophy, Ali?
I would love it, especially with how consistent that he's been recently. I mean, he dropped a 1.69 in their series yesterday, and that was versus a Cloud9 team who's been trying to do better, right? So going up against Minnesota, I expect him to have the time of his life.
And this was the only overload to finish with over a minute left on the clock. 8-1 beat down, the crossovers, the celebrations, and 0-4 saying no one is funnier than our squad right now.
Yeah, they're vibing, man. And you know, the stark difference, though, 2 teams that are not vibing, Cloud9 and the Boston Breach. Beans needs to step it up. Him and Mac underperforming. And on the other side of that, Snoopy has been okay statistically, but his impact, you haven't felt it that much in the last couple of matches. Going to need it today.
We'll see FaZe in the second fight of the night, but when we come back, it is Boston taking on Cloud9. Lock in. This is the Call of Duty League.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now.
Let's find out who's built for the big stage.
Heretics ready to dive in. Finds 2. 4 and Snoopy wipes them all. But Hydra with the switch impossible. He's making top room. So damn happy. Inside. Down the bruiser. Dominance on the grandest stage.
This is not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the Boston breach sanctioned by the CDL. All weapons have been authorized for use during the breach. No restrictions. This is breach, not a test.
Boston Breach has recently lost their edge, but they're looking to fight back today and prove that they are still a force to be reckoned with. A win keeps you alive for a top 8 in a winner's bracket spot. A loss means you're starting an elimination bracket, Rosalie.
Honestly, both of them sound kind of miserable because if you end in that 8th spot, I don't think they want to go against Vegas FaZe. But for Boston Breach, I think this is they have to win this for me, just to kind of keep them in the conversation of being better than the rest of the league, the average of the league. I thought this team would be a team that would cause some upsets. And now we're in a situation where it's like, you can't even take down some of the bottom 4. We're getting to game 5. We're getting reverse swept. So for Boston, I don't know what it is, but they've got to figure it out soon.
Yeah, they got to get their swagger back today.
You have to. And, you know, yesterday you asked me about this team and where their strengths are, and it was the front line, right? Whenever they're winning, Purge is playing well, hitting his routes, his timings are working out, and Snoopy's streaking. He's like a snowball
Best player in the lobby.
Yeah, he's like a momentum player, right? And everything has to be great around those guys for that to happen. Cammy's been underperforming. I mean, these guys out of the break, 1 in 5 in respawn. You can see it in the Monster Energy pregame. They've lost 3 straight hard points and overloads, 43% opening duel rate. It's not great, right? So they're not consistently doing anything well post-break. So this is a series where you kind of right that ship, and you know, it felt like it could be in the one versus Miami, but guess what happened? At the end, something we applauded them for, their P2s, they lose that, give up a streak on it, and get comeback done. So for Boston, just got to remain confident and you know, stick to the game plan.
And the worst situation is that they're going up to Cloud9 team that's also struggling in a hard point too. So it's kind of just like which team does better in respawn today.
Both teams playing close, but not able to walk away with W's. Let's talk about the Cloud9 squad that is in an even tougher spot than Boston right now. You're coming in with the same 4 that you started the season with. You had a little bit of hope after the first 2 weeks, but that hope seems to be disappearing. Beans, Mac, Vivid, and Afro got beat down yesterday.
I just wish I could figure out how we can get it so that Beans is the way that he plays in the later half of these maps at the start of it. Like, it's one of those things where, like, we know what he can do. We've seen some of his insane snipes. We've seen him take over games with the AR and the slaying department, but it just feels like the inconsistency of the extremes on either end of the spectrum are just too often and too far in between.
I just feel like, especially in search, like, they're too easily, like, readable. I mean, there are a couple of those rounds. I mean, Beans playing at similar spots, getting pre-sniped, jumping over, you know, BS&D. How many times have we seen that? Only so many spots you can play with it. And then when you talk about this team in Hardpoint, they're 3-0 on Scar HP, 1-4 on all others, right? So the map pool is super small. The Scar is great, but it's super small. So in terms of map pools, so for C9, a lot of work to be done on this team.
Did Boston choose to square up? Yes, they did. Scar will be map number 1. Den is coming in for our first search and destroy, and if we get to a game 5, it'll be on exposure. Taking a look here at our first 3, though. Scar, Den, Scar. Who has the edge of the 2 losing records?
I lean over Boston Breach for this. I think them getting Scar and 1-3 is really good. I think their Den leaves a lot of opportunity for them. I'm just happy to not see Blackheart and anywhere in this series.
Can we talk about Cloud9 here for a moment? Because we've seen the potential. We've said that Mac could be a top 10, top 20 player when he reaches his peak.
Yeah.
How does he get enabled today on these maps in particular?
Yeah, I mean, you just need a collective group effort. I mean, when you watch the Gentlemates game, everybody's playing well. And like, Mac can just get loose. He's a very streaky player. You know, obviously he has sub in his hand more often than not, but I compare him always to Nero. Like, Nero, very similar player. Whenever he's playing well around him, you know, he's going to amplify that. And for these guys, like we said, you got to get off to an early hot start here. This is a Scar, 3-0 on it. He's been great. And we saw Boston, like, they're solid at it, but they blundered it yesterday. So I think if you're C9, you want to get Mac going early, like you said, take this map 1.
I kind of want to go first for our Scuff Pick'ems.
Oh, go crazy.
All right, Scuff Pick'ems, we're going with the vibe check, and I just saw nasty cracking jokes. Meanwhile, you saw Cloud9. It was stone faces. I'm going Boston Breach to win this one in 4.
Yeah, I think this is the hardest game to predict all season. Like, I literally don't think it's close. I'm going to go Boston Game 5, but I am not confident in that pick. I have no idea who's winning this.
I hate to echo that because this is a matchup that should have been easy. Like, it should have been an easy Boston pick, but it's not. But I'm still going to go with Boston Breach.
Who's going to the elimination bracket? It's time to find out. The fans think it's going to be Cloud9. Casters, let's get this party started.
Let's go, baby. Let's get this thing going. I think this has all the potential to go to 5, by the way, Jay, just based on how the vetoes had come through, where the struggles are, where the strengths are. Feels like we've got a nice square up to start off our Sunday.
Yeah, but the vetoes don't really make a lot of sense to me, though, Al, because I was thinking, all right, I have no problem with the square up early on in the Scar, but then you get to the veto for the second map and the third map, and that's where they really threw me off for what Boston did, because you vetoed C9's auto veto for the Search and Destroy, which is raid. So they decide to just put their best S&D at map number 2. So they already have the advantage there. And then when you get to the Scar overload, yesterday you watched C9 play versus FaZe, and they got destroyed on exposure. You auto veto that for them. So they get to decide what overload they want to play. They're not going to play Den because they're 0-2 on it. We're going to go for a square up on Scar. So I think Boston misplayed a little bit in the vetoes, but I think they're looking for the square up for some confidence, because that last series versus Miami, the throwaway on map 1, yeah, they're looking to bounce back here.
Yeah, man, it really is kind of a proving point matchup for both of these two teams. Of course, there's hopes for maybe sneaking into the upper bracket for either of them if they can finish out. But taking a look at some of the players to watch for, I think this has been kind of the biggest impact story for both of these two teams. You know, the story surrounding Beans has often been kind of, can he fill in the gaps to make a team more improved? You talk about his time with like Toronto, his time with Boston, now his time with New York. On the other side, you know, for Boston, it's been, hey, we're going to keep building our roster surrounding what Snoopy brings to the table. And I think you and I both agree that Snoopy's POV shows you that he could have a potential to be a superstar in this league. It just comes down to turning the end of last year into consistency across the rest of maybe even this year or years to come for Snoopy, because the placements don't necessarily match the performance that we've seen individually from Snoopy.
Oh yeah, Snoopy individually can shine, but I feel like Snoopy's at the highest level when he's playing, when his teammates are also playing really well. And that wasn't the case versus Miami. Cammy goes like -40. That's not gonna win you a series versus pro team. And Purge is like -25. So between them two, you're getting outslayed by 65 kills. Yeah, we cannot have that today. You gotta be able to bring that early momentum. So that's why I respect the early Scar, because it was a blender yesterday versus the Heretics. They were dominant at P2. You heard Chance say it multiple times. Nameless continues to hone in on that. And they left it at the end to the opposition, and that's what cost them. So they're looking to redeem themselves today.
Yeah, it's one of those instant turnaround, lesson learned type situations that we're looking for out of this very well experienced team, especially with one another. And the opening exchange does favor that of the Boston Breach. Cammy on the hard point, tested by Afro nearby, with the rest of Cloud9 making their way over from blue into mid, seeing if they can get some time of their own.
Yeah, it's just a contest fest for now. Every pinch is currently being watched. Just trying to hit your stuns or your nades to get him off of this P one time, but Afro goes for the chow. So now C9 have the advantage. You have all the control of the spawn. So 20 seconds remaining here at the P1, and you're forcing Boston to just flood right through the middle.
And Afro's 5-0. He's been in the hard point the entire time. Those are all objective kills. He may be really close to having an early Hellstorm. He will be taken down by Snoopy. Trades are out, though, so Cloud9 will at least have some retained pressure over mid. But you look over to the bottom side of the minimap. P2 about to open up. Max surprises Nasty, and Cloud9 already have an early edge over towards P2.
Yeah, that's a massive kill from Max surprising Nasty the way that he did, because Nasty was there about 15 seconds into the HP. At P1, and now off the rotation, Cloud9 are going to be successful. Afro continuing to shine here early, switches over from the SMG to the AR in hand, knows that this gunfight is a little bit easier with the M15, but the pinch is on for Boston. They're coming from everywhere.
Oh, timing for Beans a little bit off. You saw him on the minimap trying to turn around to deal with it, but wasn't sure what exactly he needed to help first. So perfect timing on the pinch for Boston leads to a break, and now they have awareness for where Cloud9 spawns are. Quick reattempt, potentially for a break for Cloud9, but they're doing it with isolated numbers. They've been isolated, no problems. They're up and over. Snoopy gets the damage to help out Purge, and Boston will retain their break.
Yeah, this is an easy 30-second hold there. Boston don't even decide to play the Jennies. You're forcing them to overextend, head glitch the box, or Gore Top Motel. They hold down this final 30 seconds to perfection. Now it's all about the battle off rotation. Is Nasty or Snoopy going to get caught off guard? He does. Afro wins the initial fight, so Cloud9 in a position to rally up a lot of time here, because P3 is basically unbreakable if you got that plane heady.
Oh, especially with this setup. You've got Beans watching one overextension. Afro's the first point of contact over towards blue. You're going to have just so much information to how you need to set up inside the hill. But both players, aforementioned, will be overwhelmed. So Boston had a chance to pinch, but Vivid's nade changes the narrative just a touch. And now it's just down to, can you figure out that Nasty's still playing behind you? Initial kill is good. Afro can't quite mantle to get over to find his former EU counterpart, and eventually gets the kill, but not before Boston find the break.
Yeah, and look at where Bean spawns. So now he has an opportunity to make up for this. What Nasty just did in top green. But he's going to get caught. Perfect read there from Purge. Now you have all of C9 spawning on the backside of green. Kill feed lights up in green. All map control in favor of the breach. And they have an opportunity now to chain this P3 to the P4 and blow the game wide open.
Yeah, this could get ugly quick. Two really concentrated breaks for Boston lead to tremendous success in the back 30 seconds of those last two hills. Cammy really hasn't been a factor, but he hasn't needed to be. Nasty's done all the work for him in the AR department, 13 and 7 as he just falls to Afro. So a chance for Cloud9 quickly to transition off the old time at 3 to initiate an early break at 4. Snoopy with an M15 in hand. Can't quite find the feet of Afro down low. And he looks towards the staircase, and that's when Afro pops up for 2. Vivid makes safe the front, and Cloud9 have a chance to regain the lead.
That's a perfect early break there from C9, and it all starts with those gunfights at that old time. You force all of Boston to be trapped in towards the backside of blue, and then one player's going to spawn out. They just overwhelm you with the pressure through white wall, and now you cannot break yourself back into it. They have it locked down. All of Boston spawning over towards P2. Afro on another streak. He does have a Hellstorm this time, but Boston at least fighting for this final 20.
Yeah, Afro really the sole factor for why Cloud9 continued to stay close in these games. The opening P1, he was on a 5-0 start. Right there, another large streak. He's 16 and 6. Can anyone else step up to try to make this a little bit easier for the full squad? And Beans has 3. Try to chase down one more. He knows Cammy's nearby, but Cammy's already found 2, and he turns to find the 3rd. So the slow start for Cammy mitigated over the last 60 seconds. He's up to 6 and 9, and Boston have our set a tie game as we head over to new.
Yeah, but with Cammy finding that double, it's actually going to allow Beans to spawn right into the backside of green. So still trying to contest for these back spawns. Not going to be as clean of a break opportunity that Boston was looking for, but now you got back green. Vivid from the front lines, cutting at mid-cut, lines him up with the pistol. But Boston again, another lead change, and now you just got to hold.
Oh, Snoopy gets red though. 3 kills for Cloud9. Back and forth we go as all 4 breach members drop. 27 seconds on the hill, still to soak up for this scrap time. And Cloud9 gonna have our first substantial kind of finishing moment on this first set of hills. More kills to follow. Wow, Beans just wants to chow everything. Now gets the regen, but another full wipe of Boston has Cloud9 not just looking at scrap, they're trying to get the setup for initial at new.
Yeah, now Boston have to hit the reset. All right, we're going to be down 25 going into the second set of our HPs. Let's get our gunfight wins off the rotation, and Purge and Nasty are already able to find 2. Cloud9 are currently up by 20. They've been able to manage a lot of this game. Let's go to a listening with the squad in blue.
I'm streaking, fuck it. Nasty's gate.
I'm wrapping deep in.
Shrink straight away, okay? Hold on to us. Anytime, I'm gonna go ready again.
You're dead.
Like your shit. Hold on. Actually, I'm just going towards front hill.
They're running into tools.
Listen, 1, 2 tools,
Another one tools.
Gate. That's 4.
I'm in switch right.
I have a trophy on myself.
I'm looking over one time.
Pitch right, I'm set up.
Yeah, streak. I'm looking over gate.
I'm 9-year-old. Here we go, make cut. Nice. Make out.
Make out. One sat on me, boys.
Make cut and sap.
Sat on me.
Make out the tower.
Maybe that's tools. Not me.
I'm
trying tools.
Oh, the gate. Bridge.
He's up top. Shut down.
I went tools. I'm gonna be for 90 minutes. I can go time again.
He's going top, I think.
I'm in top.
He's low. Hit twice on the box.
Still low, Nasty. No more time. Whoa. Gate top and low.
Stay round.
Yeah, I'm trying to get
Let's go mid. We have to go mid.
On P1. P1 is dead. On mid.
Trophy has 2 ticks on.
Me close right.
On the side right now.
They're top. One shot. Nice.
Stairs and mill.
Top Nasty, hit him once.
Okay. That's me.
I'm nading time.
I didn't set him on time. I'm pitching again if you guys
do it. Box.
Let's see what box.
Low. Box up.
No.
Left side top. Top dead.
Go.
Yeah, mill Nasty.
I'm going through
Playing
mid.
through wood. One's walking up base stairs. One's going top.
Help him low.
I'm playing through mid then.
I'm one shot.
I need a low for you. I have your top shot.
One sat.
2-0.
Heard you.
I'm playing at mid with yours.
I went towards new now.
I'll swap back right. I'm playing the back right pusher, okay? Yeah, do it. I can help you.
I'm coming tools.
I'm just running on the wing.
No. Coming. Should be trailer.
Decent stretch there considering the Hellstorms are both teams for Cloud9, but Boston now the ones forced to break as we jump over to a breach listen in.
Sorry, Marcus back left, one top green.
Michael playing weak.
One shot, top green, 1 shot, 2. There's
I'm working mid, guys.
Weak on time, really weak on time.
I'm trying.
Yeah,
Playing after that, I'm playing.
I'm with you, I'm coming.
They shot for me.
Let's
get a shot, boys.
Nice shot. Go on here.
He can't cross. He could be mid of me, guys.
You can play kills cam mid.
Yeah, okay.
Left and shit. I'll just try to
I
get
got shot, boys. Shot, Reese. Absolute shot, guys.
P5 after. The name back P5.
Shot absolute. I'm helping Tom.
I need help. I can't shot.
Top beans weak.
Reese, you got me,
bro. This is so full.
Yeah.
Play close to the plane for time. Absolute plane after.
Yeah, Reese up sandbags, boys.
Yeah, not hitting that.
On the plane dead.
He's gonna be back.
Time.
Here, time. Not trying anytime.
All time, so operation, chow.
Yeah, I'm anytime.
I don't see one time. Time after a week and then one. Nice, back right.
He's playing. I'm BK. He's on the back mid somewhere. He's on. Vivid's on time. Get rid of time. Get rid of it. I see him. He's back left somewhere. Fuck. He's racing on plane.
Beans is shopping, you guys.
Yeah, one
shot. Beans dead.
Nice. Good job. I'm here left.
You're right. Okay. I'm right with you. He's gonna be back right. Okay.
Top blue.
I don't see him top blue. He's gonna be deep right. I'm standing deep right.
Top blue.
Top blue. No, on the
back right. I don't see deep right.
Yeah, Boston a little handcuffed there, trying to work their way through P3. A couple of nice responses from Cloud9. And we rotate over to New, and Max found himself 3 in a row. A particular double that has Boston trying to stretch something in from the front, but Purge is being hunted, and Cloud9 will get over the 200-point threshold.
Hey, Cloud9 are just making what they need to at the right time. They're getting breaks in those final 20 seconds, soaking up that final jump time, and then having early rotations as well. That's been a difference so far in this game. Boston is still fighting tooth and nail to keep themselves into the mix. So going to be about a 20 to 25 point difference. C9 in the advantage again early over towards the P5. And Beans in a position to catch a couple freebies.
Yeah, you saw from Afro's perspective as he was trying to get a read on the Boston rotation, but Beans perfectly set up to deal with it. And that's all 4 dead as Afro's making a mess of the exit from Old. But there's some space to work with here through plane. Not going to feel comfortable by any stretch of the imagination for Boston. Mac has a trophy ready to go if he feels like they need it. First kill good for Nasty. He finds a second as Max slid out trying to find timing. So now it's on to Afro, as it often has been so far this map, but he's got to value his life and see if he can continue to make a mess of the spawns.
Yeah, he just has to stay alive. Beans does get caught working the OE, but Mac from the front side is able to pop 2, and Vivid, his partner in crime, pops the other. Boston all the way across the map. Cloud9 can still close it out, and last time they put them in this kind of setup, Boston couldn't even touch it, but kills go their way. They flooded mid-cut.
Yeah, Cloud9 are going to spawn tremendously close to the hard point. Nades are landing, though, for the Boston break attempt. Challenges in for Nasty. Shut down and push back as Max finds another. But there is a team kill, and that opens up the door for Breach to get in and at least keep the game going. So keep your focus over to Cammy towards New. He's the cutoff man, trying to see if they can find Cloud9 before they can get to P1, and he's going to find one. Snoopy up top finds another, and the hard point stays neutral for now.
Yeah, Boston are looking for a comeback like the way that Miami did them yesterday. They breached this 200-point mark. You can technically get it done if no one contests this P1 time, but Cloud9 is starting to work on some of these routes. They take White Wall away. What is it going to do to the spawn? Team kills don't help, and you got to stay alive now if you're Purge.
Yeah, that was a team kill right in front and on the hard point with nobody from Cloud9 nearby. Cammy able to make up for 1. Needs to find this kill to Afro quickly. Here comes Nasty for the slide through. He finds the elimination. Can anyone touch in time? Max trying to get there at the last second. You got to put your foot on the hard point, but the rest of Cloud9 support find the kills they need and make sure there's no late effort for Boston.
Yeah, big shout out to Afro early on in this game, but everyone started to come alive when they need to. Getting breaks at the key points of these HPs. Final 20 seconds of P3, final 20 seconds of P2. With the P3, it's so much more impactful because you're spawning over towards green. You get all 4 dead. With only 20 seconds remaining, you know that if you're pushing up past that 50-yard line, you're going to spawn them all the way across the map and have an opportunity to chain into the next hill. Cloud9 were just a little bit faster, a little bit more team-oriented in their break opportunities, and they capitalized on it to take map 1.
Really tight game, though, back and forth throughout a lot of it, but it really is just the small differences, I think in particular on the scrap time and then leading to rotation to New in that last set of hills for Cloud9. And more importantly, I think it's just that everyone starts to step up to help Afro after his hot start. You can see it, Mac 30 and 23, Beans 31 and 23, and Vivid still goes 22 and 22 with a lot of damage and assists. So the whole team stepping up when it matters there in the last set of hills. Whereas for Boston, not the greatest map overall for Cammy. Snoopy was able to get back towards more respectable stat lines, but it really was just kind of a one-man show for both teams until Cloud9 showed up and here they had all 4 guns going.
And early on into the game, Nasty was making plays. Like, he single-handedly was allowing them to break over towards the P3, but then you allow him to make that play, control the spawns, and then off the first attempt, you allow Cloud9 to break you down at P4. It's just those little things. Sometimes it comes down to key gunfights, and Boston are just not winning them right now. But having slow starts, now going into a search and destroy where Cloud9 are confident as ever, yeah, it's got to be the redeem factor of what they were doing yesterday. You couldn't really find a lot of success in your first buzz, and on a map like Den, where your attacking rounds have struggled, you got to have an answer for that too.
Yeah, agreed. You kind of see that in that last moment of the highlight, Beans was the one who really stepped up first to kind of get things helped out with Afro. But I like, again, just, you know, talking the Vivid storyline. We had a chance to talk about it a little bit in Challengers this week, but not only do you just, like, don't drop Vivid, it feels like there's a curse surrounding when you drop him, but he really is the glue in a lot of moments, and I like that we got that POV of him in that last set of hills where he gets that kill up plane and then pushes forward to make Boston spawn out. Like, those are the things that don't necessarily get reflected in the stat lines.
Oh, yeah.
But good stuff overall from Cloud9, and I would say again, like, you know, take, you know, this a grain of salt because the caliber of opponent on the other side is different than what they've played up against in recent matches, but that looked a little bit more like the Cloud9 New York that we saw at the beginning of the year. You know, when they started off 3-0 in December, playing up against the likes of G2 and Vancouver in hardpoint specifically. So maybe a little bit of discredit coming through because, yeah, you got beat by FaZe. Yeah, you got beat by Paris.
Yeah.
All in all, Cloud9 still looked pretty good in that map.
Oh, yeah. Paris are what? One of the best hardpoint teams that we have so far in the season. They finally lost a couple in their last matchup, and then FaZe are looking like the best team in the game. So just some tough matchups that you had if you were a C9. You can't allow that to kill your confidence. So you answered the comms early for that map number 1. Now you're going into a search and destroy where, like you said, it's not an opponent of that high caliber, and this is a map that has worked for you, not once but twice. So you're feeling confident here.
It should feel like this should be a 2-0 start for New York fans out there, just based on how that first map went, and also going in, like you mentioned, to a search and destroy that you really do prefer. For Boston, no strangers to it. The only issue is the last time they played it, it did not look particularly great. Yeah. They lost 1-6. And the search and destroy has kind of been like that all year for these guys. Like a number of map 5 affairs that they haven't been able to close out. But I think in particular, it's like they either lose by a lot or they win by a little. There really is no in between. So it kind of feels like, you know, again, for Boston, do we have the playbook ready to go against this Cloud9 team? Because like you said, during the veto process, this is something that it looks like Boston should be prepared for based on how it went.
Yeah, because you just played it. So sometimes when you just play a map, you know what you did wrong instantly. It's still soaking in the back of your brain. So let's just run it back and show those adjustments. And it has to be on the attacking side. You have to make sure that you're getting past this young man, because if Beans lines you up with that sniper, you're most likely going to go down. Don't allow him to dictate how this game is going to be played.
I like that call, especially with the scope. We know what that is. I would say he's been one of the most impactful snipers that we've had in terms of improving a team's search and destroy. I'm not going to say maybe the best in the league, but in terms of making Cloud9 better at search, yeah, you love having Beans with a scope in hand. Nasty going to go over towards mid. Purge just has to be careful throwing shoulders early as Beans is in the vicinity playing over towards a window. And here comes a little double hit out. Purge is going to get a read and then just back off and not bother with it.
Yeah, and that's a lot of information gained. There are at least 2 players on that side of the map, so let's everybody else know on breach. Let's hit the go button and get this bomb down here at B. You take Dojo away, it's going to be a free bomb plant. And this is where they struggled in their post plants. Could not find any versus Vancouver. Let's see if they made the adjustments.
Boston, they try to find timing with some offensive post-plant nades towards the back of Dojo. That last Semtex may have revealed a little bit as Afro has to hold off. They're waiting for Mac to show some force first. Through the smoke, up and over. A little bit of damage comes through, but not enough to delete any members. Snoopy's team kill, though, does get us to a 2v2. 23 seconds on the clock. Cammy seen over towards Tin. Beans getting a bit of a workout from him as Afro gets off the regen, trying to finish the food, and that's enough for the kill. 15 seconds on the clock. Purge for the 1v2. Trying to play the timing with the bomb, but Afro's going to push him out. Someone just needs to hop, but they don't. Maybe you guys correctly. Oh, the timing, not ideal. Purge finds the diffuser. No time for Afro to get back on the bomb.
Afro had his head on a swivel there. It was just a 50-50 chance. Is he going to go mid-cut, or is he playing in the back of the spawn? But Purge just plays the time as his best friend. Forces Afro to panic and choose wrong in his decision. Even though you lose the gunfight, you get the round win. Boston successful on their first attack.
Wow. I mean, everything was set up where Cloud9 were prepared to play retake. Onto the B site, you push off the soul man of Purge over towards A rooftops. You're trying to set up this little pinch for Mac, but he doesn't really find the kills or the damage that he was looking for off that smoke pinch. And then Boston just not giving up too much space at Dojo on the retake. So good opening offense there for Boston. Here comes Cloud9, a little bit of early aggressive nades towards the top of A. Pushes off anyone who could possibly be on that heady. And Purge is going to call for help from Nasty.
Yeah, so overwhelming them with pressure. You have Vivid, being the other player watching the pinch, but you're not checking your corners, and now Purge can get activated, able to get out with his life finesse back. Now you have the advantage for another gunfight as Nasty lines it up with the scope, 4v2.
Yeah, there's nowhere to go right there for Cloud9. Purge following with another, leaving it down to Vivid, and he will be also picked off by Nasty. So good setup there for Boston. Purge gets a perfect read on the pressure and the commitment from Cloud9's offense, and of course Nasty in the pivot spot to come on over, hits when he needs to with the scope.
Yeah, and I feel like whenever S&D is hitting for Boston, it's usually off the back of the playmaking ability of Purge. Because when he is on, he is on. You saw it early in round one, able to clutch up the 2v1 there, but get that first blood and get out of dodge and still be in the play to have C9 focus on you. So Purge right now is activated early into the search and destroy, 2-0 for Boston.
Yeah, good start. See what the call is going to be here for Boston after that little feel out and then late commitment to B. I will say that first offense didn't really require them to toss too many opening nades. They had a lot of utility on the backside of the plant. Not going to be the case here, as Cloud9 will show that, yep, our defense is on top of B with that little stun check. And Boston will reconsider their approach, trying to follow behind Nasty, who swapped from the scope in the early parts of this round over to an AR.
Yeah, Boston already knows. If you're going to get aggressive on B, you're most likely doing it with some teammates. So let's just not waste any time trying to clear out that space. Work it over to the opposite side, but Beans is holding the angle on the outskirts of rooftops, finds the first blood onto Snoopy, and now C9 have the advantage.
At least by numbers, but playing retake with Beans on a scope could be difficult, especially with Boston playing forward over towards small with Cammy. A little bit of pre-fire comes through, finds the first, but meanwhile, Beans connected onto Purge outside the roofs, and Vivid secures the trade. So now it just comes down to Nasty for the 1v3. At least has the bomb to play with, damage onto Beans, but there's the rest of Cloud9 willing and waiting to play out, overwhelm, and find the kill.
Yeah, it all starts with Beans just finding that kill, being the only player over towards that A site, holding the outskirts, getting the first blood, and then while Boston were trying to work that bomb plant, Cammy does get spotted on the side of the computer room. So they're able to isolate the gunfight, even though he's able to find one. But just the rotation out of Beans almost lines up a collat. Great angle, great shot, Cloud9 on the board.
See if they can put it together with a follow-up. Again, we kind of saw what the difference makers were. What's the call now for the offense? 2-1-1 split up with focus towards A early. Mac with the sub. Purge still playing on top. Keep an eye on Nasty, number 4. He pivoted over when Purge called for help last time. Looks like he very well may do that once again as Purge is able to get some information. And you got to be cautious here if you're Mac, knowing that Nasty is rotated over to watch this cross from the terrace.
Whoa. Smoke grenade isn't going to allow Nasty to have the angle that he actually wants, and Purge is just backing down Mac for now. And this entire time, Mac was just a decoy, forcing Boston to rotate over towards A, thinking that where the commitment was going to go on in, but B is for free. Let's get this one down.
Yep. So now you got to play retake behind this. And you're already seeing a couple of shots from Vivid at mid, so this post plant is quite dynamic. Meanwhile, Boston trying to flood this together, but Afro catches his first. Follow up from Vivid. Oh! Perfect. What a snap for 2. And it's all on to Nasty. Hits once onto Beans. Can he get forward and get a weapon? Right now he's got the pistol out. Decent slide. He finds the kill, but Mac is there to make sure no more antics exist. And back-to-back rounds come through for Cloud9.
Yeah, and it's been the playmakers just making the plays, drawing the attention, forcing them to hit the rotation, getting free bomb plants, and so far, a lot of success early on these attacking rounds. Nasty almost clutches off the 1v3, but knocked down at 1 HP. There's another body left. you don't stand a chance. But back to Vivid with this snap. The wall bounce just catches Purge off guard. And Reese Vivid ties the game.
Telling you, man. We see it after he gets dropped off a team in the CDL. We saw it a lot in Challengers.
He's the glue, baby.
Don't sleep on Vivid, man. Early trophy down for Boston, setting up an aggressive approach towards B early. Beans has showed his hand, though, with the scope already cutting across. So you need to try to respect this a touch if you're Boston. Defensive nades also tagging up the attack, but not enough to find any kills. There's the smoke over. Watch for Vivid. Again, playing on this cut. He's in a perfect spot to get the read, and that's all he needs. Gets the info, puts himself into a spot to not be... And the defense will rotate over to deal with any quick hits towards A, which is currently underway.
Yeah, I love how Boston aren't like hesitating on this play call because they know that Vivid watched them cross, but they said, all right, they're going to be out of position. So let's just try to take this bomb side and instantly work our bomb plan. But it's Vivid working this late pinch. He gets caught. Great play from Cammy.
Yeah, now Cammy can kind of float a little bit closer towards A in case this hit from the front starts to develop, but the trades are good. Beans by himself, not to be counted out in this 1v3 technically. 2 more to find. We saw it on Colossus last week. But this is a little bit different. There's not a lot of windows to find angles at. And it looks like Beans may just back off here and kind of value his life moving forward for the rest of the search.
Yeah, he knows how impactful his life is going to be, especially with that boomstick. But Boston right now, no hesitation on their attacking rounds. You couldn't win any versus Vancouver. That's 3 straight here on this game. Or 2 and then 1 defense. But their offenses are looking great in their post plants. They're not hesitant on their rotations. They're taking the map and holding the map, and they're playing their post plants while Cammy's watching the late pinch. If Cammy doesn't find that kill, Reese is going to break them all down. But
for sure,
Cammy heads up play. Boston back in the lead.
Yeah, the other call of that would be if Vivid does find that kill, especially with them playing so far behind the play at P2, that Boston may try to like force out an isolation from the front with their numbers. But regardless, not a conversation that was needed. Pretty tight one here, honestly. Good little back and forth between both these two teams. We have a very aggressive setup here for Cloud9 at mid. Purge will once again, though, get a read and back up to play his life while the rest of Boston's defense is trying to play forward, and they will actually win out the front side of B, allowing a lot of freedom if they want to rotate back.
Yeah, with C9, they're not going to work that rotation over towards A. They're taking mid-map away. So now you're breaking on Afro to potentially catch an opening. But Nasty is holding this angle, and I think he's got the snipe. He knows that there's pressure up to the middle of the map, but the timing for Afro might work out.
Yeah, very well may. But he's supposed to be the guy that, as you scale him deep, he could do this. Make sure the defense cannot wrap back over through mid. So 3v3. Nasty, very cautious about how he wants to set himself up, knowing that there's imminent threats, but he does have an AR in hand this time, so he's a little bit more flexible. Rotation over from the Boston defense through Dojo on the way, but Nasty's in trouble and he'll fall.
Yeah, he just gets isolated. And now the bomb is getting planted for C9. Boston aren't going to waste any time. They're instantly trying to see it, but they don't spot the guy planting, so the bomb gets down. Snoopy's still in the play. 1v2, 1v1.
Okay, off the reset. Vivid playing rooftops. Timing for Cammy's decent, but the shot just a touch better for Vivid. Clean stuff coming through. Cloud9 respond. We're tied at 3.
Oh, Boston almost caught them off guard, man. Once Snoopy gets that double, he's kind of forcing himself off of the slide, the commitment to chow that third player. And unfortunately, Vivid just gets the better timing there on the Cammy. So Vivid gets the final 3 kills on that round as the glue man continues to shine here on S&D.
Okay. I'm telling you, man, this has been a really fun little game of chess right now.
This is good.
Small things have led to round wins for both these two teams. Boston looking to get Purge and Cammy up forward to B quickly. Nade for Nasty at mid. That actually may reveal something if it does tag. Cloud9 was heavily stacked at mid, so Mac has to be patient through Dojo, but once again, you've got a member forward for Cloud9 in towards hole. Problem is, Boston are not stopping at B. They're trying to push through this. Vivid is at least able to keep them honest, and now Afro, his timing on the flank could be huge. Boston still fully focused on the front. They lose track of the flank, and now you've got the perfect pitch for Cloud9.
Yeah, 1v3 for Nasty. Gonna be trapped in towards 10. I don't think C9 are aware of it, but once he gets his first kill, everyone's gonna turn. He's knocked down to 80 HP, just trying to finesse, and so far doing a good job of so, but Too many players still left on the side of C9. And that play call right there for Boston is going to come back to haunt them, because there's no way Nasty should be your bomb carrier and the last player on the conga line, because he can't watch pinch. He has to be thinking about, how can I get this objective down? Someone else has to put themselves in that position, because C9, all they did was stall time until Afro worked that pinch, and Afro broke them down.
Okay. Clean stuff, quick timing. Everything looking good. But again, how long will that last? Because the responses on the other side have been quick to reform as well. So, see if Boston can keep this away from that elusive 3-5 scoreline. Bean sniping mid this time, and Purge doesn't expect it. That's just good conditioning and good learning from Cloud9. If Purge is going to continue to throw opening shoulders at A or at mid, why not try to get a look at him? It works, but on the other side, Cammy responds. We go 3v3.
To get some information though onto Nasty. So you know he was a sniper player over towards A. And on the opposite side, Beans is going to be isolated. So it's a 2v1 on this end, but they are trying to catch Beans by himself. They got him trapped, but they have no idea now where he is.
Can he find the perfect timing? Vivid going to get the plant off. I believe Beans is on the hunt for Cammy. I think he saw him. Just comes down to COD timing here. And yeah, that information was perfect. Beans now has a rifle to work with. Afro on the other side is just playing the 1-for-1 corner. He gets one, it should guarantee the round. Just if you predict this though. Not quite. Meanwhile, Nasty connects through small, trying to back up. He can find Afro before he gets to the corner. Maybe there's a chance, but yeah, Afro's shoulder confirms that Nasty's committed to terrace. No worries there. And Cloud9 now with the advantage heading late into the search.
And I think you hit it right on the head, my friend, when the early first blood out of Beans. You understand the tendency of Purge, not allowing him to gain information through the mid-map this time around, because Beans is valuing his life early into the game, still has the boomstick to work with. So he strikes for the first blood, gets lost. He rotated over towards A, get the bomb planted, and Beans gets himself back into the play by getting information onto Cammy. It's just a great S&D around there from Bean to read the adjustments, and now C9 at game point.
Four in a row for Beans in particular. And if you're Boston, it's going to be hard to feel like you need to make many macro changes to your playbook, because you've been able to find so much success, especially getting the bomb planted. But securing the post plant may be a different story. And this time it's going to be kind of a late feel out at mid. Once again, Cloud9 getting aggressive through the A site. It's going to allow Beans to rotate quickly over to Dojo. Niven's in a weird spot right here, but to say Purge doesn't check the small slatted windows inside of Tin, but a Semtex is still good enough for first blood. Just comes down to, do you get a read on this long pinch from Cloud9 once again here early? And there's just no chance to get away. The bomb is now down. Boston have to recover.
Yeah, now you're trapped if you're Snoopy, because this is a difficult position to get out of, because Beans is also going to shoot you in the back. So you have the numbers advantage. But Mac is just going to throw away his life for free. So 2v2. Bomb is going to be down, but C9 do not have that info.
Well, maybe a chance to get back over through mid here, especially with the clock being an issue. Cloud9 will have a small advantage for now, but Boston have recovered the bomb and will have a wide open B site. So take your time, clear your corners, and they should be able to set up their post plan on their terms.
Cloud9 already have a read on it though, so can you potentially spot these players off of the exit? You're gonna have Nasty walking right into the pre-aim of Afro. 2v1 for Mr. Purge.
Yeah, that was Nasty just trying to beat the timing to see if he can catch the flank before it gets there, but he was late to the party. Purge thinking about the rewrap. Has to make sure no one's on for the defuse. Keeping himself tucked, and now Cloud9 are making their move to clear out the site. Purge checks again, sees one. Has one nade to play with. Afro diffusing, bomb will land, but Flash Jacket keeps him safe, and he can't find the jump kill. Oh! How about it? The nade must have tagged both, because Purge is able to find the diffuser, plus instantly, before he loses line of sight, connect for the last shots needed for the 1v2.
Playmaker Purge, another 1v2 tallied here on Den. The nade connects on both, and has them both absolutely one shot. The wall bounce, good enough, because it was halfway diffused. You're missing your early shots, you're losing your confidence. But just the second attempt there, are both players weak. You have the heavy advantage. And Playmaker Purge forces round 10.
Holy cow. That was insane. So now 4-5 the count. And Boston aren't going to just play shoulders with Purge. They're going to run it down middle. Vivid, in trouble, dealt with. And now Boston have to scramble to respond to this. As Boston, or pardon me, Cloud9 will have to scramble to respond to this as Boston's fully committed forward, but Mac is going to see just a small bit of info that there are players still forward at mid, and that's enough for Cloud9 to make the gut check call saying, let's go, let's try to get some info on A quickly.
Yeah, but Snoopy spotted them, so they're going to be ready for this push. Everyone rallied in towards the side room, but the teamwork right there out of C9 allows them to instantly win every single one of those gunfights, and now Cammy in a 1v3.
That's such a good disciplined call from Cloud9. Cammy's able to find one, though we're not done. Resets. Mac will take the time to plant. Cammy's going to flip the map around by playing backside roofs. Now in the approach. Cloud9 still looking forward. Cammy. Has he seen anything yet? It doesn't matter. Cloud9 is there. That is such a beautiful mid-round adaptation. Vivid gets overwhelmed, but as you try to make sure couches stay safe, you get that small glimpse of Snoopy still dashing back and forth. So you say, you know what? If he's playing mid, that's one of your subs. Let's just run on to A and play a 3v2 at worst there. Brilliant call for Cloud9.
Yeah, but the thing is, Cloud9, even with Snoopy gaining that information, they knew that they spotted them cross over towards A, Al. So they decided to easy read them and know that they're going to put themselves in a position to instantly try to contest us because they have the numbers advantage. You stack it towards side of comms and you get destroyed. Afro opens up, you try to get the switch. Beans is pre-aiming with the scope, and then a one-on-one gunfight on the outskirts. Man disadvantage doesn't matter. The play calls from C9 get them through that search and destroy. It was Boston early on, but then adjustments start coming in. Some players start to become easy reads as Beans found 2 first bloods in the later half of that game. But C9 looked like a way different team than they were yesterday versus FaZe. They're up 2-0 this time around.
Unreal, dude. Absolutely unreal. So you kind of talked about the veto process and the vulnerabilities that Boston kind of set up for themselves. You got to square up map number 1 where both teams are happy to see Scar Hardpoint. You allow Cloud9 to get onto their best search and destroy. And now the conversation comes down to, can Boston find a way to reverse sweep, starting with a Scar overload, which, let's be candid, is not necessarily a great mode for either of these two teams. Both have a win so far, but anything can happen between these two teams trying to fight for maybe one last chance to get into the upper bracket. And a good start for Cloud9. We're going to head to the break. When we come back, we'll see if New York can finish or can Boston extend this series a little bit further with Scar overload coming up. With my guy Lurks. What are the original Stallions? Talk me through that Stallions experience at the beginning of last year.
That team was amazing, bro. I was really happy to play with my teammates like Mace, Encourage, Abe. That team was like the best Challengers team I've ever played with. It was a blast.
What did it feel like seeing Abe and Merc both get chances in the league? Did that kind of spark a fire, or did you feel like, oh man, I need to, get myself put together here?
I knew my time was coming real soon, so I was just like congratulating them and everything. I was really happy for them, but I was ready.
I've watched you play now for the better part of the last year and change, and I would still say that you have one of the most fun POVs to watch on the map right now. What would you tell the audience they need to look for in your gameplay that makes you different from other SMGs out there?
The flashiness, honestly. I'm really fluent with my movement and everything. Snappy aim, shredding people, running them down.
All right, hit me with your pre-match ritual. What are you doing to get yourself hyped up before game time?
My pre-game ritual is just listening to MVP Bash for the world.
Okay, rapid fire. A little this or that. Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
No, that's disgusting.
NBA or NFL?
NFL.
Hardpoint or Surge?
Hardpoint.
Last one. If you were to give your rookie season a movie title, what would it be?
I'm here.
Okay. I vibe with that. Sick, Lurk. Sick. Thanks so much, man. We appreciate you coming on for sit downs with Shift. Good luck this
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Welcome back to our opening match on Sunday here at the Call of Duty League. We're a couple weeks away from Dallas, and we've got two teams that desperately need to find wins. The more convincing, the better on top of that. And so far, it's been all New York, 2-0 up. And honestly speaking, small edges have led to big moments in both maps so far, Jay.
Oh, yeah, without question, man. Map 1, you're getting breaks on hard points that you're probably not supposed to get breaks on at the worst timings for Boston. And in map 2 is just capitalizing on the adjustments that came on in from C9. Early rounds go to Boston. You read what they like to do. You make your adjustment. You start finding first bloods and capitalizing on your post plants. But even though C9 is sitting up 2-0, Boston are desperately fighting for a chance at that top 8.
Yeah.
But you got to get through this guy.
Yeah, dude, I was about to say, like, the opening of the hard point, it really was the Afro show to start, and it was like, okay, kind of dragging his team, not through the mud, but dragging them along for the ride until finally they're all on board. You see it kind of also persist inside of map number 2, 11 total eliminations, and what was a tight search and destroy. So difference maker, you definitely think has so far been Afro. I know the Breaking Point MVP votes will likely be trending that direction right now as well. So that's what you want to see, man. Like, you know what to expect from players like Vivid and Mac, of course, playing together quite a bit with the challenger space, but no strangers are Afro and Beans to one another either, whether they find themselves in the same team or different teams across the pond when they were playing in European challengers. And for those that didn't watch EU last year, dude, this is what we saw from Afro all year long, man. He was just Mr. Takeover. So that has been key for Cloud9, like you say, trying to get a 3-0 win and have a decent shot at trying to fight for that last position in upper bracket.
And now it's all on the Scar overload, where both teams haven't played it in quite some time. It's been a whole entire month. You played in December, we go on that little break, and now you come back into the mix. And it all is going to come down to the slaying. When Boston won it, they outslayed their opponent by 40. On the opposite side for Cloud9, they did it by 20. So killing is going to be the key to success.
Yes, it is. Also just finding a way to dominate space after getting those key eliminations. As we get a little bit of a battle for Motel, Boston will win that. Nice little isolation onto Afro through mid, and now Boston can set themselves up. Nasty up and over, looking for Mac deeper, but he's going to shut down not just one, but two. Follow up off the spawn. Afro in trouble, but has help, or does he? Vivid gets shut down, and now Boston can grab and really set up and execute towards A.
Oh, yeah, this is a free cap. Afro's not going to be in a position. Nasty right up the middle. Give me that first point there for Boston. So already off to a great start is the breach, but now C9 looking for a response. They get a clean forward dead, so they know exactly what positions they can take to stabilize on the map. But the reset over towards plane, they're in a position first.
Yeah, they sure are. And Afro clears out Motel steps, but Purge is able to find not just one, but two, keeping safe that long flank and allowing Snoopy off spawn to cut right down middle, but ooh, overextending. Doesn't realize that Cloud9 had backed the EMP up with support through mid. But still, Boston hold the edge on the outsides of the map, forcing Mac to have to play through shops, and there's nothing there. Boston with the quick regrab and a chance for them to control possession.
And they take care of Vivid as well, who's trying to be the island player to set up a pinch, hoping that his teammates can get some kills. Now in possession is going to be Breach. Working their way through plane side. Nasty finding a couple kills, but they get pieced up by Beams to the middle of the map, so it's only going to slow them down on their second tour skip, because all Cloud9 right in front.
Well, Mac for two. Turns the tides in favor of Cloud9. Spawns are close to defend A for Boston. Nasty has to keep his life here, though, at middle. Afro trying to find him as the EMP carrier, but Nasty's going to stay alive, give himself some space to work with, and have nades to give him some clearance, but Beans is able to take down two. Vivid another, and this may lead to a chance to move the spawns over, but no, not quite. Afro gets cut, and now the EMP finds itself on the ground.
Yeah, that's two times now where Boston is saving this by one kill. It was Nasty on the previous attempt, but this time it was Snoopy. Because C9 had all the map control, all the kills in their favor. Just could not locate the final guy. Now Boston, a player from the back foot. Can this player mid-cut get something done? No, Cammy gets cut down, so now you're trapped towards the backside of Motel. Someone's got to ice up on some fights, and it's Snoopy with a bailout double. Gives you another shot.
Now Beads, a couple of tags in, but has to keep his head on a swivel, and as he does, it's Boston who overwhelm him. Now makes the move forward. Purge, tough fight as Afro gets the first couple of shots, but forces out the wall bounce. Almost looking for the turn on to Vivid, but Snoopy has the last word. Boston with an advantage now over the top of the EMP, but needing to clear out mid as Beans will make sure that Cloud9 can at least get some forward defense moving.
Oh yeah, Beans finds a double, so now you can get aggressive up through plane. Force Snoopy to reposition himself. And now you have control of the EMP, but here comes Cammy working the pinch every single time. It's just one kill breaking them down, because if you're the ball carrier in Afro, you're thinking I can wrap back to my teammates. But now with Cammy in your base, all of Boston flooding, 3 go down, second score is bound to come in.
Looks that way. Vivid will drop unless Afro can get over the top. No, he's shut down, but wait, Beans has found one. Purge is low, but Cammy is there. A couple of the wallbang shots do eventually come through, but the score gets past the threshold, and it's 2-0 with a minute 30 in the half.
And now C9 got to play the reset. No one in a position to, as they're clearing out their spawn, going to take their time, and Nasty's just keeping the EMP safe for now. Allowing the teammates off the respawn, rotate back over towards Motel. But he's back down from this position while Mac finds one. So this is where you can start to get aggressive up through trains. Cloud9 looking for the kill, and it's Beans, top green control in his possession.
Well, here we go. Looking for a possibility to score, but oh my. Boston still able to hang on. With a minute on the clock, Snoopy will grab the EMP to see if he can flip the map around a touch, but they lose Purge, so things have to slow down just a touch. Or do they? Snoopy tries to push forward, denied. Cammy in some trouble here. If he gets traded, maybe a chance for a counter cap, but Beans can't quite lock down the stairs. Good angle from Nasty. And Vivid, even though that kill comes through, Boston is here defensively.
Yeah, it's got to slow down again. Final 40 seconds. Boston keep on gunning out of their spawn. Team kill isn't going to help, but the reset has come in. Cammy watching over. That is going to be 3 dead. You already have players in the base if you are Cloud9, but the EMP carrier cannot cross for free because Nasty finding that one kill isn't going to be a difference. They get on the board.
And some exit kills come through here, so hold on a second. 16 seconds. EMP is going to unlock here in a moment. Boston are a little bit spawn trapped, but Vivid cannot enforce the trap. So it's on to Beans, and he will also drop. Afro thought about it, but instead, just going to kind of get to work, chipping away at this setup. And it looks like he's going to have to kind of play on an island. We're going to get the overtime of an extra 30 seconds, but Cloud9 had very little ground to work with.
Yeah, you're just looking for some kills in the middle of the map. Cammy strikes first. Nasty finds kill number 2. Now you're just going to make an heroic push here. So you're going to be outnumbered. Boston just playing the defense, not allowing you to get close. Don't give them an opportunity, and they do not. Boston going into the half up 2-1. But it could have got a lot more scary because they had a lot of goal line stops, and if that one player every single time was in a position to get the kill, C9 would have had 4 scores.
Yeah, I mean, even there at the end, I mean, it's just they have a good spawn trap set up. They just couldn't find the little kills that they needed to really enforce it. There's the opening score from Nasty, just able to dive across. The second time, stop, but he's got help. And that's really been the kind of story for Boston. They've done a really nice job winning over the top side of the playing field, but also just getting someone in position, that Cammy play in particular, to stop Cloud9 from A, helping that top part of the map, but more so, also force them to spawn down towards B. Just good manipulation for Boston in the middle of that map, or at least that half, to give themselves a very narrow edge, and we'll swap the sides and try again.
Yeah, and this is a situation where if you're Boston, you don't want to get put into one of those traps because it's a lot more difficult to break out of back blue than it is back green. So need to make sure you're not dying in sync. Vivid already finds one on the pinch. Afro being aggressive through Deli. Mac gets the info on one on the backside, so you can just run this right through plane. This might be a score.
But Purge finds 2. Snoopy's still alive. Vivid thinking about it. Gets hung up on the tank. Mac was right there with an angle to support. Whoa, nice shots for Mac. Beans to follow. No, shut down by Snoopy. Former teammates matching there outside of field. But Mac on the cutoff. A couple of tags will alert Boston to his position, but Beans has some help from afar, and he's got a chance to maybe find more and then grab and go. That's exactly the case.
Yeah, Boston are really playing on the back foot right now. Like, they're just putting themselves in position to always have these clutch gunfights. If they don't go your way, then it's going to be really scary. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And now Afro's starting to come alive. Had a slow opening round, but on 3 in a row, looking to continue on a hot streak. Just gets bad timing there off the respawn of Snoopy. But the reset comes in, back to square one for both teams.
Yep, Nasty key in that small moment. Finding a couple of kills, stopping Cloud9 from reinforcing the far up EMP position. Beads resorting to the pistol, overwhelmed. Nasty continues on a bit of a hot streak there this first part of the second half. 20 and 16 overall. Nice tracking from Vivid to stop Snoopy from breaking ankles. But all things told, back and forth affair, it's just a tug-of-war game over the middle of the map.
Yeah, Vivid's finding every clutch kill. Securing top green, making sure that EMP is going to be safe, and now 2 kills go in favor of C9. Yeah, I have information that one of the guys is going to be in towards Deli, but now you got to slow down because 3 make it all 4 dead for Boston. They have all the map control. This is an easy score.
Mac is able to get around the corner, but isn't able to find the kills that he needs. Boston take advantage of the 4-man feed. Cloud9 now stuck, split spawning all over the map. EMP up towards plane with Cloud9 spawning motel means that Beans has to try to survive as long as humanly possible, and at least he's able to provide 1 kill to allow Cloud9 to not be put into a blender coming out of motel.
But the map control again still in favor of Boston. Now you can make decisions depending on these kills. We're going to rat back, play keep away, or push it right through. Cammy through mid-cut, trying to clean up house, only able to take down 1, but EMP is already on the rotation over towards Meltel. So with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left, C9 need to get something going quick.
Oh, careful if you're Nasty. Don't want to drop here, especially with Vivid creating some noise at mid. Purge will fall first. Cloud9 trying to hunt. Mac gets a ton of damage into Nasty. And mid has opened up. So trying to support our Boston, but that's going to be 3 dead. 1 more. Purge is good for the opener, but Mac is able to at least get across. There's a little bit of help. Can he get there to score? Just comes down to is any nade's going to touch? No, not quite. And a detonation comes out. Cloud9 just down 1, under 2 minutes to play.
And I need to take care of Beans because he's already in position to spawn you over towards White Wall. Not ideal when that EMP is reset over towards Motel. Thankfully, he's quickly handled. But 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. C9 just need to slow down, look for a wave of kills, but Nasty finds 2. Afro's got to get something done on the pinch. Boston again, all map control, EMP in their possession.
And Nasty can just keep pushing spawns off, and he is on the prowl. Doesn't take advantage of the opening freebie, though. Beans gets 2 on the low ground. It just comes down to, can anyone stop the actual EMP carrier? The answer is no. Cammy gets the score. 4-2. Minute 10 on the clock now as Boston are going to play a little bit of defense for now with Cloud9 already finding some good transition kills.
Start working your OEs, push yourself through Motel and start setting up these pitch angles because you're going to force C9 to play a little bit more aggressive. And now you catch them all lacking. 4 dead. Everyone off the respawn, and Mr. Purge, a playmaker, is clearing out the space. Just not enough because C9 have the advantage now with the numbers. Got to slow down.
Yeah, Cammy just cannot get caught here, but he's already being tagged up through the wall. Opportunity for a quick counterattack. Cloud9 have gotten out of spawn and put some pressure to keep Boston pinned up top at blue. Nasty again in trouble. Tags coming out. Snoopy trying to force the issue, gets denied. That's 2 dead. Cammy playing close in on the corner. He cannot stop the score. 30 seconds on the clock. Boston will clear out Cloud9, but not before we get to a 1-point game.
Yeah, C9 are already in the position to have the map control to potentially get another score, but it's Nasty again, lighting up the kill feed on 6 in a row, taking care of the overextenders and just playing keep away for now. Final 15 seconds. You let Nasty get 1 more kill in the Hellstorm. It's GG.
Sure could be, but you have to get the EMP first. If you're Cloud9, then focus on the front. Nasty does get shut down. 2 seconds. Boston going to try to deny the EMP from being picked up. Although, there it is. To say 1 more member down low will get the final kill needed. No overtime here. No final chances for Cloud9, but another map that can be defined by small moments, creating big impacts on the scoreboard, right? And Boston will extend the series with that.
Yeah, a lot of small moments, a lot of key gunfights there for Boston, just clutching up on that first half because it could have got real ugly real quick. But it was Nasty bailing them out most of the time in that game. Cammy had his moments, and even Purge did. But they were in control and took advantage of those perfect moments. When 4 dead, you take that space, you have a player work the overextension. He trapped them in towards the back of the spawn. Boston played it to perfection. Just C9 couldn't capitalize on finding that final player. Afro also, what kind of overload is that? He's their best overload player by far. And he does up 1,800 damage, double negative, not the gameplay we're used to seeing. But Boston extended this series a little bit longer.
Yeah, man, it's just Nasty stepping up and really winning those long-range fights. It felt like every single time we watched him, 33 but 26 non-traded. Also playing a little bit of defense there with 3 objective kills, but yeah, it definitely didn't feel like after we just gave him all the gas in the world after the map 2 transition. Not quite able to get into the mix there. So life in the series now for Boston and what has been a very tightly contested affair. I just come down to, again, like so many small moments. It just feels like for both these two teams, but if you were just to take that away and just focus on one team or the other, you could also just classify saying like you clean up those small dirty moments and these teams could definitely be competing with some of the better squads that we have in the CDL. It just comes down to just not making errors, which both teams have been prone to.
Yeah, but that's the struggle of being a pro player, is that when you're making errors, obviously the team that makes the most errors is going to most likely lose the map. It's just sometimes very difficult to fix those small things when you have so many other things to focus on. So it's all about honing in on one thing at a time. And at least for this Scar, they make their adjustments on not allowing the play to get away from them, showing the clutch factor when they needed to get goal line stops. And now it looks like Boston Breach have come to life. And it's the perfect time to do so, Al, because that next map that we got coming up, oh, it's gonna be fireworks.
Yeah, dude, it's, well, I would say, like, we get to keep our eye on players like Snoopy, for instance, because, well, you know how that goes with SMGs on Colossus. And it feels like, not that he's due, but we haven't really seen the same, like, individual takeover in the early season from Snoopy that we had last year in Black Ops 6. Like, I remember watching early Red Card with Snoopy being like, dude, if he gets loose, he's gone, and he's gonna make a mess of everything. We really haven't seen that same level of impact from him yet, and maybe some of that is because the style of map is a little bit tighter overall across the hard points, but I really want to see if he can provide that takeover kind of dominance that we've seen from players like Kremp, for instance, on this map.
Yeah, I also think it's a little bit of like not being able to practice with your team for quite some time after the break. Like that little split second of just being a week off or a week and a half, 2 weeks off, that puts you heavy behind all these other pro players who have been putting in that time. So Snoopy on a little bit of the catch up. That's no excuse, because you're a professional. You should always be ready to rock. But on a map like Colossus, with the play style that he has, you expect him to have a heavy impact to potentially the outcome of how this is going to go. And on the opposite side, Afro's got to have the bounce back, right, Al? Like 14 to 29, map like Colossus, we can't have that.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that we talk, of course, the story about Snoopy on one side, but you do have to put a lot of focus onto both Afro and Beans here because, yeah, map 1, they were great, but this style of map is very different from Scar, and it's going to really test the flexibility of Cloud9, who, again, not that they're short of that by any stretch of the imagination, but when we've watched them on this map before, I think in particular that series versus Paris, they just got outgunned, man.
Yeah,
they couldn't rotate, they couldn't hold, they didn't have a chance to really even play the map, it felt like. And when you're behind the 8-ball, this map could snowball very, very quickly. So definitely feels like after the hot performance of both those guys on map number 1, a lot of focus to Cloud9 to see if they can close here by way of those two players trying to showcase their flexibility.
Yeah, you can guarantee that Boston on a map like Colossus are most likely going to give us a barn burner because 2 out of the 3 times they have played it, it's been within 20 points. So it's just the little things, the quick reactions, P2, P3 chains can be very impactful. But Colossus, you have to be prepared for how fast you need to be able to read these certain things on taking certain positions. Because Colossus, like you said, man, if you get into that early spiral where it's just you can't read certain players, you're losing track of guys, then it's really hard to bounce yourself back into that game, even when you're cutting your losses and rotating over towards Nuke, because they have that confidence to just take all that space away.
Absolutely, my man. And hey, let's be honest, like we're looking to see who's going to walk away with championships early, and those are the things that we're looking for. But you may have missed your window for Major 1 and Major 2, but do not miss out on Atlanta, Georgia. By far one of the coolest DreamHack locations in terms of density and population, and being able to bring Call of Duty to Atlanta for the first time since Modern Warfare 2019 means it's going to be electric. Tickets will go on sale, single-day tickets, keep that in mind, on Monday. So get there, get yourself signed up, not just to see the major, but enjoy one of the coolest dream hacks that surfaces and tours around their usual stops. It's a really cool location. Atlanta's a sick city, lots to do, lots of things that you can obviously fill your schedule with, whether it be gaming related or otherwise. So that time of year, Atlanta should be beautiful. You'll know, Jay, you'll catch me on the golf course at least once. So
I'm not going. I'm not going.
Oh, man, I thought I was about to play you for one.
Nah. I'll be out there. If I do go, I'm swag surfing because, you know, we're in Atlanta And that's what they do out there in ATL. So I can't wait to get there. DreamHacks are always very fun.
Yeah, that's going to be a sick event, especially with the format that we have for that particular series as well, or for that particular major. But let's kind of bring this back in because some of you may be a little bit sleepy today. We'll recap over kind of the status for map number 1. We talked about this map being possibly a series-breaking map for either of these two squads. Both love it. Both have tremendously good hardpoint records on it. It's a square-up map. And it started with that in mind. Yes, a slow start from Cammy, but it was a conversation of Nasty versus Afro. 2 EU players that have lots of familiarity with one another. And then eventually, you start to get the supplying of support from Mac and Beans for Cloud9. It's the small moments that led to those narrow edges and continuing to build those narrow leads for Cloud9 hill after hill before they eventually closed out.
Yeah, it's just tight games. Back and forth you go. It's just those little micro moments of, all right, we're dying 4 dead with 20 seconds remaining on P3 while we're spawning blue. That is not ideal because now we spawn all the way across the map. I got to waste more time to get breaks on hills like P4 that are very unbreakable. It's just some mishaps there for Boston, but have an opportunity now to potentially already starting the reverse sweep, but continuing the reverse sweep here on Colossus. It's going to be a barn burner, like I said. Within 20 points, I'm calling it now. It's going to be the difference at the end.
Oh, okay. I'm here for that, dude. We've had a lot of, you and I especially have had a lot of really tight Colossus map calls. Down for a little bit of extra energy for this one. Mac will kick us off with an opening double. Nasty responds in kind. And all in all, leads to a one-on-one over the top of the hill. And, well, that will be enough. Whoa, okay. We're getting ourselves straightened out here. Be enough for some early time.
Rewind. We got to see all these kills. They happen so many times. We're back into the game. Purge on 3 in a row. He's going to get shut down. You still have sack control if you are Boston. And right now, C9 playing on the back foot. Everyone towards yellow, just funneling over towards the HP is not ideal. Someone's got to hit her out.
12 seconds remaining. Cloud9 still forcing everything from the front, and Cammy with an AR in the hill will get 3 in a row. His regen slowed by the stun. That's when Afro pounces. So now Cloud9 working to hit from the front of P2. They've got spawns pushed up to the top. And now, right before the hard point opens, they force Cammy to spawn all the way out. So every single kill coming through for New York, they'll establish hard point control and also dominate the spawn.
Yeah, now New York can run it up because you have Beans already contesting around this mid-map. Boston are focused on him. Where has he gone? He's trying to set up the timing play. At least finds one. Should set up your team in Mac for the trade. Now you just got to gun down the rest of Boston. Approaching from the front side, and that's already the first push getting shut down. 30 seconds left to go. Mac taking more space in Boston. Now you're going to be forced to make a decision. We got to rotate because breaking front is not going to be easy.
No, not at all. And more importantly, look how far forward Cloud9 have pushed. If they find this next wave of kills, they could actually force Boston to spawn behind and away from P3. For now, Boston's still spawning down on the lower left-hand side of the map. Trades right through tunnel, have Beans scope up, trying to find the connection through the wall, but not enough damage to find kills. A perfect P2 for Cloud9, but Boston an edge over toward 3.
Yeah, now African worked this long route. I don't know if Nasty was able to spot him, but the timing is not going to be his best friend. Back and forth, they're standing right next to each other while Beans finds a kill. That's 3 and then a team kill. All 4 dead for Boston. Everyone spawning in Africa, and now you got to take long routes to even contest this P3.
Yeah, not great after the initial break-off looked pretty perfect for Boston. Have not had a moment from them largely since. A couple of the kills come through here, but Mac is very safe inside a tunnel. Head on a swivel, though. They know the pitch is on the way. Beans deals with the opener. Mac throwing shoulders, trying to keep Cammy a little bit further away as help has now arrived. Purge inside the hill. Vivid on the pinch has been read. Moment for Boston, pending they can shut Vivid down, and they do.
Yeah, Boston can walk away with this final 15, but now Mackenzie Mouse is playing ahead of the game. Early off the rotation, not going to be spotted on the cross, but Purge knows there has to be someone in the vicinity. Let me take my time, clear out every single corner, but the Mac timing isn't going to work out. Afro now looking to make up for it, but he's going to be isolated. Too many players here from Boston trying to contest him. They have the back spawns, they have the HP.
Yep, good moment here from Boston. Spawn fight has gone their way. 3 members focused front, though, here for the breach. Mac looking for trades as Snoopy bumps the hill. Can't quite finish the kill, and that's 4 dead. So with 40 seconds on the clock, Boston's still going to prefer to, of course, keep the spawns close. But they are starting to push up a little bit, make life miserable for Cloud9 trying to rotate in.
Yeah, they're so far away. You're spawning in the backside of P2 because you're taking space at P2 and you're hard blocking towards the back. So Boston uncontested here at the P4, have the lead for now, but C9 aren't going to give it up for free. Still trying to pressure from the front, getting gunned down by Cammy, and now you have that decision made for you. We got to cut our losses, set up at new. We don't want to give Cammy an early Hellstorm.
Well, he may still find it. Pistol out, not quite able to convert the kill into Afro, but the trade is there. Snoopy will make sure the high ground is in control, but did not expect Vivid to be playing that close towards mid-statue. So an open hard point towards P1. A 25-point lead for Boston, though, as we head into the new set. And a couple of kills will have them feeling pretty good about their chances of winning early time at 1. But now Cammy, off the regen, is stuck with just a pistol, and will keep on just fighting this one out back and forth over P1.
Yeah, C9 have the blue side, but right now Boston are playing keep away here at P1. Looking for kills to go their way. Snoopy trying to finesse. Teamwork on display as Cammy keeps him alive. Purge does the same thing. And now with 3 dead in the feed, you're locating the last guy. And if you get that kill, you spawn them all behind you. But C9 still, with the spawns over towards blue, gonna get this one last push.
Yeah, no reason not to. Not with as much time as still remains here on 1. First 2 kills are good. Snoopy, Purge, couple of trades. Vivid still in the hill, being bullied out, and Boston will win back mid. Beans makes sure, though, that there's no immediate follow-through to get to the P2 side of the map for Boston for now, but both teams are spawning on the left-hand side with only 8 seconds remaining here in the hill. So every fight over the top, the mid, or through P2 is important. They've been able to find one to slow down the rotation, but the lead is going to be about 40-plus points now as Boston are putting early pressure on P2, and Snoopy and Purge open things up for the breach.
Massive moment here for Boston. You got full 60 last go around at P2 because you go 4 dead at the wrong time, but this time it's completely flip-flopped on its head. C9 go 4 dead. You take the back spawns from the front, and now you're up by 60. And you're forcing Cloud9 to play a lot quicker than they want to. They have to funnel their way through the front side, and Cammy's just cutting them down. Another 3 dead in the feed. Boston's still holding.
Oh, but there is a player in Beans that spawns, whoa, right next to Purge, essentially. And he's able to turn and find the kill, so great stuff now from Boston. From 5 to 1 to 2, everything's been perfect, and now they're finding transitions with extra resources if they need to dump them into 3, but they may not need to as Snoopy's on 5. Able to beat Beans to the gunfight, but not in the actual fight itself. So Purge will hold off, get the nades out, and we'll see if Boston is trying to commit something to this break.
Yeah, Boston, the last 3 hills have been basically perfection. Cammy has came to life as well in this series. Everyone fighting on all cylinders, and when you're dominating like this, you're bound to earn yourself some Hellstorms. Snoopy just trying to connect on something to give all the information to my teammates. Their bottom side, green tunnel. We have the numbers. We just got to find these final couple, and it's nasty again, lighting it up. Another Hellstorm in the back pocket, but breach in control.
Snoopy's in trouble there, but has help. And Cloud9 are knocking on death's door right now. They need something on the end here, plus also the follow-up to new, and they're just not getting through the AR sights of Boston. The space that's been created is now being cleared as Snoopy continues to play the close corner. Now a pinch opportunity for Purge, shut down. Cloud9 still alive, able to get some contest into these last moments. And we keep our eyes and attention down towards the bottom left-hand side of the map. Hellstorms could be a factor still, but the spawns move with only 5 seconds remaining. Boston have an edge to at least set themselves up with 2 members first.
You get a little too aggressive out of the view RC9. Now you got to fight the back out to break this HP. Boston already here, though. Cammy playing it to perfection. First blood, stall time with the Semtex. Teammate here to help you, and now clean up the rest. All 4 dead. Boston looking to close it out right here, right now.
Yeah, it's been just back-to-back-to-back hills that have come through so nicely for Breach. Nasty, able to find one more over the top. Gets the read that Cloud9 are setting up their approach from the front, and no one finds a kill for C9. Last chance, last-ditch effort to extend the map. Afro shut down. Cammy's going to be on 5. Give him number 6, 31 and 13. Boston looking for the reverse sweep will send us to 5.
Whew, that was a beat down there, Al. Like, it was close until it wasn't. You get towards the ending of that P4, you get dominated. Go to P1, you don't get time, and then you lose a spawn in the final 10 seconds, and you allow them to make up the differences of what they did on the last P2 to get a full 60 this go around. And that was just everyone firing on all cylinders, but the Cam man came to play today. On that Colossus HP, Boston potentially on the reverse sweep. Forced to game number 5, and now Cloud9 are shaking in their chairs, Al. Because what is it? Game 5 woes, 0-3. Not again is what they're thinking.
Absolutely. They lost the map 5 to Minnesota, Miami, and Paris. looking to right the wrongs here for Boston, who's still, I think, trying to shake off that little bit of a, I don't know, painful side hurt from Vancouver doing a reverse sweep to them earlier on in this January calendar year of qualifiers. So both teams familiar with map 5s, some a little bit more negative than others as we look over the score lines once again. And yeah, it's just the AR show. Nasty 19 and 15, but a minute 14 in the hill, but Cammy's 31 and 13. Not too far behind him in total damage is Snoopy. So again, just that early pressure coming through the SMGs being followed up and then controlled by the ARs. Looking nice as Boston enjoy about a 150-point win. And the chart, like you said, close until it wasn't. That flat line from 3 to 4 to 1 to 2. I mean, really, you're telling me that there's only a total of 23 points across the tally of 6 hard points for Cloud9. They just dropped dead in the water.
Yeah, that just wasn't close. Like, we just got to completely forget about that. Basically make it look like what it was like yesterday versus FaZe and just throw it out the window. Because now you're going into another game 5 where pressure is at its highest. You were trying to potentially fight yourself for a playoff spot or a top 8 spot in winners, and you got to get it done on a map that you haven't won yet. So good luck.
Oh, good luck indeed. We'll sit. We'll try to figure out where the advantages are as we consider an exposer, search, and destroy for map number 5. Kick it off Sunday the right way. We'll step away for a break. When we come back, the conclusion of New York versus Boston right after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now.
Cracked.
Don't play with this guy, bro.
Wait, that's me! Chad, I'm in the bottom right. That's me.
I'm pretty sure if you have the ball
to work with.
No,
I'm
on the broadcast. Chad, that was me. No way.
That's what he wants to do.
Okay, bro. That's me. Okay, that's how the series ends. Okay.
Oh my god!
It's like both sides. Watch out, he might be ironing you.
I think he's looking for you.
He is. Low boat.
Nice! Oh my god. Good map, Ken. Holy god. He just took us home. Oh my god. Bro, I can...
That's no way. Oh, god, man. Oh my god, I should have...
Joe, bro, yet she should have thought he won that.
I actually thought...
Nice.
Let's go! Come on, Benjay! Come on, Benjay!
Oh, man.
You just overextended kill me. There needs to be a trade there.
Won the uncle, man. Challenge that. How are you losing that? Oh my god! No fundamentals out of the full pro squad. GG.
He comes right behind him. Oh god.
Purchase drop. Beans is the clutch god, and he's got a message.
Forget about him and instead try to play for the quick retake up the middle inside. Well, he sees a lot of it, but not able to find any kills. So now Kleenex, he's really far away with Arrival 9 at the moment. He's going to wait for Envoy to be the first one to move from the flank. Smoke is out. Envoy to check. No one's on the bomb. And Envoy holds his position a little while longer. Oh my! How does...
We've had lots of fun search and destroy moments in the CDL, but this one could be pretty critical for both these two teams that can try to fight their way into the upper bracket for Dallas. Again, this is not just that one and done, you win this, you're in, but it gives you a chance. You lose this one, you're likely dealing with the consequences of starting in the lower bracket where there's very little forgiveness. So this is a big one here, Jay. And for Boston, try to finish the reverse sweep. Who are you looking at? What are you looking for?
Oh, yeah, without question, I'm looking at Purge. Because that was a guy who was giving them early playmaking abilities and finding success in the rounds. But then these two guys also made impacts. Nasty with the snipe, even with the AR. He consistently is being so consistent for this team. And then Beans, you allowed him to dictate in those final couple of rounds with that sniper. Drops to double digits, 1,100 damage. 2 opening duels, and on a map like Exposure, you cannot allow him to find those picks, because even though Boston found 7 first bloods in map 2, you still lost. So we got to capitalize a little bit better this time around.
Agreed. Plus post-plant security was also a bit loose as well for Boston, kind of on that same storyline of you got first blood, you got a bomb planted, but you still weren't able to fully hold. So those are going to be the keys, especially surrounding a map like Exposure. We've only seen Cloud9 play here once. They lost it pretty convincingly to Paris. Whereas for Boston, very recently, they played Vancouver here. That was their map 2 that they were able to win 6-3 before eventually, like we mentioned before the break, before they got reverse swept. So try to just follow up on some of the momentum that they had from last week. Plus also, again, just trying to find differences in that first blood category and then turning it into success. That's the big key. As we head on over and take a look to see if Beans can find anything at dirt first. Nope, no challenges for Boston. Everything's staying pretty passive for the defensive breach.
Yeah, and both these teams play these guys with a lot of respect. You just go for default setups to try to get a read, but Afro takes space too long and gets nothing done out of it. Thankfully, Max there for the trade, and Vivid unfortunately falls off the map. 1v3, 1v2 for Beans.
Yeah, but he's in trouble with no bomb, and he's got very little map to work with here as Nasty and Snoopy have collapsed from mid down towards dirt. It's going to give Beans a lot of space, but again, he's just in a world where he's got to hope for perfect timing, looking for a weapon, I imagine, besides the scope right now. And this is where they may meet, just outside of window. Beans hears someone, though. Does he anticipate both is the question. Waiting to see if someone will challenge him, and he's going to get, again, a little bit more vacancy around mid.
It's all about the timings. Right now, Beans is looking for the gun and the bomb. Able to pick up a Dravik. Boston have already cleared out space over towards B. Now the double chow should come in towards A. You're not able to spot him if you're Snoopy, so Beans is going to exit.
And he's going to try to reset this. Snoopy going to hop. Beans, former teammates with him. Does he anticipate this? No, not going to check. And Snoopy will confirm the round with the numbers for Boston with the opening defuse.
Yeah, I think Boston, or Snoopy specifically, was able to spot him on the jump up towards dirt. So Purge put himself in a position. You know it's going to take a little long to work his way through mid-side. He can only contest back from the angle that he dropped down on. So instantly hop to defuse. But even if Vivid doesn't fall off the map, he's definitely dead. He was definitely dead. He wasn't going to find that kill. And Boston come out the gates hot opening round.
Yep. And a little bit of just weirdness in that opening shell from Afro over the top of the turbines.
Lembrando, Boston está.
I think he had one dead to rights, but was worried about the health and support. So stun check through the smoke for Nasty works. The corner lands and Mac will fall. So good first blood again here for Boston, playing an early 4v3.
Miami não pode ganhar, né? Se o Miami ganhar, ferra.
See, now have to make up for the numbers. They do a great job already taking a lot of space towards mid. You put down shots of your Vivid to be the bait and switcher to set up Afro for a kill, but Bean should not die in that scenario. And now it's Afro left in a 1v3 trap between a rock and a hard place at Boston, capitalizing off these first bloods quickly up 2-0.
Não vi na lista direito.
That is an opening statement that is more than just a couple of narrow round wins. Those are convincing rounds right there for Boston. And we'll definitely play with your mind a little bit if you're New York in terms of what do you want to call early here, because yeah, like as mentioned, Afro trying to get aggressive in round number 1 doesn't really find the openings he was looking for, and this time it's Mac trying to play forward with, again, a little bit of support from his ARs behind him, but the play never really gets off the ground. So what do you call in this next offensive attempt? Beans tried to snipe across the dirt early. This time AR in hand, he's looking to top window.
Yeah, it was a 2-0 start map number 2 for Boston. Cloud9 started to make adjustments to come back in, and already into this round, they find first blood. You're instantly going for the chow if you're Afro. You're able to even up the numbers there if you're Purge. He was forced into that gunfight, but now you got to slow down.
Yeah, Mac thinking about trying to jump into top window. Boston will reclaim and purge down low. Yeah, just able to find perfect timing, but the trade is decent. Keeps us 2v2 in Mac. After his initial death, we'll at least see his teammates recover the bomb and have a lot of time to work with.
Just waiting to see if they could spot them, so they can make a decision on what bomb they want to go to. But Boston are all the way across the map. The longer you wait, the more space that they're clearing out, and the more they're aware that the play is going to be over towards B. So we got to get it down.
Yeah, you just can't commit to staying on that flank watch for so long, and now you've got some nerve about trying to hit over to B. Committing. Bomb for Vivid will be planted. So how do Cammy and Nasty try to play this for the retake? Vivid has both weapons to use. And he's going to get tested here over towards Tank. He's out in the middle of no man's land, but he's able to find at least 1+ damage. Beans cooking a nade to see if he can get one for free, but looks like Cammy's going to be alive and well. To the 1v1 we go. And he finds him over the top. Perfect timing. Beans was trying to be sneaky, but Cammy takes away the high ground, and Boston start off 3-0.
Just that small millisecond of not hearing any noise forced Beans to think he's potentially going to be on the rotation. But the Cam man, ever since that overload, has came alive in this series. -40 is not what he was looking forward to yesterday. But he is back today fighting for potentially the final A spot. A massive clutch, because once Vivid gets this one, that's job well done. And then Beans is thinking, I know the play style. Your teammates giving you comms off of the kill cam, but Cammy just jukes you out of your socks for Boston to continue the hot ride. 3-0 now.
Now you need to put together a response pretty imminently if you're Cloud9. Nasty's going to snipe. Sees Beans up top at window, and I think that information's now mutual with that secondary check from Beans. Still thinking about it. And, well, he may not fully see it. Back down low is under some pressure, but there's plenty of help nearby. It just comes down to making sure you don't get picked if you're Cloud9.
Dude, I'm telling you, Nasty's just letting go of the trigger or not really focused on that gunfight. Every single time he throws that shoulder, but gunfight's already going down at the middle of the map. Instant 3v3 as Snoopy finds a trade, and Snoopy's not slowing down. Kill number 2, looking for kill number 3.
I love that. Nasty gets the info that Beans is playing up top. Doesn't look like he's sniping, so try to bully out the bottom. Pressure on Beans and then wrap around the back of it. Snoopy off 3 in a row. Nasty, he's being chased and doesn't know it as Vivid is right behind him, but Vivid sees none of this intel. So now he's a little bit lost, and he's going to have to go across the map to try to get to the A site.
And once this bomb goes down at A, there's only so many spots that you can clear on out before you run out of time. So Vivid has to work quickly to gain some kind of information. Wrapping his way through back window, going to work to low dirt right into Boston setup.
Yeah, and Snoopy's going to get the intel. So Nasty will watch on a bit of a hard scoped angle. Nade just to slow things down. Here comes the first gel. Snoopy sliding away off the corner of the wall jump. At least able to create space for the easy follow-up. Boston still flawless here in map 5.
Yeah, Snoopy just popping takeover on that round. Mid-map is yours. No, it's not. It's mine. Find kill number 1, kill number 2, and then the trade for Cammy for kill number 3. As Nasty secures the final one on the round, but C9 just have not had an answer. The game 5 woes continue for the squad from New York. But this time around, Boston breached a lot tighter on their setups, a lot more effective with where they're finding these kills at, and can currently do no wrong here in the game 5.
Wow. This has been pretty dominant. Great ideas from Boston, great execution on those ideas, and now we're starting to get aggressive. Mac gets a read, but can't get the first, forcing the trades as Vivid is able to at least come up and find good timing for 2. Cammy was thinking about trying to play for the trade, but it's not going to be able to get an angle on it initially. And now Cammy's in a little bit of trouble. He's committed, but Beans finds the easy trade 1v1 early with Nasty again.
Does Beans have some clutch in them? Your team desperately needs it right here, right now. And Nasty's just playing the 50-50 chance. Both players not willing to move. Don't want to make a mistake. But time is starting to tick, and this is what Nasty's looking forward to.
It's all quiet. And it very well may be for a while here as Beans continues to show that he doesn't really commit to plant right now. But here he goes. Does he clear up this top platform? I don't know if Nasty's fully seen him. wait.
He can plant it and instantly
This
get the
could
kill.
be, yeah, but unless Beans can get down to bottom dirt. Nasty finally sees him. Shots are perfect. And that will work. Yeah, Beans isn't happy about that. The one place he just cannot check, dude. This is so tough.
He's like a bird in the nest there, Al. Just protecting his territory, trusting his instinct, playing the 50-50 chance, and even if you get the bomb planted, I'm instantly going to be in a position to spot you on your exit. Clutch after clutch now for Boston. And Beans, unfortunately, has been at the back end of multiple in this map. And yeah, that's just so annoying. Like, you get off the bomb plane, you're like, all right, I'd rather not be able to plan if you're going to be sitting up there. 5-0 Boston.
Yeah. Wow. So now it's do or die time for New York. Nasty sniping. I think saw Vivid initially with that little jump peek, just isn't in a spot to find the connection. Until almost, but doesn't make a difference. Cammy's found first blood. That's down low towards dirt side. Stuns, nades, all landing. Nasty missing another freebie onto Vivid, but the push-up's now starting to come through with Purge on the flank. Snippy supporting from the front, and Purge not even needed this time. Nasty lands. They know where their Afro is, and Beans finds himself in a very impossible 1v4.
Yeah, let's just chalk this one up, Mr. Benjamin. Sniper pistol. I don't know how you're gonna do this. Yeah, you don't stand no chance. Boston Breach, get the job done. Complete the reverse sweep. Dominant in the last 3 maps. But that S&D was picture perfect. I don't know if C9 ever had 4 players going into these rounds because how fast they were getting blooded. But Boston give themselves an opportunity at a chance at that A spot to end at Major 1 in winner's bracket.
Yeah, man. I mean, that every single round was pretty much the antithesis of what we saw at map 2, right? First bloods, this time converted on. Post plant setups, this time converted on. Everything was pretty much perfect for Boston. They missed out on 2 first bloods, but in a lot of those rounds, I want to say that they were able to get the bomb planted, at least in one of them. And that was able to confirm, I think, early 3v3 situations. Like, it never really felt like they were ever playing into an odd man situation. It's like, yeah, maybe they didn't get the first blood, but they were quickly able to respond and keep it to an early 3v3. So good mitigation of numbers, good control of the map for Boston. Cloud9 just could not get a play to come close to working, man. It's like everything they designed just never fully was able to get off the ground. So a reverse sweep here to kick off our Sunday. And outside of the Scar overload, which, to be fair, Boston was in the driver's seat the entire way through until late. Those were about as close of maps as we could have liked early until Boston stepped up and found a way to just dominate from really the overload on.
Man, Boston got to be feeling so good, man. Finally, off of 3 losses in a row, I get my W in a reverse sweep fashion, and we make it realize that this team is not to be messed with when we're on point. So good stuff from Boston on getting that W.
Heck of a way to set the tone, though, for our Sunday. We'll head back to the desk to give us their thoughts, and, well, I'm sure gloat a little bit, never doubting their Boston picks, I'm sure.
Definitely was not concerned at the end of game 2.
Did not think it was going to be a 3-0 at all.
Let's keep it a buck. Cammy playing lights out in the second half after a very slow start. I want to give him credit, but this was Cloud9 falling apart.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
What is this, their 3rd game 5 loss on the season?
I think it's 4th.
How do you go this bipolar in search and destroy? Sometimes you're crushing it, other times you're getting crushed, not a single round.
Yeah, and what's weird about the Cloud9 situation is it's not like they're getting game 5, it's like close. They're getting blown out in a lot of these game 5s, and it's a stark difference from the game 2. Like, I think Cloud9, hell, G2, both these teams need to go in together on a sports psychologist and figure out what the hell's going wrong.
This play right here, we were talking about it. 2-on-2, and then a 1-on-1. You just put yourself in the one spot you can be seen anywhere on the map.
100%. And if you think about a little bit prior to him dying, Vivid goes by himself to watch mid-cut, right? So it's like these things that they're doing in game 2 so well. I mean, they lost the first blood battle 7-3 game 2. What happens? They won a lot of those rounds. So, like, the small details, the adjustments are all there. And then you get to a game 5, they play so scared. And Boston didn't have to do much. I mean, you find the first bloods and then C9 fall apart from there.
No, I will say in this game number 5, I mean, Boston, they were on top of each other the entirety of this map. I mean, they were literally, if you saw one, you were seeing 2. And I think that kind of made Cloud9 uncomfortable because they were just kind of caught out in so many islands. They weren't really playing for each other.
Cloud9 playing so bad, Ant wants them to see a psychologist.
Sports psychologist, yes. We got to figure out the game 5.
Boston, you are not out of the elimination bracket harm yet, but you are surviving at least for today. Cloud9 is guaranteed to start with just 1 life at Major 1.
I mean, this was kind of like one of those, I don't want to call it the blow it up bowls, but these were 2 pretty bad teams trying to just figure out where they stand against each other. And I think for the good side of Boston Breach, you had really high hopes going into this season. And so they needed this win. On the flip side of Cloud9, you thought you were on the ascension. Maybe still a couple of things need to be looked at.
Scuff play of the game. Well, it's a montage. It's the second half of this series, the reverse sweep, just the second on the season. Boston gave one up today. They get their get back against another blue team.
Yeah, we're showing some highlights here throughout the series, particularly from the overload. And in this one, I thought Nasty just had an incredible performance. Boston had way more time possession, controlled the map majority throughout, but Nasty just had some massive impact plays, like balls getting
IQ, right?
Yeah, huge game IQ. Like balls resetting. Okay, where do I need to be? Let me go cut one off, then play for the next spawn. And that's why you bring in Nasty for those type of moments, which is why I think Boston just have a higher floor than this C9 team.
Higher floor, I guess. I think it more on the other side of the higher ceiling. I think when all these players are playing incredibly well, we get what we got in that map for. We kind of get what we got in that map number 5. And I think your point about Nasty was really important just because that's what they brought him in for, right? For this team to make these kinds of plays. Because, sure, they had Purge, who's kind of the leader, I feel like, for this Boston Breach team in the past couple of years. But you needed somebody else. And I think Nasty is a good plug-in for that.
Cloud9, the opposite of clutch in the game 5. It's all Boston with a 6-0. Nasty goes 6-1. Cammy drops 1,000 damage, and they look good doing it. It's now time for our interview with the Monster Winner Circle. Please welcome to the stream, Boston. You here? You with me? Hello? It's Byron. All right. Mr. Plumbridge, excited to chat with you because we want to start with Scar. How do you know all the spawns at this early in the game? Because every time they were spawning, you already had your crosshair on them.
Nah, I'm not going to lie. It's a bit dodgy on the overload. If you're talking about the overload, the spawns are a bit... Could be a bit more consistent, I'm not going to lie. Yeah. I did a good job this time.
You did a good job. You were locked in, Nasty, and I think that's why they brought you in. I wanted to ask you guys have had some wonky series, dude, going down, reverse sweeps, left and right. What's going on, man? Why are these series getting so out of whack?
Honestly, we're just choking some of these maps. Like, if you actually go look back at our series, we're in like the winning position, and then it comes down to like a small moment, and we just kind of throw it away, and then that gives the other team momentum. It's happened in literally every series we've played so far. And I think that just comes down to like comms and stuff. I think we get a bit frantic. That map 4, we spoke about having good comms, like calming it down, and it worked out. And the map 4 we played flawless. That's the best hardpoint we played in a while. So
yeah,
I think it's just that, to be honest.
Nasty, I kind of want to piggyback off of that and just kind of be like, it's one more weekend as we head into the major. And for you guys, give your fans, give us some hope of like, what do you think is the biggest strength in the Boston Breach camp right now? I don't care if it's in the game or out of the game. What should we look forward to in these next 2 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, we're a Vibe squad. We're working it out. Like, we're getting there, I promise. Like, our S&D's pretty good. Like, map 2 honestly didn't show it, but like I said, we're just getting on our heads a little bit. But we're definitely getting for it. I'm seeing improvement.
Awesome, thanks.
Nasty, true or false, Boston Breach enters Texas with a higher seed than LA Thieves.
Oh.
We play them, right? Yes, definitely.
It's going to come down to that.
I'm not losing, no.
That's my guy, Nasty. Excited to see your final match. Best of luck.
Appreciate it. Have a good one, guys.
Congratulations, Boston Breach. They get the first match win of the day, but we still have 2 more matches to go. And this next one could be for the #1 seed. Can FaZe lock it up? We got another 3-0 potentially on the horizon.
Maybe.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Wait, why are they showing that clip? Why are they showing this, man?
Oh, man.
Why are they showing our worst moments?
A few moments later.
Because I appreciated the 30 people in there watching. Why the do they keep showing it? They added it to the montage. They added it to the montage. Oh, man. You're telling me that they added that to the montage?
No, it's all down to Sim. It's a 1v4, and it's soon to be.
Hold on.
A minute, he's managed to make a meal of it. 20 seconds on the clock. Forward we go.
Oh my god.
Oh my god,
Lucky.
Oh my god.
It's oh my god.
Sim.
Oh, he doesn't know he's in the van.
Can he do it?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's from the Sim, man.
I cannot believe the phenom.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. That is top 10 maybe of all time.
One round.
It's the Emmy-nominated Esports Engine crew.
I'm down it. Yo, what is happening, bro? I don't know. Where the
are they doing?
These guys are horrible. I don't know.
What is going on?
What the is going on? Why are they not hopping the bomb?
These guys don't know how to plant. They don't know how to hot bomb.
Vickle now. Last one up.
He's got a trophy though, right? He threw a trophy out. He threw a trophy out. I think this might be too slow. Either way, he got it. Oh, he does get it. Yeah, it was too slow. He gets it. He just hops it right away. Nobody checks the bomb.
I'm a big stepper when I walk, money maker when I talk. Another boys on a mission, never put them in a box. Clawing to the top, jaws open while they watch. Yeah, I'm getting to the chicken, I ain't never gonna stop. I'm the life of the party, know it's going down. If they wanna talk about me, I'ma tell them how. I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them, I'ma. Everybody wanna be like me, fast lane, steady whipping 2 doors off speed. Everybody wanna be like me, but that's something that they never gonna be.
They ain't ready for you. 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 It's your time, better go get it. No slow with it, move like you're so in it. Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it. They ain't think you had the guts, now they know really, man, you better come with it. You ain't playing no games with him. Your homeboy gave up, you ain't changed with him. Do it right, cause you never switch lanes with him. You gotta fight for the goal, just hang with it, hang with him. Not down, no shame in it. But you gotta raise up with a flame in you. Put your fist in the air, let's push till we dare to the victory, yeah. We can victory, yeah, let's go. They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
It's the pink team ready to take the stage against the purple squad. Welcome back, everybody. G2 has been up and down. Meanwhile, FaZe, after a rough start, have found their footing and have looked to be the most dominant team in the game. Coming off a hot 3-0. Simp, is he the best player on the team? Is he the best player in the game? What do you see when you look at Vegas, Rosalie?
On the team, for sure. But I will say, I just love the interview with 04, to be honest, and saying that they're the most vibey team in the game. Like, I don't know. I guess I never would have looked at this roster and thought that, and they've just been unreal. It's slowly getting back to one of those situations when you talk about FaZe and all you can sing is their praises. All you can say is how good they are, how good Simp is at S&G, that the damage that they all lay down is unbelievable, the pace that they play at. So for me, it's just, they're fighting for #1 right now.
Yeah, I'll answer. Simp's the best player in the game. They've had the strongest strength of schedule. It's been difficult, and he has been going off. And then when you couple that with how the AR is performing out of the break, you're getting these dominant performances. The 3-0 versus Optic, the thundering 3-0 in the last series where, 04 and Simp took over on that map 1. This team looks so strong. And the one time we saw them versus a team that wasn't in our top 4, they dominated. It was the most dominant series so far in Black Ops 7. So everything points to a FaZe stomp.
FaZe is looking clean. On the other side, you've got G2, who is murky. This is a struggle bus ride that has had a lot of bumps in the road. For Mamba, the rookie, it's been a lot of high expectations, but I'll put the pressure on Skies, Estriel, and Kremp today. Krempopolis, he's taken over a map. Colossus is his now. Where's the rest of the squad? Where are they going to find a pop-off moment? Who is the star to look at in your eyes today, Nameless?
Yeah, I mean, I think for them to win, and I'm curious if you guys agree that Estriel has to get back to preseason form. When they were winning a lot of games, they were surprising people early preseason. Obviously, you're getting the Skies, Snipes, and S&D, but the respawn, it was Estriel and Kremp, the dynamic duo. And so far, it's just been Kremp. And it's really just been Kremp on one map, Colossus, which I doubt we get to see them play. I guess it's it again. I don't know what people are thinking.
Allow them to get it in a game 4. At least you don't start the series with it out.
It's the curse of Minnesota. Listen, I don't even think it's a player thing at this point because my issue with them is that they can't all do it at the same time. You get Kremp, and then you get Estriel, and then maybe you'll get a good map out of Skies. So I just feel like it's just they're not able to put it all in the same time. I don't think it's a map issue.
Well, we're all going pink in our Scuff Pick'em, so let's make this more fun. Who drops most eliminations for FaZe in this series? Rosalie, starting with you.
Ooh. I'm gonna go with Draza. I think we need to see a Draza series.
She's going Draza. Okay, Scuff Pick'ems. We gotta lock these in officially.
We do?
She's going FaZe. She's also going Draza. Where are you going, Nameless?
FaZe, 100%.
FaZe and Top Slayer.
I'll go 04.
04.
Come on, Twin.
Twin.
Best in the game for a reason, but today it's going to be the Zaza twins. I'm going with Abuza from Belgium to drop the belt. On the other side, the fans are also going with Pink. All 4 the same way. Normally we get it wrong. Casters, you guys ready to rock?
I am ready to rock. Chance, are you ready to rock?
Yes, I am, Miles.
And now that we have both confirmed our rock steady readiness, let the games begin. Yeah, look, the FaZe we saw yesterday, the best FaZe we could have possibly seen. It's not a great time to be a G2 player. Or is it? What secrets do they have up their sleeves? How well have they prepared for this matchup? It's been in the calendar for a hot minute. Excited to see how our heavy hitters go up against each other here today. 04 yesterday, superb work. Kremp giving him nothing but love so far, as he's also a very heavy hitter when it comes to G2 Chance.
Yeah, and you get your Kremp losses in the mix, right? So, you know, these guys are going to be active on the map, like, you know, top of the board in every single category when it comes to hardpoint, but it's really just the pace that they're setting, right? Kills per 10, just in terms of rank. SMGs out of control. Neither one of these guys is ever going to slow it down. So I think in terms of, you know, what the desk was talking about, who's going to drop the most kills, it might just be an AR player on the either side. If you get set up and you dominate, these guys will just be flying into your irons. Maybe a guy like Abuza is going to be the top dog.
I like the shout of Abuza. Could well be one of the high slayers in this game, but hey, we've seen the way Blackheart can go down. The way the Heretics played it yesterday as well, they make a small map like this feel tiny with the way they played it. I wonder what we will see out of both our squads. Colossus was something that Kremp had a good time on a while back, but Blackheart feels like the sort of map where he could go just as nutty. So let's see how this plays out, ladies and gents. Into the fray. FaZe Vegas, G2 Minnesota. Let's get it.
And an opening break that will really set the tone. And you see FaZe sort of playing with the timings towards the middle of the map. And when you're playing with the timings, how's it pay off? Beautifully. Abuza there for 3 already, lighting up the kill feed.
Yep, looking good. And as you can see the little pip on screen there, 3 wins in a row now for Hardpoint when it comes to FaZe. Can you break it, Minnesota? The G2, good work out of Skies there, winning that battle against 04. Coverage from Abuza once again, who has yet to perish in combat. Who has finally perished in combat. And Sim picks up a couple of big ones in mid-map, and Skies gets himself a 3 spree into a 4. And again, endless onslaught here on Blackheart as it is getting hot.
Oh, Skies is doing everything too. I mean, that is a massive 5 spree. This is not an easy hill to break at all. It is an atypical P1. You see Mamba there in the feed for 3, but Skies set that entire thing up. You keep the left sides on lock as well. Right now, Caesar, Mr. Do-It-All is, well, FaZe doing it all through the middle of the map.
If he gets the Rhino, let him call it in. Forfeit, we'll see you in the S&D. I don't care. 24-15 right now. FaZe on a slight decline. This has been a great look from Minnesota. G2 are bringing the goods, and G2 find themselves in time once again.
Yeah, good swarm, good coverage. Estriel there for the final cleanups, but they had all of their bases covered. And then FaZe, 5 seconds later, runs them over every single person winning their gunfights. I mean, that is just that is a break that you just do not want to see happen like that. That is a little breakdown moment. And for the final 20 seconds on the time, by the looks of it, FaZe is going to get every last second.
Yeah, they are, certainly. And this is an aggressive front line that they are now pushing forward and pushing out. G2 on the other side of this play. We'll see how they recover. A squirrely spawn situation there. Number 7 has been read and identified, though, by 04. How the hell did he call that one? Great work. And once again, spawns are ugly right now for G2. They've got to win this pinch. Can they stay alive? Get the reinforcements in play. It's a slow move from Skies, and he's down and out, so that should be that. Last man left 04, though. The pinch, it just took a while to get there. Oh, and big wins out of Estriel. Mamba dealing the damage, and there we go. G2 back on time.
Yeah, big win indeed. Estriel's been there for a few of those on both of the recent 2 hills, and they get the back spawns as well. FaZe, 2 players straight through the front. 04 trying to go for the pinch. He gets taken care of, and Abuza, easy spots there for G2. Heads up on the gameplay, heads up on the positioning, and as long as they fill it in front, I mean, you're good to go. Trying to push this direction if you're FaZe. I mean, it's just a meat grinder. A ton of deaths, not a lot of kills, and G2 with a nice little lead.
Yeah, not bad whatsoever. Well, 5 and 10, Kremp. Whoa, he's getting it going. I was trying to say that, look, Kremp losses might be his map, but Blackheart, he's taking a fart right now on FaZe. Glorious work on the 3, holding on to our old time, and they've got the row as well.
Ooh, good move from Estriel too. Love the little hop. The players who can utilize those P1 wall jumps to high effect are going to reign supreme. But either way, Kremp sets you up for the kill. A 30-point lead right now for G2, and in a series where both the hard points are on these small maps, might just be G2's bread and butter.
Yeah, well, yeah, man, they love it up close and personal. Shots in from Estriel there. 10 and 8 overall. Damn, man, he was 1 off for cleaning that guy as well. First team to meet the 100-point mark, G2. They've been pushed right back into the extremities of Blackheart here, though, and they've got to now contend with another hit from FaZe. And what do you know, boys and girls? The pimp finds 2. The break is good.
And poor Kremp, he's a little bit too athletic for his own good. He straight up jumps over a player to let that lane end up getting opened up, but maybe Simp was at a clean house anyway. But either way, more or less, first set of rotations is going to be done, or at least the first handful of hills, and G2 playing a very strong game. Now they got the right side spawns for P5 as well, but plenty of players tucked in the back.
Yeah, they like the small maps. They like getting in the mix, and so far so good first set. I bet they would have loved Bukaj back in Vanguard, this kind of squad. Everyone's starting to pull their weight in the kills department, and Simp trailing a few players, but the trap is set. It is now sprung, and the dance is on. Skies v Simp in the backlines here. Cleaned up. That's that. Next hard point still in the hands of G2. They are not done here, bruv.
And listen, if you have no one else getting the time and Mamba gets another 8 seconds, all the time is going to be 40, which is going to look so clean.
Oh, here it comes. No, maybe not. Mamba's down. That'd be unbelievably clean. Up Boozer. He was absolutely cooking, trying to make something happen there. But the 130 to 81. G2, what a showing we have so far. Game's not over yet. We're making a wonderful case for it. Kremp, he's still keeping the kills go. Okay, Kremp. That was a slight mishap as he takes a tumble into the drill in the inside of the map. But there we go. Our first set now complete. Mamba trying to clean house again. The merry-go-round of absolute chaos in the middle of the map. G2, they started strong and they're still going good here into the second.
Yeah, you also have G2 with 4 Dravics out on the map right now. Everybody has it in hand, and again, a very difficult hill to break when you've got the setup in Estriel, showing why the Dravic is good, on point with it, Miles, even at range.
Even at range, what do you know? Well, G2 looking good. Do they sound good? Let's go for a listen in.
One shot. Yeah, I'm playing. Watch out. I'm running left. Give me wall one. Nothing left to me. Double choke. Come to me. Time to 0 for 1 shot. One shot inner 0 for as well. One barrel puts you up. Stay alive. One more. We spot out. Yeah. I'm going right quick. They are mid door spawn driving. I'm only P4 right now. Dubs. Before me. I'm going under Doug in a sec. Yo, show me. I'm gonna streak from the back, okay? Just two on the right. Okay, just 2 right. Dub pinch. Watch my Dub. Got one. No, I'm taking the back. I'm taking the back. There's two in the back. There was two in the back. I think. Sims. Don't be done. Go top P4. Catch out. Don't shoot front. Don't shoot front. Don't pinch mid. Ivory mid pinch. Two mid. I'm talking about two times. Corner right time. Two times. Three times. Both corners. They're stacking the back. Nice. No, front of Boozer. That's one minute. There's two time. I'm going right. I'm picking him in. On middle me? Could be left. 70, right. In the back. Draws back. Draws back. V4, pinching dubs, I think. Yeah, two, hold the double eye filling. That's it. I'm waiting. You can tell me now. 3, 2, 1. Double eye filling. They can. Two. Play for this. I'm mid. Middle. Stay on middle. I'm on the right space. Alright, yeah. I'm gonna go right. Hold on. I have a trophy. Okay, here. One's one I left. I have all front. 2. One hitting, one right. Make sure you blow the bag. 4 weak front. Where you at? You shot front if you want. Nice. Good. I'm running back. You're fine. We're good. One in the back. One in the middle. I'm trying your front. I get middle. Your front does. I didn't watch that in your front. Front dubs, guys. I'm laying out the mid. 2, one shot the right. One shot on the right. Chase me. He's out of right still. Two more on time. I nailed it. Laying down. Go middle. Time.
Well, how about that for some spawn awareness out of G2? Abuza spawns in the back. They read it. Abuza tries to play with the timing, but G2 holds strong. As they have in this game, admittedly, you're trying to stop that pink wave. It is a 3-point game so far, an absolute bloodbath. The G2, gotta give credit, they set ahead of the rotation, and they're gonna get this final 10 of scrap.
This is a great game of Blackheart so far. Over to mid once again, Sim 21-19. You're trying to hold down a very, very slippery game of hardpoint. And once again, Krem finding himself in this. And he started off real slow, 21 and 22 on a 3 spree. Looking to find the break here. Alongside Mamba now on the attempt. Abuza doing it alone. Here comes the overwhelming wave of G2 players. Dilzu 1 buys some time. Here come the reinforcements. Oh, wow. Abuza gets it done alone. What an unbelievable life he's having here. No more help towards the back, but he might have done the damage.
Dude, how about the Iron Rock there on the back line? That was Abuza in between all 4 arrows out of G2, and he simply finds a way. That is a recovery moment there from FaZe, and might be the moment that wins him the game.
Yeah, that could be. Well, we'll keep an eye on that one. A pin in the board. But for now, it is FaZe holding on to the time here. Final moments of scrap going to go their way. The row is on. The rotation is there, and it does look like G2 are in position for this. Krem loses a big one, though. And now Draza is a potential thorn in their side. Oh, sugar. Shiver me timbers! This man is cooking! Backside wide open, here come FaZe.
Yeah, the Pirates there to steal those back spawns. One more man to find. It was Kremp. He dies, and just like that, the rotation secured.
Oh, broken. Grass to mid. Holding off reinforcements. He's got a pinch here. He does. Finally brought down, but there's no one left. Abuza's killed everyone. Abuza's brought them all down in FaZe. They're holding it. One more wave, and they will find themselves at 4 in a row here on Hardpoint.
Yeah, but Sky's the last man standing, has to wait for his teammates. He's going to be able to give you 2, but that FaZe player spawns right in the back. It's the final hit, and you're right through the front into the pre-aim where Abuza does all the damage in the world. Trades getting exchanged on the point, but it is FaZe that comes out on top again. They're going to call game.
Oh, wow, there we go. Abuza, the man on time, and there we have a final second to grab for FaZe. Good job, Draza. GG, what a game of Blackheart that was to start the series.
Yeah, how about that from the old Zaza duo as well? Because I think anytime we were on Sims POV, always a little bit of awkwardness, maybe something going wrong or just not cutting his way. Those final 2 hills, Abuza bails you out of that P4. And then Draza does the exact same thing on the next hill to secure those back spawns. Each AR player left on an island, forced to make a big play. The Zazas deliver.
That was strong, Zaza. Very, very strong, Zaza. G2 feeling a little bit ropey after that one. They might have whited out there on Blackheart. Wow, great start to the series. Exciting stuff, and they can face 4 hardpoint games in a row now. They have yet to fall. Abuza 31 and 19. Chris Puckett somewhere probably lying on the floor with his legs in the air, but his fists raised in glorious victory. What a pick it was.
21 non-traded as well. Huge assists across the board there for the FaZe guys as well. Chance a recurring trend. They are so strong and so tight as a team. Really great work again. And the objective kills on a map like this, to be expected, but just over 10 minutes of exciting Blackheart gameplay. Oh, what a wonderful start to this Sunday's game.
Yeah, and maybe the assist should be the focus point as well, because Estriel and Kremp only 12 combined, less than that of either one of their AR players. And initially, you know, if you're looking at it from G2's perspective, a lot of things were going right. Skies has a very nice start to the game, gets a very early Hellstorm, setting yourself up on rotation, and they were setting pace, and their teamwork was incredible. Like, moments where FaZe guys are playing for the rotation, but like just overwhelmed. Always multiple G2 players there for the engagement, working together to a T. They just run out of steam. And of course, a few small moments go wrong here and there. Kremp accidentally jumping over people for a break on a hill here, but it is the final 2 moments. It is Draza on the back line a little bit after this, and Abuza on that final P4. I mean, just game-winning plays.
Yeah, this is unreal, man. I mean, this is a 1v3 on time with a single piece of cover to play around, and he somehow pulls it out. Massive pieces either side here. Draza securing the back line as well. Great work. A couple of individual plays that really did stamp victory for FaZe there on Hardpoint. First map goes their way. S&D in a brief moment, but a great sign of there out of G2. I mean, this is a team that was playing them tight, playing them hard, just could not keep it going all the way to the end. That was the turn. 2 little bumps in the road there. Nice resurgence from G2 in that final P3. Man, what a run it was. Flatline all the way out of there and into the S&D. Blackheart chance. Glad it's back.
Yeah, and especially tough, though, I'd say, for the side of G2, because you got both the smaller maps. You have everything going your way, and of course, you know when you're playing against FaZe, Hardpoint is really that only open avenue of attack. Their S&D has been on form. So I know G2 gonna have a game plan for maps 2 and map 5, but it simply might not be up to them. You need that map 1 if you really want to have confidence in this series. Now G2, they're going to be fighting that long uphill battle.
Yeah, they got to go back to Old Faithful Raid, who has not been treating anyone that great, but the Den as well. Overload is such a good mode right now for FaZe. They gave us the runaround yesterday on exposure. I'd imagine Den might be just as good, but we'll see. We'll see. We're not counting these eggs until they're hatched. For now, though, it is to Raid. Chance is classic here in the Call of Duty world. How do you feel about the teams in this series?
I mean, last time we had Raid in the mix was what, Cold War? I remember who was world champ in that game, and I remember who was the clear-cut best player in the game, if only competing with one of his teammates. So I think Sip is going to be ready to run Worlds. Obviously, he has a ton of chemistry with Draza at this point, and 04 and Abuza have been slotting in very nicely. So I just know on the flip side for G2, they got their work cut out for them because, you know, 50-50 on the opening duels is one thing, but they've only had a single screw up the entire year when they have the man advantage. I mean, FaZe are nearly flawless in this game mode, and I mean, this is a map that doesn't have a ton of cheese. Like, we've been playing it for a long time here in the world of Call of Duty. Very structured, very organized. Everyone knows what to expect. It is a map where you have to be the more skilled team to win.
You do. This is a lactose intolerant kind of map. No cheese here, no dairy, none of that funny stuff. It is a nutrient dense experience. Here we go, lads. 2-2 off the rip, 1 through mid, 1 up towards A here for FaZe, but top bed or mansion as some folks have called it. It's a lot of syllables for me. Let's see if the two defending members of G2 can spot this play.
Well, no information. In the meantime, Abuza is taking a very aggressive position towards the middle of the map, and Senpai's on 1. You don't want to deal with the water. The question is how invisible is Kremp here? Good enough for the first blood.
Oh, he managed to sneak through. A bit of smoke action now by the pool as well.
You would have thought.
You would have thought. It doesn't even float. Well, interesting. You learn something every day. Guy's now containing with a big hit. Perfect timing on the first man, the second heavily damaged, and over the top hits the old 1-2 jump. Catches another man out. Great work, G2.
Yeah, big round there for the confidence as well. Everybody doing their jobs. Kremp, no stranger to the water, whether it be a Hacienda of last year or Raid of this year. He's shown it a few times, so confident when the game plan works out, and Skies chowing like that, feeling good as well. Quick fist bumps. I think Skies is trying to be fierce for the squad. And an interesting dynamic as well, because I know Skies has been sort of the most criticized player on this team if you're listening to the pundits, but when he makes the game-winning play on that Den hardpoint, all of his teammates immediately gassing him up, being like, damn, Skies, that was amazing. Thank you, Caesar. So I think the vibe's actually flowing. They still have faith in their boy.
Faith, a tremendously powerful entity here in the COD world, right alongside confidence. Intangibles, and Skies trying to make the immaterial material right now with this sniper rifle. He has Kremp in front of him, and the rest of the lads are committing to this, so the A play is on. Laundry has been cleaned out. Great jump there from Kremp, 3 in a row.
Yeah, jump scare there for Abuza as well. Just panicking right before he dies. Now Skies hasn't pulled the trigger yet, but has information. The pinch is going to be in, and they got everybody in position. For FaZe right now, there is nowhere to go.
Oh, good luck, Kremp. Here they come. First man taken down. An entryway now towards the site. Perfect check there from Sim. Takes care of Estrel as well. Now to Draza. He's working his way through Mamba. Sky is unable to get into the fight just yet. Finds himself one. Okay, now it's a 2v1. 04. Trying to make it a 1v1 as desperate as he can. Time to get the defuse still. Time to take the shot. He wanted it. But G2, they hold firm. What an attempt that was.
This is what I'm saying, by the way. You see the confidence, Mamba, after that? Like chirping just a little bit, bouncing, making sure you keep the confidence flowing. Kremp, nice and relaxed. But hey, he's watching his teammates clutch. And a clean one indeed as well. Because Mamba, if you're not on top of that moment, if you're not on point with your reaction time, 04 would have just put you on a highlight reel. G2 early on taking care of business.
Yeah, that suppressing fire on the fadeaway, like Mamba knew what was coming, and he was like, I need to play the absolute safest I can here. I still have the time on my side, I've got options, and I do not want to wind up in a top 5's player of the week. Here we go, over towards A once again. Oh, and FaZe were committed early, but the bomb has been dropped. Sim still the forward-most man here for FaZe. And we should still see the plant. Abuza on the recovery. Not a massive bit of commitment just yet there from G2.
Yeah, looking for a pick before they commit to the plant. And Sky's just such a nuisance in the back line. He's holding it solo, and they're trying to coordinate the nades, but you could already see Sky's is repositioned. None of those nades are connecting. Sky's doing a wonderful job, not just to stay alive, but to give you something extra. I mean, he just seals the deal on this round. Sim, nowhere to go. Sky's right now is a man on a mission. G2 on point in this S&D.
FaZe are struggling to play around him so much. I mean, the man on tree, Skies, takes care of a single gunfight. He deals a huge amount of damage in the next man to get the trade as well. So Skies alone, a one-man army on the backlines of G2, making things very challenging for FaZe.
Yeah, and locked in as well. And this is what I'm saying. For map 2 and 5, you know you're playing against FaZe. You know you need a good game plan. You know you got to bring your absolute A game, like maximum level of intensity. And they're delivering. If they were able to get that first map win, this would feel even sweeter. But they're making it work here in the S&D. 2 players out over towards this B site. Skies, boomstick in hand. And he's not even needed. It's Mamba that gives you the first blood.
And there's the old hot trick. You will see that gone in the future when season 2 or major 2 of CDL. That's out. We're in a pre-patch situation here. Skies might have seen something there through the peripheral vision. Up close and personal, not where he wants it, but where he has to get it now. Backside up, 04, staying alive under the great coverage of his teammate. A very awkward situation to be in now in this 2v2. Abuza strikes now, fighting his way forward. Skies, a pistol in hand is all he's got. And wait, the round is done, and FaZe, absolute chaos there. They're counting their blessings of that round.
Yeah, 04 is swimming in air. I don't know if you caught that, but that man is like attached to the pillar, swimming breaststroke. That looked insane. Nonetheless, the smokes work on top of the water, or at least out. But water, the natural enemy of it. But yeah, 04 just with insane movement. A bailout as well for Abuza to come be that hero. And Abuza delivers. That is a mixy round in a 3v4 clutch. You need a little bit of magic to try to get back into this one, and FaZe gave you exactly that.
Skies had his wand out, and he was really trying to trick FaZe in that moment. Still sitting at 6-3. When FaZe finally get themselves on the board, but not a clean round in any way. Let's see how they fan out towards the B-bomb site. Nabuza, you've been a talented marksman here in the COD League. What can you find on raid for us? She's so distracting. Get out of it. Thank you. Nope, nobody there.
They caught the island, man.
Not yet. Here they come. 3, 2, 1. Don't line up. Oh, baby, there's one. Oh, baby, there's two. Make it all three. Abusa, you choking. What a three-piece it was. It's not over yet. Mamba, give him the ace. Bang. That is how you do it.
Yeah, the Belgian missed one of the best clips of the year, but nonetheless, he still puts up one of the best rounds of the year. Another three-piece, and that is why there's a lot of pros in this league that want to GA it, because they fear players like this that just hit the electric shots and just devastate you in back-to-back rounds. Abuza right now is the bailout player on FaZe Vegas.
I think we should edit the clip so it looks like he hit the fourth. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding, production. Just do it. That would be so sick. And that will be his legacy. In the age of AI, you can't trust anything. Let's just do it. Great round out of FaZe. That might be another turning point with Abuza with his hands firmly on the wheel.
Well, keep in mind, G2 still have that 3-2 lead, so a little bit of cushion to work with. They've been on point with getting these first bloods. They just cannot afford to slow down. Trying to smoke off Abuza, and that's the exact man. If you see Abuza on the map, put the pressure on him, or maybe don't walk into 4 players.
Maybe. Draws. Hit marker's going to help. Ball brought down. Team kill. Unfortunate. Oh, 4's gone as well. Here comes the man of the moment, though. It's a 1v3. 2. Finding himself in a very good spot. Huge damage, but unable to dodge the wallbang. And you can see the confidence right now. Absolutely through the roof. G2 have none of it. They play the ego, and they get it done.
Yeah, and again, outside of those two sort of magical moments and magical rounds from FaZe, G2 have been dominant on this map. Great in the first bloods, great on the play calls, and even with the pressure on, not breaking down. Staying stable, the team kill's unfortunate, but Mamba was there, not just for the initial kill before he accidentally takes out Estriel. He gets a second one after the fact, and I mean, you can see Mamba still bouncing in that player cam.
That's good reason, man. With damn good reason. Whoa, what a good game of Raid. Just when you think you've seen it all. I mean, we can't have, but it's always a little different, right? Before. Yeah, goes for it. Absolutely goes for it. See you later, man. Not a lot of cover there. No help from Sim. Unable to do anything in that spot. Downer, man. What do you do, FaZe?
Isolate Mamba. Maybe best opportunity you have because he has 0 support. He's tagged up. You're going for the hunt. Easy to take him down, and you escape towards basketball. Next man in line is going to be Estriel, and he only has a single kill so far this map. Man advantage has flipped.
Big bombs on the other side of the map right now for FaZe, so he'll find these kills. Oh, big win out of Abuza, 10-5. What a map he's having. And I think Kremp knows exactly what to expect here. He's got himself a corner. Oh my God, has he found the tail of this snake? The good news, FaZe are pulling rear security. They are keeping an eye on their flank. They might have salvaged this round after losing their first man 04. Kremp. Do it. He's doing it. Go back to Kremp. Go back to Kremp. Oh, they had eyes on him. What an opportunity that could have been. Going for the defuse now. The battle is on. He's going to dance this one out. Great shots. It's a 1v1 with ample time. Plenty of damage dealt, but Kremp still moving, still grooving, and finally brought down. What an attempt. And a true knee slap frustration there for him. He really did try to do it all there.
Oh, yeah, but Mr. Icy, on the flip side, doesn't matter how good the movement is, Abuza is there to hunt you down. He's a player that gets criticized for being too slow, but he gets active when it is necessary. Simp calls out 1 HP, and Abuza is all over him, not letting that one through. And as much as I love the sneak defuse attempt there from Kremp, Simp, you talk about his talents all day long, one of the most aware players of all time, not the guy that's going to let that slip through.
Yeah, he's got his priorities in check. He's not going to let that one happen.
He might be 1 in 7, but he will check that box.
But that one is good. It's good. Well, something we don't have yet. It's any first bloods for FaZe. They're still keeping it together. And single round separating them right now. They might be able to get their first blood. Indeed, they do. Well, it's a 3v3 at immediate trade. Great shots from Mamba there. Eyes on at least 2 players phase now towards the backside of the A-bomb site. And Krem with a cash money corner. Beautiful angle to catch 04.
Huge.
Hello.
Oh, look at that collapse.
Oh, Mr. Bueno finds 2 in quick succession. And that will be that. It is now map point for G2.
Yeah, it's guys. I mean, you know, back to the days of old for him. Playing confident, going for chows in the POV right now, looking clean. That is double digits achieved for him as well. Happy to square up with Abuza in that moment. And I mean, as you pointed out, and as production did as well, or maybe the Observer. So whoever it is, that is 7-1 in the first blood count in favor of G2. And the first time FaZe is able to get one, it is an instantaneous trade there from Mamba. G2 on the game plan front on raid. I mean, the guys have been menaces.
Oh, map point. You wanted the respawn. You're going to get the search and destroy potentially. Can you eliminate Abuza from the play here? Throw everything you got. Keep him pinned down because he's a problem. He's a problem with the big gun. He finds his first. Krem's down to Drazen now. Oh, and what an opportunity this is. FaZe. Oh, baby, what a round. It is perfect work so far. Now down to Skies, who's trying to make something of this. There's the check and there's the read. FaZe. They buy themselves another opportunity.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the team chem, though, from FaZe. I feel like you give Simp that kill, right? Like Simp's 1-8 right now. Don't steal that final one from him. Give him a little bit of dope. Get your boy back in the mix. 04, taking it for himself. No, I'm kidding. But I will say it is a good sign for FaZe. The fact that, you know, the first bloods have been this poorly in their favor. They've only gotten 2 on this map. You have Simp that is currently 1-8, and it's a 1-round game. So just an indication of how impactful their S&D actually is. Job's not finished, though. G2 just looking to close them out here.
You see how quickly a round can turn on its head. This is far from over. Well, the nades are good. The nades have timed right, and they're all going in the right direction. No kills just yet, but this one from Mamba could connect.
Mamba.
The double back. Empty pockets. Empty pockets, run to B.
Straight into Abuza, though. I don't know if that's... I know it's an island player right now, but
oh no,
this is the guy I want for the job.
Oh, no, not like this. Is he going to catch the first man, or the attempt was good enough? The next shot. Whoa!
Oh, what?
Someone has a hole in their pocket after that one. Back over the way we go with the bomb. 04. Catches out his first. Another first blood now for FaZe. Abuza!
Jeez, man, come on!
No, it's the 13th kill, and Mamba now alone for the round 11. Oh dear goodness, FaZe! They have somehow survived. Oh, round 11, and there's a little smirk, there's a little smile. I don't believe what Abuza has done.
And keep in mind, Miles, he was the island player over towards like Tiki. He shoots twice in all of G2, run for the hills. That is the level of respect he commands, and it is because of shots like that. We've only seen him miss 2 shots, I think, all game. One of which I could have sworn he hit through the smoke. And then the other one, the COD gods just did not want to give him one of the filthiest clips of the year. But outside of that, absolutely locking it down. You get the gongs out, round 11.
We will fix that play in post, don't worry. We're going for it right through the middle. A huge stun connection. Quick swap over towards the A-bomb site. Not a lot of attention shown towards B, but that's where the bomb is going right now, and FaZe doing their best to secure the area. That could be it. Krem, guns up on the window. Oh dear. Oh dear. Gets away with his life.
Oh, 04 is moving too.
Oh,
so much space taken. This is a great spot.
And this is the dirtiest spot 04 could possibly have. The bomb plant. Sky's going on the big route. Oh, there it is. Trades are fantastic, though. Man advantage right now for G2. Oh, the advantage is fantastic. And Abuza, you have done it all map long. Can you find another magical moment here for FaZe? The first man gone. They've cut him down. And round 11 goes to G2.
They staved off the Zaza pressure. Yeah, the guys like Abuza and Draza bailing him out of map number 1. Abuza did everything he could in map number 2, but FaZe simply overwhelmed. G2 game plan on point, playing with a ton of confidence as well. And again, you know, they got daggered on the Blackheart. They had the advantage for the majority of the map. They drop it towards the end, a couple painful moments. They respond perfectly in that S&D. It got dangerous. It got dicey. And shout out to Abuza from some of the nastiest clips, but that is incredible sniper clips for an L. We're going to forget all about it and give credit to Skies and Kremp. Double digits for the pair of them, and 5 first bloods for Kremp as well. So many of those kills non-traded. What a massive impact he just had.
That is crazy. 5 of them. Wow. Wow, good stuff. Oof, what a surprisingly exciting series. We now go to Den. We will see Kremp Lossus for map 4 at the very least. What a contest it will be. Scar us for game 5 if we have to. But for now, folks, we take a moment to compose ourselves and prepare for the Den Overload, which is on the other side of this break. An incredibly exciting series so far. Feels like it could go either way at this point, but we'll see. After the break, Den. Don't go too far.
Whichever bomb site they choose to go to, 30 seconds on the clock, and well, Easy's been seen, and he will drop off the map.
They're gonna sit deep.
I'm one shot. I'm
starting cross. I'm looking gold.
Pinching, Snoopy got him.
Nice. Water. I don't know where he is.
In the water.
Oh, go, boys. Nice. Good DK 16. I got it, boys.
I'm the carry now. Lobby top. Lobby. There's scrap secret. Lobby. I'll see him. Lobby top. Shoot it. Nice. We're gonna get on. Open. Dead. Nice. 3. Get on point. We should stack. Stack. Nothing more behind us. Mid me you. Nice. Stack. Go low line. I'm nading it. Triple stack. I'll get right. I'll get right off one. You can just look low line. I have you. Look low line. Nothing wrong. They're fighting. One dead. Step. Push them. Come on. Let's go. I'm bomb. One shot. I'm dead. Nice. Shot through. Nice. It could be pinch. I bet. Yo, I have their side. You have their side. I have their side. Okay. Yo, load him. You can't chop. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You will never be in a finals ever again, you bum. Iron Doge does it all now.
Go big. Oh! Unicorn.
Back down, 1 HP. Back down. I'm lay down. I can do nothing for you. Back time still? Find across. Oh no. Nice, behind you. Give me that. Let's go, man. Let's go.
Oh, if I just go heli that round, man. They won't do that shit.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now.
Welcome back, friends. It is now time to get into map number 3, and we are eating good right now, Call of Duty fans, and we've still got Thieves taking the optic a little bit after this. Very, very excited to get into this Den game of Overload, tied up 1-1 in our series. Mr. Ashworth, did you see it coming? I did not.
Dox me, man? That's crazy. No, did not see this coming, or if we saw it coming, not from this direction, right? I would have expected, if anything, G2 in map number 1 and then fail in the S&D. So the tides are turning, but we're turning over to a map number 3 where guys like Simp just went 1-8 in the S&D. Very poor performance. And in my mind, Simp is arguably best control player of all time. Like that third game mode, he had it on lock for years, able to break it down so effectively. Main Slayer, objective-minded, Mr. Do-It-All. Well, it's a brand new one. We'll see if Simp can calculate it at all, or calculate it out rather. And certainly in his player cam, he does look locked in.
Oh yeah, we do feel locked. Simp, what a player he has been. What a player he's been in the series. Some good start there in map 1, but yeah, S&D was absolutely stinking. Good thing for him though, his team is gross. Outside of a December 5th loss, after that, Christmas treated them very well. 3-2, 3-2, 3-0, 3-0. Now we find ourselves in a tough spot. Their final match of the run towards Major 1, of course, Vancouver Surge, a very, very different looking squad than they have been thus far. 2026 treating them a little bit better, but if you're FaZe, you absolutely want to keep this run going. Going into the Major with a strong head on your shoulders, exactly what they want. A team that typically peaks mid to late season, already looking strong.
Well, brand new team as well, so it's a new dynamic.
Brand
so even if
new.
the players themselves expect to maybe peak mid and late season, I mean, who knows how long it is actually going to take. Might already be here. Again, boys are looking good. Certainly, the tools they have in their tool belt are looking shiny, sharp, fantastic, and ready to go. And on the flip side for G2, just respecting the energy that they have brought into this series. I mean, they woke up, came ready to play, and so far they have absolutely battled. Still going to need more. I mean, only so much gas in the tank, and I mean, I know we're happy that we're going to see a Kremblossus in the mix, but you still want to take every single advantage you have. Looking forward to the Den Overload.
Yeah, Den's on its way, and the Boozer stats pretty solid as well. FaZe really had their time yesterday. Very, very impressive work. We saw them on exposure. But then a slightly different beast. We'll see if they've got the same, jeu de vie when it comes to attacking these goals. Their map awareness is fantastic. The player counting skills, great. They've got a real sense how this early mode, still very much in its infancy here in the COD world. Here we go. Let's see what our teams are made of here on Den.
I don't have a booze on speed dial. What's the English translation of that French stuff you just said?
The joie de vie is like a thirst for life, you know, something like that.
Wow, so much deeper than my American friends.
Mamba and Skies getting their respectives, and now we are going to dive into what should be an opportunity for G2 to get a capture, or at least get the ball a little further forward. But for now, bit of a defensive hold. They're worried about the hit through Dojo. Don't worry about that anymore. Estrel's got your kills. Now back over to mid-map. Opportunity to get something going here, maybe towards B. The spawn's there for FaZe on the A side. They're going to now fan out, but Estrel is still trying to make something happen. And oh, it's a beautiful stick! And the second is not going to be there. Sim, good shots.
Well, and as soon as he does that, you got to slow down the pace. Maybe see if Skies can open up the middle of the map. He can't do so, and now, if anything, Krent probably just wishes he could put the rock down. Doesn't want the pistol in the moment. Because now you're trying to force this through effectively a gun down, and yeah, he's just going to fall. FaZe in this moment have the man advantage. Estrel takes it right away.
Hey, I mean, nearly got the third as well. Again, great work in the damage department. Skies unable to capitalize on any of that intel. Mamba, he's doing what he can. Possession, though, goes to FaZe, and an immediate transition over towards the B goal. Now, this is a one-way street. There's no real going back after this, unless you literally go back. But once they commit past the halfway mark, you know it's on. Here we go, 0-4, trying to bait out the attack. The trade, there it is. The ball still in play. Is this EMP still anyone's grab? If it resets, it's back to middle, though.
Yeah, maybe for FaZe, just a little bit rushed, but they still got the pressure, still got the rock on this side of the map, and now you have a Booza in position maybe to pinch through mid, but you get chopped down the front, nothing going to be cooking there, and now for a Booza, you'd rather have the sub, or maybe not if you're shooting like that.
He's shooting great. He's let a player jump out the window in front of him. So awkward trade situation now complete. And an opportunity to make a run from G2. Lovely work there from Sim. Stops the play in its tracks. Completely halts the G2 train on the way towards the B station. Oh dear. A couple of big kills and a big gunfight in the middle of the map. And it's such a fragmented, disconnected attack from both teams so far. Very effective. Defensive play. So Boozer wins another insane gunfight.
I mean, we're just like battling for position. There you go, free in the feed there from FaZe, but someone from G2 always steps up and slows down any push attempt. And now for FaZe, almost scared to grab the device. There you go. Abuza gives you 2, so we can pick it up and run. The play call is going to be over towards B, but 0-4, a lot of pressure on him, has 0 support and overwhelmed. FaZe have to do this the hard way.
Oh yeah, they're doing it the hard way, and it's even harder now. Skies wins a big one. Abuza trying to make something happen on the way forward. Anyone here to stop it? Shots are great on Erestro. The kill even better. Stops another attacking attempt. Be gone. Tip of the spear, Mamba. Oh, he can't drive it home. Draza holds it together over the top with Estral. A kill with a pistol. No one to help out though. They've pumped the brakes again. The bus has been parked by G2, and now they've slammed it in reverse for a second. A bit of a dither. Back and forth we go. Still up towards the A goal. Krem, he's opened the window, and Estral is through. It's a first score for G2.
Oh, and FaZe just did not know what they wanted to do at all. That was like a 2-2 split push there from G2. They showed pressure on the B zone, and I mean, FaZe just had 2 players in the middle of the map as that device ran for free. So G2, a little bit of mind games paying off, giving the advantage. Obviously, the guns have been hot as well. That is another 3 down. You got 2 lead blockers that are gunning you down. This might be another cap.
Ay, Dios mío. That's a big win. Still got to watch the plays of the cross. Mama can't quite get it all the way through to the net. 0-4 pushing forward. But Estrel's still kicking. And he's knocked 0-4 down. Abuza with a trade. And finally, an opportunity to maybe breathe a sigh of relief. Attack towards B's on.
And this has just been a fast pace, and Estriel, who's letting his impact be known. Abuza.
Whoa!
Damn!
Some minutes, Sonny picks up 2.
I'm thinking, yeah, he's going to be overwhelmed, but that is ridiculous shots to keep the play alive.
It's not over yet. Now 0-4 gets a prime position in. Can't get any more players off a spawn. And Draza now trying to get it done alone. Pistol in hand. Less than 30 to go. What a time to equalize just before the halftime mark. Attempt now from FaZe. We're trying to get the entry kills. Sim will be the first man in. First contact, and it connects. The slide, and we're going for it. FaZe equalize with 13 on the clock.
And now maybe last-ditch effort attempt here from G2. They're going to spawn over towards the new zone. The device will spawn in time for you to pick it up and give you the OT. They're going to have a little bit of time to work with for the final offer.
Yeah, OT, though, it's not going to happen. I mean, perfect setup there positioning-wise on the map, but FaZe, they react well and unbelievable patience to find that equalizer after what was not a fantastic round for them. An immaculate goal line save to stop it being 2-1 as well.
And look at them out, by the way, from Mamba. When the square up was coming like over through lights or like the top side of the map, he just had full trust in his teammates to like make that defensive stand. So he just books it through the middle of the map. But obviously, if his teammates falter, FaZe scores on you. But it's like that type of setup Mamba is going for that opens up the map. And of course, multiple sort of stops after the fact where the G2 players deliver. And of course, FaZe, well, it's more or less bully ball over towards that section of the map. So 2 different very looks for the scores, but the routes right now in the Gunny taking place on point everywhere in the lobby.
It's fantastic game of Overload so far. Well, Brent behind enemy lines, trying to get on the board early. And he should be snuffed out here. FaZe, oh, they found their advantage. And oh boy, he made a meal of it. Gives FaZe a little bit of indigestion, slows down their play for a moment. Now Mamba from that broken window, he's getting kills as well. 0-4, pressure now towards spawn, and it's not going to be enough. Lovely work here. G2 will hold mid-map though. We're still trying to vie for possession of the EMP.
A couple kills, traded back and forth. Draza, good information, good kill as well. You know the guy was mid-cut, easy reads, 2 in the feed, and he'll be the frontline blocker. Abuza there for the backup, and Maybe they'll let 0-4 get to work on the pinch.
You got to find these big kills, though. Draws. Oh, lovely opportunity to get out of the fight, but it's a clean 4 down. G2, go, go, go. The lead block is going to be in position. Now you've got a man cutting through middle as well. Estriel's got to go big. Kremp now waiting for the play, and they're backed up. It might be a fake. Waiting for the picks. Draza starts things off. Skies. Lovely work here. An opportunity to maybe make something happen. 0-4 playing it safe. And better safe than sorry. You have got the EMP on the outside of the A zone. That might have saved it. Back we go.
Well, they're running into the blender. Abuz is still watching like the mid-map push. Everybody else in phase nearby. That's 2 in the feed, but still not going to be able to score off this unless you do something magical. So they're going to reposition, but a little too slow. The hesitation always kills you.
Wait. It might be Skies that kills you this time, though. He's got lovely damage in, and he's not letting that EMP get out of position here. It's still very much in a dangerous spot for FaZe. Now the grab. Forward we go. Oh boy, the nade connects. It causes a bit of damage. Can they clean up Abuza? He's hit. He's tagged. He can't get it through. A goal line save. Estriel and Skies get all 3 of them. FaZe are down again.
Yeah, trying to force it, thinking you had the timing, maybe hoping the spawns are a little bit deeper than is tradition, but you try to force it, and it's a missed opportunity. You lose all the map pressure, and now Simp is going for the world route, which, based on the pace that G2 is playing, it might end up working out for him.
Simp might find him here. He does. Can't get them both. And now he's caused the damage, though. Opportunity now for FaZe to go forward towards B. You got to watch the G2 arrows, which way they're committing. Surely now they get themselves in a position here for this. The slide from Abuza gets 1, traded out, and the EMP backs up, slowing things down ever so much.
Yeah, leaving Sim for some Aaron kills on that section, having Draza play over towards P2, find what's open. Well, bottom side of the map isn't gonna have to force it through A, but Mama is there to shut it down. Nowhere for 0-4 to go.
Yeah, watertight work so far. G2, what a brilliant hold over to B now. Another oscillation. They've crossed to the other wing. Down. Skies finds a pickup. Krem gets his as well. One more man to deal with on the front line before you worry about the pinch. And Skies wins another big one. Trying to fight their way forward. Looking out for the spawns there for FaZe. You're trying to do everything you can to keep this play alive. Big kills from Estriel. And the ball flies forward again.
It's just no map control. Krem gonna try to stay alive, but you don't have middle of the map, and you certainly do not have Dojo. Krem trying to do some magical work there with the pistol. Can't get it done. 1.5 minutes left to play. This is anybody's ball game.
Oh, brilliant work. Estriel with a mid-map coverage. No one able to find too much of an advantage just yet. Oh, Estriel might have shot his shot a little early. Back to the reset, mid-map. Kremp's got himself a corner. Dojo bursts wide open. Kremp finding him. Trying to pull some of the attention forward. Individual prowess on display right now. Abuza's 25 kills. Oh dear, Kremp getting a little too hot, and not a lot of possession here, and this is big. Try to buy some time, Kremp. Your boys are all down. Defensive masterclass now from G2. They have to survive.
Maybe the best attempt they're going to have. They don't have Draza in the picture just yet. FaZe, they do not need to rush this.
The trophy system is about to pop. Here we go now. Clear skies. Opportunity for a big moment. Estriel has got to go huge. You're waiting for the perfect pick. 30 seconds on the play. FaZe lining up for the hit. No one committing just yet. Another man dropped. The mid-map pinch not going to happen. It's going to be a face smash. Estriel pounces. Estriel slides in. Our trades are done. FaZe are dead. 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, huge work on the defensive end. Kremp locks down the middle of the map and makes sure Draza can't make a play. Everyone else hits guns forward. And they might be planning to let this device reset as well. Or number 4, Simp.
Wait.
I was going to say, he was getting close to it. Now we're going to go back to mid.
Wait.
In a round of OTs, letting it cross, and there's your first blood.
Yeah, he lets it cross. He doesn't get the second man, though. Traded out again. 3v3. No possession just yet. Draza backs up, stays alive. It is a 1 minute and 50-second game of TDM. No lives left for anyone. Here we go.
And when we saw Heretics in this type of situation, them in Vancouver, or maybe Carolina, blue teams, no one actually went for the device for the longest time. If you have device control, you get the win. So you might go for it last second, but G2 might make a play. They're running into Draza.
Yeah, 0-4's playing for the possession play at the end. He might, yeah, they're committing for it now, but they're a shuffle now from G2. They will make something happen here. Skies with a beautiful pick. Man down, but possession still FaZe. He's going for goal. Anyone there to stop it? Yes, Krem's going to be on the tight corner. Krem gets the pair, and overtime comes to a close. G2 take the lead.
And FaZe getting nervy as well. That was G2 applying the pressure. Ran it. Draza called out 2 players on the right side of the map. They thought they had the opening, but then the panic set in. Sim tried to deliver, makes a super heads-up play to let the default time expire before OT pops. Unfortunate for him, there were just 2 players nearby. And after that, well, the heads-up gameplay, all on Minnesota's end. They're on the defensive side of things. Just on point for what felt maybe like 6 minutes of FaZe device control that they dealt with, and they did so to a T. Slaying nearly even every single player down the line, being a contributor on both sides of the ball, but it's G2 that comes out on top, and G2 with the advantage in this series.
Unbelievable. What a game. Overload delivers again. Oh, God, fans. Here we go. Highlights of this one. Again, really good, beautiful, absolutely beautiful English mother trucker. Really good defensive plays from G2. Early advantages taken from them. It could have been a 2-1 finish if not for FaZe magic on the defensive end towards that A zone. And that was the stop. That certainly helped. But the trades were so good. The damage was so good. And G2, just a really wonderful awareness of the lanes they've got to worry about and the options that FaZe have given the positioning of the EMP at any given time. It is not an easy thing to do. At this level, you're able to fake out those defenders. You pull forward, you see the icon through the wall, and it draws those defending players. They back and forth, they made some great routes, and everyone's defense was on point. The final moments of overtime, though, Chance, was it nerves? Was it magic? That route from Sky's perfect timing, and Krem here with the 2.
I think it's a little nervy on the FaZe end that there's that very small window when Draws is calling out, hey, I see 2 players on the P2 side of the map to make that call, but you're still missing information. And I think for 04, just rushing it just a little bit. Obviously for Skies, huge pickup from lobby or couches to get that kill in the middle of the map. Not the easiest shots in the world, but Skies has been on point in this series as well. And I think after that, well, you're just going to be rushing it. But to Kremblossus, we go. As confident as G2 is ever going to be, the man with the 54 bomb he dropped on this map, he's going to bring his A game. So the question is whether or not 04 and Sim can match it, because the way the series has been going, that might not be the case.
Every single player in this lobby has shown us some good stuff at some point. This is a series of everyone in fine form, but Krem does have a little bit of legacy to his name in this one. I wonder if it's going to make any difference whatsoever. The kill record is held by Kremp, not only in Hardpoint, but on this very map. That is an exciting thing to think of. But again, the Falcons, what a wild card team they could be. Is it a ray gun? Is it Mr. Peaks? You never know, Chance. It's really interesting to see. And for G2, I'm not sure if it's going to matter at all. The way this series has played out, the way these teams are playing, God only knows what we're about to see. Cannot wait, though, to get into this one. G2, what a show you have put on for us today.
And just make sure you stay on top of things, right? Bringing a ton of energy into the S&D. There, Johnny in the spot again. Skies has had an incredible series so far. A ton of high impact plays he's been making. Not a single one of these players can slow down even a touch against FaZe, because FaZe, once that green light is set, they have a go button like no other. There's no one in the world right now that actually thinks Kremp is a better player than Simp, right? He's got all that pedigree. But on a map like this is where you rise to the occasion and get some of that extra confidence. I'm seeing laser focus right now in this lobby. G2, man, they're putting on a show. This is fun.
It's a great time. Again, the COD community is absolutely backing FaZe for the win here, but G2, they're winning me over one map at a time. I'm incredibly impressed by what I've seen, but we are far from over here, ladies and gentlemen. Will Kremblossus live up to the name? Will Colossus be the shining staple of a healthy diet for G2, or do we have to go to Scar to settle things there? FaZe, it's do or die time now.
What's Kremp doing on the map? I don't care about it. Oh, he's got, hey, first blood. There you go, FaZe. That's exactly who you want to take down. You kill Kremp, you get right in time.
Right in time they go. Woo! Unfortunately, we do see a little bit of a flurry of team killing activity right now as P1 firmly in the hands of FaZe right now. You need your nades, you need your stuns to get in there because it's not an easy hard point to break. Trophies will be there in a moment, but until then, it's lovely work from the kills department for FaZe. They have started this one hot.
And they might be trying to slow the game down as much as possible as well. Stagnant in the setup, but they have all their bases covered. I mean, this is 30 seconds gone by on a P1, and immediately the response is there. Estreal and Mamba get kills, but if not for Mamba 2, if not for Mamba 3, FaZe would have ran away with it. But hey, he gets his team, 10, 12 seconds.
Mamba number 3, and yet to get on the board is Mr. Kremlossus himself. I say it and he finds one. He gets another. We cut off him for a second and he just keeps piecing. He's still alive. He's still going, boys and girls. What do you know? This kid's something. Are they going to get a lead change chance? We're about to find out.
Man, these American accents really rubbing off on you, but I feel like stylistically, FaZe is going to be the team that tries to slow this down as much as possible, and G2 is going to be the team that tries to run you over. As the square up commences on time, it is Caesar, Squires, Bueno investing in those back spawns, locking down P2. G2 looking good.
Damn, son. Oosh! Kremp finding another big one as he slams Simp there, and the transition on the next man was good enough, but Estreal holding down the hard point. Frontline man now, shared out FaZe. He's finding kills all over the place. 50 points now crossed, and G2, what a hold this has been.
So annoying as well, trying to slow them down as much as you can, but FaZe will be set up around this new time. 0-4 inside of it. Abuza pushed out blue crate, but G2 setting up for it. Kremp taking the deep route. You got one guy tunnel and two guys work in front, and Kremp already gets the first blood. FaZe in a pinch, you're feeling the pressure, and now you're hopping off time because you are surrounded and overwhelmed. Estreal's there for the final kill, but it's good. The break is in. That's all G2 were looking for.
That's what they were looking for. Even the 0-4 goes absolutely insane. What a piece it was. Kremp now on a 5 spree, starting to heat up. FaZe are sending it out to try to take care of business. The detonate there on time makes things a little ugly for them. Oh, and it does indeed take care of Mamba. Over to Estreal now, trying to get involved. Guns are up for FaZe, and they're on time. 20 to go.
Yeah, I'm going to start the ad tracker as well. That is 2 team-made kills coming in from G2 so far. So keep that in the back of your mind because this is only P3. Either way, while G2 break the hill for a moment, FaZe restabilize, get control, get the final 10 seconds of scrap, and just like that, we're tied up going into new.
Yep, we are all square. What a hard point this will be. Draz, first man in. Gets a little bit out there. Sim is going to find the kill. Trophies are in play as well. Here we go. FaZe with a good setup here. They've got themselves time. They've got some space now to work with top mid. G2, most likely all through the back, but we're going to see Draza, his gun is up at the ready. First man gone, and it's another 3 dead. Sky is holding the back line down for now. Spawns have flipped. Wow. Opportunity for the pinch, but a great read from Abuza. Can he get both?
Well, Sky just put on the series where he gets you the 2, and that 2 at least secures you those back spawns for the reinforcements to be there. Sky's had that time perfectly, and G2 still holding on.
Oh, Estreal with a magical second kill, somehow dealing that, and that's another 3 dead for FaZe. Hardpoint's flipped on his head again. 20 seconds still to be had here, as Skies and Co cutting them down on the approach towards new rotation.
Skies is locked in as well. He has had just such a phenomenal series. A good map as well. A couple key moments on both P2 and P4. Nonetheless, it is for a tied up hardpoint game after the first set of rotations. Kremp thus far has been quelled. It's Abuza right now, that main Slayer. And, well, it's G2 securing the time. They get the statue control. It's looking good so far.
Again, good so far. Mamba down low. Anticipates the play, cleans up a few more. The battle upstairs, though, will go in the way of FaZe for now. Mamba with the window hops. Lovely damage. Trade complete on Krem. Pressing the advantage. 1 and 2. A big 3 spree now. 35 to go. Kremp again. Getting it done on Colossus.
Oh, now you got players in both the middle of the maps. You have Estreal on one side, and you got Mamba in the other. But Estreal, there's 3. Mamba for the 4th. And that is a 2v4 coming in from G2. Kremp sets you up, and his team knocks him down.
Oh, they have squeezed this hard point so hard, it laid an egg. Kremp transition from one man to the next. Skies starting to heat up. FaZe. Oh boy, what a win from Draz to stay alive there. Final few seconds of P1 goes. The second set, it's a little too hot for us to handle so far. G2, the row is good, but you don't account for Sim. Oh, over the top, gets another. Kremp on the trades, and the damage dealt. Good lordy, what a battle this is.
Yeah, the damage dealt, and they make sure to get those back spawns. So Sim couldn't do everything all at once. And now you're squaring up. Couple trades rolling through. 2-2 G2 split. Mohamed there for 2 in the B. That's the little bit extra you're looking for. In the P2 and P4 spawns, G2 have been on top of things.
Damn, Mamba, great shots into the next man. Krem can't get the cleanup. Stim stays alive. Sky's now playing it from a little further out. Beautiful shots. Abuza wins his. And this is some hard point. Another hand change. Big spawns now across the map there for G2. And you are holding it still. FaZe. A very, very succulent 15 seconds to be had there.
And a foot race towards new that I think G2 might just win. Sky's going to be in the new time first, and he's got every one of his friends there from the help. So Sky's and the school kids trying to take it over. You do have to worry about the front side push coming in from 0-4 on the Godheady, and well, you're going to have to worry about everything. I mean, FaZe had this hill surrounded.
They've got it fully surrounded. The breaks were good, so they don't mind getting it late, but oh dear, wow, you got to still contend with these big kills. Their breaks weren't great this time round. Although they were quacked up to be. Show me the duck. Here we go. Next wave of FaZe players.
This next wave might just die. I mean, G2, even when he handed him chaotic moments on this map, they are locking it down. Skies calls out 2 players, 1 shot. Kremp, well, he knows his job. Fly at them, do the damage, get the kills, and another 4 down in favor of G2, and they have flipped the spawns.
They have done it. Astro on a 5 spree. Great spree work here across the board there from the G2 boys. And a solid lead right now. FaZe, they are just being run here. FaZe Vegas. There's the duck. Thank you very much on that note. Let's go for a FaZe Vegas listening.
Nice, perfect. Hold on. I help you. In front.
We go.
I'm trying.
I'm a peon.
I left
6 area. Let's go.
Yeah,
I'm a peon.
I'm
Peon dead.
I don't see any front.
I'm up. I'm peon here.
That's fine. I'm good.
I'm here.
There's 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't see him. I'm shouldering.
I'm laying out close, okay? Yeah.
There he is. Wall bang.
He breaks, Caesar. He jumped over. Time dead.
Nice. Top it. I'm one
guys. Son. That 2 on time. 2 on time on you.
I'm a side door. 1 front.
Hey, side to the back. On the back. Dead.
I spawn back.
Run back out. Outside. Order.
Just 1 time.
I spawn back.
1 time. Crumble side door.
2 statue.
Try together.
I absolutely close.
I'm gonna shot. Side door cramp. We're in the top.
One easy. One shot. We flip.
I'm playing V2.
Don't see anything, Pio.
I V2. I still spawned over you guys.
Yeah.
You statue me? Statue to bounce. Statue to bounce. Okay, corner by. I don't see statue.
I think one shot.
I'm in tunnel. You should just chill out.
Yeah, coming my right, please.
Oh, we gotta start playing again.
I'm coming.
Yeah, 1 HP. He's ironing side.
Army steps.
The
kill, I got him.
Nice, she's still.
He's on right.
He's there. And on time.
I'm blocking.
It's getting dangerous. It's getting dicey, and FaZe are doing everything they can to stay alive here.
Yeah, but they are just unable to keep this game stable. This is a moment where they have control. You got 2 players in P1. You have Statue under lock and key, but they've just struggled. Now you got G2 waiting for Estral to go on the pinch. The timing is there. They don't get the initial kills, but Estral and Kremp nearby. But Estral last man standing, and that pinch effectively is going to lose them the spawn. So G2, a momentary mishap. Now they're going to have to take some long routes and try to bail themselves out.
Long routes, indeed, but they've been red. Abuza's there for it. Oh, Abuza picks up the pair on the back line. 1 man left upstairs on the outskirts now. Draws a little bit of poor timing, but great teamwork. Abuza finds another one. Can Abuza get the next? No. Oh, and it's Mamba and Estro now breaking the back wide open. Hard point in the hands of FaZe. They don't have the numbers to hold this, but they do have the Kenny. And they find a couple, but Skies. Oh, 3 all dead. FaZe are down. G2 are in.
Oh, and Skies is roaring in the comms as well. Now it's Mamba calling the Hellstorm in from across the map, desperate to try to stay alive.
He's gonna curve it and hopefully land. It connects on a 1. It's not enough for the damage. 0-4 now battling towards time. Can you get Mamba out of the hill? Slides in. Not enough from 0-4. Next counterattack's on from FaZe, and they've done it. They've managed to buy some space. A little bit of time had, and the rotation is on from the boys as well. This is anyone's, well, this might be anyone's hard point. Here we go, FaZe.
Well, G2 a little bit slow to the hill, but they have the numbers. A 3v2 for the moment. It's a trophy that seals the job, and now you back to booze it down. He's able to give you one, but FaZe gonna have to flood into the God-heady side of the map. It is a nightmare.
They're doing what they can, though. Boozer with massive damage. Skies now gets involved. A big slide in from Estriel, and Simp, the pimp, down. Mamba gets it. That's a big kill, and that could be the final moments. The nades over the top. Crimp pushes it out, and the Call of Duty world has been stunned. G2, what an upset.
And FaZe down, says Mamba. Dropped him, lost the map number 1 black heart, bounced and battled back immediately in the rest of the series. And easily the cleanest Call of Duty G2 has played this year. And for a year of Black Ops 7, where the pundits in the community are just on the backs of so many different world champions, calling for heads, attacking players that deserve so much more respect than they actually get. Skies, well, his name has been in so many people's mouths. 34 kills, 4,200 damage, over a minute in the hill. Obviously, everyone on G2 played out of their minds, but Skies just had an impeccable series, start to finish. The man was there for the highlights.
27 non-traders. What can't he do? Filthy work out of G2. 3-1, the final score. Kremp losses was no joke, and there is egg on all the faces of everyone right now. Nobody saw that coming. G2, welcome back. And FaZe, that is a blemish, a real blemish on their campaign towards the Dallas Major. What a vicious turnaround. That round 11, if it had gone their way, who knows? But then overload, overtime magic. And Krem lost us there with a 50-point difference. GG's G2. What a series that was. How you doing, Charles?
I'm doing great. I think we're at the point now where, the Kremp losses is less of a meme, certainly more of a reality. It's never really been a joke, but I think in the pick and bans, teams are going to need to show a little bit more respect to the boys in Minnesota.
You got to tip it. Desk, how are we feeling after that one?
Chance, yeah. I mean, when I saw Colossus, I already thinking, what are we doing? With this guy in his playground. But yeah, G2, incredible performance.
Krempopolis, home of G2. They get another dub. Allie, we all look really dumb because we all picked pink, right?
Yeah.
The fans picked pink. We picked pink here. What does this mean, though, to our power rankings? Because we were about to crown FaZe the #1 seed in the game.
I think it leaves it hilarious because throughout the entirety of this weekend, we're like, okay, things are a little bit mixed here now, outside of these top 2 or whatever. I don't even know if we have the top 2 anymore. Optic's losing, now FaZe is losing to G2, who should be at the very bottom, maybe outside of Vancouver Surge. And so now it's kind of like, anybody can beat anybody, question mark? Because this doesn't look like it was a situation where FaZe is just playing bad or having an off day. G2 played this incredibly well.
Yeah, I mean, and there's nuance to the series. I mean, it's a round 11, right? The overload. I think FaZe took some gambles that they might not take versus some of the top teams. And we get to a Colossus where you're FaZe, you're feeling confident because of the Toronto one you had, and you test G2 on their best map. So I think, all the teams, we have parity in the league this year.
Yes.
Even the bottom teams have been upsetting teams on some maps and getting to game 5s and just not closing them out. This is one where G2, all the guns are firing today. You got a really good series out of Skies. That has not been the norm.
The world champion.
Yeah, and that hasn't been the norm. But when he performs, couple that with FaZe giving you some opportunities, like I said in the overload, and giving you the Colossus, they capitalize on it. So kudos to them. But this is not shifting my power rankings much for either team.
Cesar Bueno. 8K Skies leading the team. Mamba leading with the emotion as he says FaZe down. The rookie wants all the smoke.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he kind of had a little bit of a fire under him, right? I think all of them did when this is a situation where nobody expects you to put up any sort of kind of fight and to come out with the win. Obviously, it's going to give you some fire.
G2 looking like the most dangerous of the bottom teams right now. The question is, when can they establish themselves as a real threat to make it to a Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, you just got to find some consistency. I will say the Colossus, though, they're putting out Teach tape. That was the best P1 I've seen all year on that map. I can't wait to break that down and Telestrator. We're going to do it at some point.
It's time for our interview. It's the Monster Winner Spotlight. Welcome in Kremp, who we have renamed Colossus after. Kremp?
User entered your channel.
Welcome to the channel. Another dub tonight. How are we feeling?
Feels fantastic. Finally didn't go map 5. Big dub. Great dub.
Can you talk to me about the overload? How did you guys walk away with the tiebreak win?
Honestly, we've been scrimming a lot of overload, right? And usually when we go to like scrims when it goes to overtime, we have a harp. So we haven't really scrimmed without the harp. So it kind of got to a scenario like, okay, they have full ball control. If somebody do something, I'm gonna camp B. That's literally what I said. And then they end up coming B, thinking they had a gap or something.
Yeah,
it was a free win. That was huge.
Yeah, it was well played. You guys showed pressure on the other side, and they just bit right on it and tried to score. But for you guys, and your sub duo in particular, Estriel, in the preseason, the dynamic was awesome. You guys are taking over games, and now we've seen a bit streakier out of the duo and you guys. What have you guys been working on to showcase what you just did?
To be honest, we've always been a good duo. Our only problem, really, because we've been losing map 5s, which people seem to forget, is we just lose every overload and it's not even close. So, like, if we win an overload, it's literally over. If at least keep it competitive, because we're getting ran into overload going to a map 4. So, like, we just worked on that. Our pacing got a lot better. Our comms got a lot better. So, yeah, it felt great.
Yeah, so basically avoid that game 5. You win the overload, avoid that game 5, and it's a dub.
Well, going off of that, it's kind of like at this point with the amount of game 5s that you guys keep going to, and honestly, that Minnesota has as a franchise over the past couple of years, has your mindset kind of changed as it kept happening of like, okay, like this is just how it goes at this point instead of kind of letting it eat at you when you get around those map 4s?
Honestly, nah. You're going to every map knowing you want to win it, you're going to win it. Even if you don't, you're planning on winning it, of course. It was just more so like we go to a map 5. We worked on our search a lot as well, like our system for search even. We're not scared of a map 5 per se. We're just tired of going there all the time when we shouldn't.
Kremp, congratulations on a 2-win record so far. You guys are still in the running for the winners bracket.
Really? Let's fucking go.
Still alive, baby. 4-0. That is Kremp. That is G2. We got to let you go. When we come back, we've got another matchup. But first, let's take a look at the numbers here. Kremp dropping bombs. 54 against Carolina today. Another 30. The Kremp losses numbers are real.
Kremp, you still on the line? He's still here? I don't think he's still here. But listen, yeah, I mean, it's something about that map. He just gets mixy. They understand it on another level.
He plays style incredibly well. Kremp is one of those players that definitely does really well when the pressure and the people are on him. It's like the instincts kick in.
Thrives in the chaos.
We've got another pressure cooker of a fight coming up. When we return, it's the biggest battle of the week in LA Thieves at 2-2, desperate for a win as they take on the 4-1, number 1 seeded Optic Texas.
Toquemos el logo de agora. Porque eles têm que vencer assim ou assim.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Lembra, as compras dos tickets já estão disponíveis.
Official controller of the CDL.
Para escanear o QR Code que vai aparecer agora na tela aí, ó. Compra seu ticket para aí.
The pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now.
Eu quero ir de presente. Eu quero ir de presente de aniversário.
Welcome back to the CDL. Wow, what is going on? He's the master of fight. This guy is just, that's unbelievable. Okay. I think we're coming back to him. This is not what I was expecting.
Oh my God,
Spree coming in from old time, and I love this. Well, now shots. Can't read this. Yeah, what a play. He should let one walk past. Yep.
Here comes the first.
Free 2-piece. Great play.
That is
free straight. Gorgeous.
And we get
is that gonna flip spawns? Yo, that was beautiful by
the Falcons, and Optic are starting to figure it out.
And you know what? That ain't gonna show up on the scoreboard. But what a play.
You stay L triggered, Merc's there for
just
2.
Broke the hill basically
there for the
by himself.
Kill.
This is perfect. Just funnel them green. We have this grandma rotation. 10 seconds left.
I think it's certainly
right now.
Well, hello there. We are back and ready to kick it into the map 3. A hot contest so far. Yeah, it's hot in the building. It's hot in the series.
Hey, you got shorts on today.
You're hot. Yeah, I knew it was going to be warm, so I had a feeling. So I had to pull out the quads. Look at these things. You think anyone's blinded? I've been
see through them.
I've been hitting the Peloton, though. There's some muscle there. I'm telling you, these things feel like a couple of rocks, man.
Okay.
I'm so sorry about that, everybody home. Hopefully no one...
Viewer discretion is advised.
Had their vision affected by the bright lights of my quads.
Bloopers.
Oh boy, in week 4, how the mighty have fallen. All of our top teams have seemed to run into a blemish or two. Optic looking to avoid a second loss here going into major number 1 as they take on LA Thieves. But it's the Thieves camp that has had all the negative talk recently, Rosalie. There's been a lot of criticism about their performance, a lot of hype coming into the year that hasn't been lived up to.
Well, yeah, because they have what should be a superstar roster across the board. I mean, if you think about all these players at their best, they should be steamrolling teams. The issue is none of them has played at their best at the same time. We've gotten flashes of Kenny. Scrap is being as consistent as always. We haven't gotten middle of the year Hydra yet. It seems like he's still feeling himself out, so it's just been difficult for them.
Optic, this is your match to lose according to the chat right now. It seems they are the heavy favorites. Why are so many people confident in a Texas win tonight?
Yeah, I think, people are always going to be confident in Optic, but I think it's more so lack of confidence on the side of LA Thieves, which we'll get into. But for Optic, I mean, they've showed some kinks in the armor recently. You can see the overloads. They've allowed 9 goals in the last 2. Early on, they were dominant there. For Mercules, #1 search player in the game right now. And he's a huge reason why they're winning so many searches. 19-9 defensive rounds. And, for these guys, they're 5-1 in S&D. And a lot of the advanced metrics show that they're doing the little things exceptionally well. So for Optic, they definitely have the upper hand in this series.
Mercules looking like the best AR in the game. He had 1 slip-up series. Other than that, the man has been dominant. And as you mentioned, one of the scariest when it comes to search. This team can put the pressure on you and respawn as well. And we expect both sides of the ball to be able to have super high ceilings. The question is, what is the floor tonight for the LA Thieves?
The problem is it's much lower than Optic Texas. And that's what everybody's worried about heading into Major 1, right? And their road to Major doesn't really get much easier. I mean, you're going up against, I guess, sort of a struggling Boston Breach and also a little bit of a surging Carolina Royal Ravens. But if you're looking for a top seed, you have to still win this match today.
You look at these first 5, it doesn't get much harder strength of schedule.
Yeah. I mean, the first 5 games are very difficult. That Carolina one becomes super interesting if LA Thieves were to lose this game.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you talk about the individuals, Chris, you talk about like their floor to ceiling, whatever it is. Hydra's 45th kills per 10 minutes right now in hardpoint. What the hell? There's 48 players in the league. Abizi 41st in damage. The hell? It's Abizi we're talking about. Yeah. So like these are players that have been dominant for years. There's not just like individually dropping the ball. That is a system error, something going wrong in how their approach to the game, hesitation, confidence, comms, like all of that has to be worked on for these guys. And, coming into today, like this is your only match this weekend, right? So you lose this game and the vibes in this camp would be at an all-time low.
What are some, I guess, familiar settings that we have seen? Have there been teams like this that have been able to bounce back after a slow start without a roster change?
Yeah, you think back to last year and it was the Atlanta phase. And remember, they started off so bad. What happened? The 1v4, Simp versus Miami Heretics. Sometimes it takes a special play. You win a series maybe you weren't supposed to, and then the confidence is back. This is that series that you're not supposed to win if you're the LA Thieves. You win this series, all of a sudden, it's forgiven.
LA Thieves refuse to play Den today. Blackheart will not be in the mix for Optic. Instead, it's Exposure and Scar for our first 4. Allie, how do you see this playing out?
Listen, Den is out. And honestly, to tell you, like, how I see it playing out, I can't tell you because LA hasn't played any other map other than Den. So for me right now, it's like Optic Texas are going to have the statistical advantage, of course. But for LA, it's also like, okay, what is the work you've been doing in the last week? What map should we be paying attention to in this layout that you've done and put the effort into?
All right, phase falling makes me believe Optic is going to take advantage of this opportunity to reclaim the #1 seed and lock it in for their major. I have them taking out LA in another game 5.
Yeah, I think the pressure, like back against the wall for LA Thieves, might be too much up against a team like Optic here. And Optic wants them to blow it up. And they want to put that final nail in that coffin. I'm going Optic Texas. I think they take it.
See, and I'm taking the opposite side of that. I think backs against the wall. I think LA might do a little something today. I'm going to take the risk and go LA.
She's going with the Thieves. The fans are going with Optic. Is this where they catch up to Rosalie? It's time to get to the casters. It's the final fight of week number 4. Lock in, ladies and gentlemen, your casters.
Let's get it crazy. This feels like it could be an absolute epic series, or all the things that we've seen out of Thieves not showing up may just exist again, and it might be over really quickly. I don't think there's much of an in-between for it, Jay. For Optic, a lot of the storyline now, especially with Paris dropping, with Toronto dropping, it seems like all roads lead to the #1 seed for them at their own major, as long as they don't make mistakes and slip up. We've already seen it once, but this feels like a different battle between both these two teams.
Yeah, this is a different battle, a different mindset match right here, because obviously we know what's going on with LA. 0-6 in their last 2 matches in map count. You haven't really been looking like a collective team, and sometimes when you have a team full of all-stars, it takes a little bit extra time to get where you actually want to be, because too much talent, everyone wants to shine. You just got to figure out when is your moment to actually do it. And on the opposite side, whenever you're playing against Optic as a former pro player, you always want to be your best. But Optic now have the opportunity to potentially steamroll these guys and force a lot of conversations to be had on the LA Thieves camp that they probably don't want to at this point of the season. So a very crucial match for both teams, but more specifically, LA needs to come out today as a team.
Yeah, and you did come out right from the get-go. I mean, we said that all the time. Like, momentum from minute 1 could not be more appropriate for a team that's been struggling, especially, like you mentioned, 6 map losses in a row, where Optic has a little bit of freedom, I think, especially considering the results from this weekend, to have a pretty clear-cut path to dictate their own destiny towards showing up their major for a ring ceremony and be the #1 seed. But it's a big matchup. Optic Texas taking on the LA Thieves. Exposure hardpoint. Let's get it on.
And Optic already being the aggressors, taking a lot of space in the middle of the match. Shotzzy flies right through middle, instantly at your bottom window, opens up the initial gunfight, but it's a battle right now for the map control. Need a team 1 and a half time.
Yeah, nice moment from Shotzzy, able to read down to 1, plus have assistance for Mercules to shut down Scrap. So opening time looks good. Thieves trying to surround this P1, hitting every single point of ingress at the same time. Dashy not quite able to finish on to the first kill in front of him. So with that, Thieves will win all their individual 1v1s, get back, counteract Optic's time, and start to make a move to try to push Optic around the map.
Yeah, Optic really didn't know what the setup was looking like there. They were just waiting for their final teammate to spawn, and as soon as he spawns, Dashy turns and unfortunately loses the fight. Then you lose the map control after that, but now it's a race off the rotation. The Nuke wins a 1-on-1, but he's knocked down to 16 HP. You got Mercules with the cover fire, and this is the hill that Optic love on exposure.
Yeah, what a read from Merc. Able to shrug off the player at mid, find the kill on the side. That's easy. Sneaks in through staircase, though. Nobody there to watch it yet. Turns it into a double. Big moment here for Thieves. Now have the numbers to keep pushing forward. Dashy wants to shell this, though, and Hydra's right there to beat him. So Thieves will gain some control over 2 and push Optic back.
Yeah, fighting very early on is Thieves, showing the gunny. Abizi having a hot start alongside Hydra. Abizi's on 4 in a row. Eventually he is going to get traded, in all of Optic Texas are going to fight their way back into contest this old time, but the numbers still in favor of LA. The gunny still in favor of LA. And now Optic has to start thinking about that rotation because it's only 20 seconds left.
Yeah, Scrap able to, again, keep Optic at arm's reach in front of P2. Now off of his regen, able to get back to the ARs. Hydra, yeah. Able to deal with the first, turn around, find the second. But like you mentioned, the big thing is about rotating to new. And actually, Thieves will spawn close here thanks to the staggered timing of the respawn. So they're going to get to P3 first and have a BZ top window, flexing onto the M15. Already reading that Optic or trying to approach from the front.
Yeah, just value your life. Try to stay alive with these nades and stuns getting invested through the front window. So far, so good, as Hydra's keeping it safe on the backside. Catches the timing onto the Nuke. Already put yourself in the numbers advantage while Hydra's blocking the back. So all of Texas have to break through front window, and this is not easy. You have to check every corner. Now Kenny's on 5 in a row.
Yeah, really good moment here from Kenny. Just has the freedom to push forward, like you mentioned, considering the control of spawns and the manipulation of the map from Thieves. And that breaks down Optic's break attempt pretty quickly. Split moment here, though, and actually Optic somehow come away with every single gunfight win. That's a very quick 4 down, unexpectedly so, and much neededly so for Optic, trying to get themselves over 25 points early.
Yeah, but Scrap is out. Scrap is out. You are not going to be aware of that, so now he just needs to value his life a little bit more. There's a player from Optic working on the rotation, and it's going to be Mercules. A 1-on-1 versus Scrap. Can he sniff him out? I don't think so, because Scrap off the revamp. That's unreadable. What a play right there out of Scrap. Individual prowess, trying to block the spawns. Doesn't matter. I'm still right behind you if I'm the new.
Yeah, but it's just Hook for now, and Abizi gets the read to at least get the trade out. What a start this has been for LA. In pieces, as Kenny continues to just bump the hard point and go a little rogue. He's got 2 in the kill feed, while Hydra is able to get the read on the rest of Optic's approach over through Solar. Scrap picks up the lane. Do you get a read that Shotzzy spawns behind you, though? Now you do, because Hydra spawns out, but it's a little bit too late. Optic get another free break.
Yeah, Optic keep getting these opportunities with some spawns that come into play. Shotzzy towards the backside, that should not be an option, but he does, and now he makes the most of it. You get the break for the final 30 seconds. But for all the LA Thieves fans who are expecting this to be a little hot streak, they have come out the gate swinging, so you should be proud. But job is not done. Battle off the rotation out of P5.
Yeah, it's really just 2 different spawn moments that Optic get, I won't say blessed with, but they get the benefit of a couple of overextension mistakes from Thieves. And it relies on the P3 break and then a late P4 break to get us to within 24 points. Optic finally able to win a rotation, this time over towards Crane. Mercules, wow, what a snap that was. Not able to fully win the battle versus Scrap. And Thieves now have a chance to collapse on the hard point with weak Optic members in the hill.
Yeah, and Hydra won his one-on-one on the opposite side of Dirt, so it's a clean break there from the Thieves, perfectly executed on the back of individual gunfights. Now all of Texas swarming over towards ringside. Scrap, your job is to hold down mid-map as long as you can, but now you lose mid-map, and Optic have all the angles to get you out.
Kenny able to find first blood. Shotzi trying to dive into the hill. Hook is trying to play from the front, but there it is. Hook gets two. Mercules jumping in, finds the third. And Optic once again, counter break very late. Scrap doesn't check his corner. It was more focused on if anyone is hitting from the front side of the hill. And as he drops, will end the first rotation. A rotation that had largely been controlled tempo-wise by LA at just about a 15-point game as we go to P1 again.
Yeah, P3 was the difference maker. That split second in the final 5 at the end of P2 where Optic spawned all the way across the map and give the rotation to Thieves gave them this little bit of a lead, but now Optic is starting to fight back. Dashy off to a slow start because Abizi is frying 15 and 8, almost a minute in hill time. My turn to get a couple more cutoff kills or some information. Now back up and value my life. Hell, I got the ego chow. I'm going for the gunny.
And he even gets the stun check onto Dash. He wants it and finds it. Woo! Goodness gracious. Abizi flexing onto the M15, looking solid. LA clean the floor and now have some good time in front of them here on 1.
Yeah, Thieves right now make the adjustments on this P1. Whip out 4 M15s. They are prepared for all these long distance gunfights. This has been a flawless hold. To be up by 40 points, you're just going to be late off the rotation and new. You will absolutely take it.
Well, we're going to go over to new. Optic will be there first. Thieves trying to break and continue to stretch together some nice moments here early in our second rotation. And as they do, we'll check in with the comms of the LA Thieves.
I'll see him under. Name time. I could have done hold on a minute, Tyler. Try. I'm gonna be top, Polly.
Outside outer.
One side, you cook right, bro. I'm living. I'm all in. I'm native. One outer. On time. On time, one top. Next time, top.
One shot.
Man, next time.
Inner.
I'll get it. Flying. And Merc with the weak. One window. Yeah, dude, we just played the live ready to get. Okay, we're already here. I got one. On time. There's that hit twice. There's 2. I got one shot. There's 2 there. One more on old. Really weak. Brandon, one shot. Oh, Brandon, top here. Close, make cut. On time. Brandon, one shot. Brandon, back there new. And one shot on old. And 1 bullet on old. He was. I'm blocking. It's funny deep, I think.
Yeah, it's funny on defense.
What's the back of me? Back me somewhere.
I'll see him trying out.
Back of me. Weak in the back, Brandon. Weak in the back. Going top blue.
Zig, front hill.
Nice.
Low, close left.
Okay, I'll still top right, bro. He's gonna try. Trying to help you. I'll stop here.
Stop.
Okay, wait.
I'm nade. One's low.
He's low. Just, I dropped the nade. All good. Reset, bro. Reset.
Yeah, reset. I'm gonna try to get it. Nice, Ernie. You're by yourself.
Well, Thieves, a couple of decent setups, trying to break their way into the hard points, both at 2 and 3, but Mercules has become a problem. And as we get to the final moments here at 3, we swap over to see how Optic are coming.
Front server in time. Front server, low server.
One shot, two.
Okay, soak this 15. Two jumping up. Heavy low. Respond up. Yeah.
Super quick, I'm still time. 2 of them. 2 of them. Kenny and Paco.
On me, dead.
I got one.
Okay, I'm pushed out solar already. I'm already pushed out solar.
I'm walking back.
They should be I'm on time. I'm on it. I'm
bump
out and help in the back if you want. Bump out right.
I have solar, boys. I have solar.
Hitting my front.
I'm
back right. I'm trying out. Yo, go first. One's front on me. Two back right.
Nothing solar.
Two back right. I'm playing all
double
netting front. Two front. Another one front. Front Kenny.
Let's get in the back. Back right. He's like in between. He's living.
One shot. Nice. They're gonna be front. One could spawn in the back.
Watch the back, bro. I spawn here though. 2 front doors. One shot. Absolute time, Paco.
Close the back. In the back. Watch out. Kenny's ape in the back.
I spawn in the back.
He's there.
Help in the back.
In the back, dead. Front of me. Watch out. I'm right corner. He's wall bouncing.
They're front into front.
One bullet. You're by yourself.
Right corner time on me, boys.
I need time. Nice.
So one try. There's 2 down.
I heard someone. I'm banging from front.
Absolutely laying down. He threw one shot on time.
They're both at old. One bullet.
All good.
Nice.
Get to me.
Oh my god.
I'm I'm saying down.
Get him new. Get him new.
Get new.
Yeah, I'm blocking.
Play line. Let them have middle. I got time.
I heard you. I'm blocking our side.
I'll get. Dodging nades. Shots.
Really thirsty to be
hear him getting calm, able to find the response to his teammates. Just perfection out of Hercules.
It's like the golden child. It's like every time you think he doesn't stand a chance, he stands a chance. We're still listening to the comms. Optic is on fire, but it's just ever since this second set, at the ending of that P2, Thieves capitalized on the first attempt, but Optic have ran away with their game. They're up 60 and they can still close it out here.
It's just like every moment that Thieves are about to crack the code, even in that last hard point, where it's like, okay, down to a 1v1 or 2v1, Merc is able just to shut it all down. It just steals the breath away from LA. 170 to 236. Shotzzy up top, trying to fall back into the hard point, not able to. Hook following, long range shots to Kenny aren't going to land. There's a lifeline here for Thieves, but have to find a read on where Optic are as we move over to 1 again.
Yeah, and there's no way you're going to be able to read the golden child in Mercules. Takes the long route. He has some time to work with. The repinch is going to come in, but damage already dealt. You get the guy off of the HP. Now you got to force someone out of their positioning while Dashy's already on the repinch. He's going to take you off. Optic still only need 14.
Yeah, but how about Kenny coming back over to top window? Dashy finds one before falling. 2v2 over the time. And Hydra gets the shutdown onto Ant. Hook following. No, nothing there. Nice moment for LA. 35 seconds on the clock. You've got Dashy stuck bottom dirt right now, so you need to try to create something up top. Mercules gives you one, but not enough to really get LA off the time until Shotzzy and Merc combine for a couple. Hook trying to follow to get inside the fun. But there will be stuns and nades that keep this thing relatively contested. We keep our attention largely over to what happens next at P2.
Yeah, and it's all about the battle off the rotation as well. You're going to have Kenny in a position to be early over towards the P2. Optic can no longer win here at P1, but Thieves are looking for the kills in sync, and they already find 2. Now it's on Kenny. Potentially a one-on-one versus Mercules, because Shotzzy already finds the double to mid.
And Kenny's just going to try to hold off Shotzzy from mid, but nades are landing. No trophy system down initially. Contest is out. 238 to 203. Mercules wins 1 down low. Still keeping his position. Pistol for Kenny coming through. He's had a whale of a map. 34-26. Now off the region. Trying to find Shotzzy, but Scrap beats him to it, and LA are still alive and kicking. Here come Optic, though, all from Solar.
Yeah, they all from Solar, but this is not how you ideally want to play this. Thieves are just playing keep away. You can manage this. Don't allow Optic to win this map. Don't allow them to win this rotation. Just keep them on the backside of Solar, but Mercules, the golden child, opens up at the first.
Hydra, though, right back in for the contest, but does not expect the Merc is still holding up top. So win comes way to Optic. You gotta go quickly if you're LA. Pinch is on the way, but doesn't get here to stop the players who are actually on the hard point. There's a kill that comes through. The contest, though, does not. And Optic able to survive a late surge from LA to take map number 1.
And you can already see it in the player game. Dash is saying, good map perk. Mr. Mercules, the tone setter. Every single time you need him to bail you out, when he stands no chance, he's still making something out of nothing. But the turning point of the game was the second half. It was Thieves early on at that P2, where they were the team initially in the final 10 seconds, able to flip those spawns and be the team to start off initially with P3. But when you go into the second set, you got trophy systems this time around that make your setup a whole lot stronger. And with Optic flipping in the final 20, chaining it to the P3, not allowing Scrap with a blessed spawn to break you at P4, they grew themselves such a lead that all they needed was one moment, and they find it at their favorite HP on that map P2 to close it out.
37 and 25, 28 non-traded, a minute 47 in the hill, 22 objective kills. Pardon me? Ant said something about special players need to make special plays. Excuse me, brother. Special teams, special plays, special players. Bring back that one. Mercules takeover. And I mean, how needed was it? Because let's be honest, like, this is the best we've seen Thieves in Hardpoint in a while, probably since December. But Mercules continues to bail him out, especially over the top of P2. Not once, not twice, but largely all 3 times we were there.
Yeah, it's just his favorite hard point. I don't know. Every time I watch Mercules, he's the guy on the objective. 2 minutes in hill time. Like you said, 22 objective kills. He just plays his timings to perfection. It's unbelievable how is having this much success early on versus the best players in the world. Like, he is not the best player in the world right now. He continues to just shine and have takeover moments. And this is why there's so much hype around challenges, because you don't want to miss out on an opportunity to potentially find a guy like this again.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to find another guy quite like Mercules, dude. It's not even just the fact that he does it last year and has obviously continued that into this year, but even in the offseason events, like playing all the old school titles.
He's like, bro, dude, it's unbelievable. It's like he was playing COD since he was 10. He's good at every COD.
It's unbelievable, man. Crazy map for Mercules. Optic take a big opener, and Ant looks, I think, at the scoreboard there and goes, damn. Little eyebrow raise coming through. Thieves cannot believe it, and now we need to consider the rest of the series because, again, the hard point has not been necessarily great for Thieves lately, but I think you could even look even worse so at the Search and Destroy. They've only won, well, the 2 matches that they did win were back again in December. It's just this year has not been kind to them. So definitely need to find a way to transition and just not go down 0-2 here. If you want to have a chance to see more of this series, you have to respond right here, right now on Scar.
Yeah, and I just don't know how that's going to be the case with the form that Optic have found themselves in so far in this season in Search and Destroy. You heard Nameless say it, 5-1 so far in the season, 19-9 on the defensive side with 50% retake. You're not finding success on the attacking rounds for these teams. It doesn't matter if you get first blood. They still have an advantage, even in a man disadvantage. They have put it together so damn well in Search and Destroy very early on into the game. And what do we always say, Al? S&D wins you championships. And LAT right now, even though they lose that first match, they showed a little bit more life. This is a different mode versus a different beast.
Yeah, dude, and I can't really remember the last time that we saw an Optic team that was this good at Search and Destroy this early. Often, yeah. It's always the respawns that they really are able to find early success with. That was definitely the story leading into Madrid last year, and then they got to Madrid. You lose a couple of surprise maps in the respawn, and you just don't have the search to bail you out. The opposite seems to be true here because, like you said, they've only lost once, and it was around 10 versus FaZe. So I like what I'm seeing out of Optic. For Thieves, obviously the question marks really surround the entirety of this roster, not just on particular modes, but in general. And like you kind of say, like at least you kind of answer some questions. I think in particular, Kenny, who's been in that spotlight of the conversation about, is he performing to the same level that this team needs him to? He top frags for his squad. They just can't get through Mercules. So can you keep your composure and say, hey, we're doing well, we're hanging, we're playing Optic well. Let's just bounce that off our chest and get into map number 2 quickly.
Yeah, and they're playing a square map 2 on Scar, where we know how this is going to be played slow and steady. Try to work your objectives, but the first bloods are usually going to be the key to success on a map like this. So for Thieves, got to figure out your attacks early on. I think the player that I'm really looking at is Hydra, because he always has this form in Search and Destroy that early on into the game, he tends to struggle a little bit, can't really find his timings, but you don't really have time to waste. You need to be putting in that work and showing it right here, right now.
All right, we'll see what we get. It's going to be Optic on the opening attack. Scraps sniping up the top blue over at the green building jump up. And LA defensively not going to bother throwing any defensive members over to A early. So opting to play for a retake here, and they're going to do so by putting pressure on the flank. Mercules, the one responsible for watching it.
Yeah, Mercules is going to choose his angle wisely and unfortunately get caught with his pants down. So first blood in favor of Thieves, but Shotzi looking to instantly make up for it. Go back for the ego, Chal, if you're busy. You make it a 3v3, and I think I'm pushing through.
Yeah, why not? You've got a 4v2, you know that on the site, but as Hook tries to create something at mid, the rest of the Thieves flank is able to collapse, find kills, but Dashy responds. The 2v2 we go. Bomb down, smoke fading. Scrap, Kenny, both seen, but Dashy can't deal with either one of them, leaving it all down to Shotzi. And he's looking to kind of change up the angle and go up and over, but he may have missed his window as he sees Scrap, and it looks like that's mutual info as, yeah, Thieves are watching right at him.
Yeah, and Scrap has a sniper pistol, so how does Shotzi decide to play this? That bomb being down on the bottom side of green isn't going to help, but perfect army of 2 play from the Thieves. You find the first blood, you find the trades to the middle of the map, and then you don't allow Shotzi to ISO in one of these gunfights. Kenny and Scrap close out, and Kenny right now is on fire. Is that an opening ace? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes,
let's go, Ken.
Yeah, I was just about to say, that flank works out beautifully. And more so, I love the idea that the Thieves just say, okay, we know that Optic is going to try to push us out, right? Especially when Abizi drops into Motel Stairs, so it's the quick rewrap back through mid, not to go all the way back around to the front doors or front steps of Motels. So great start for Ken, man. And now it's on to see what Thieves want to do with their opening attack. It looks like they're also going to at least have an early look over at A. Kenny just looking for info over the top of plane. He may have seen Shotzi deep. Yeah, it looks like that's the case, but not enough information to do too much with.
Yeah, team nades just to make sure you're not going to be in plane head glitch, but now Kenny's job is to just scout them over towards this B site. Keep them on this side of the map while you have Scrap getting aggressive up through mid. Taking a lot of space away. Optic Haven't heard a sound yet, but Scrap is about to strike.
Yeah. Smoke out onto the bomb site. Dashy from back motel stairs has to deal with the pressure through mid and does. 3v3, Hydra has not committed to get the bomb planted yet. He's up top on motel. While Kenny, meanwhile, has found every kill for Thieves.
Oh, no.
And depending on the timing, he may get number 6. Shotzzy has been seen. Alarm bells ring for Abizi. He finds the kill. And even Kenny finding tags onto Dashy has Optic completely trapped in mid.
Yeah, that's a big heads up play there from Ken to spot out Shotzzy on the pinch when he gets by him. And now it's left up to Ook. This time for a 1v2. With only 20 seconds left, you know, Thieves have to commit on A. They have yet to do so, so time is on your side.
He may watch this cross, but no, a little bit of second guessing if they've gone underneath him to B. And in that moment of indecision, Hook will allow the bomb to be planted. Nice shots to Hydra, who I don't know how is alive. It looked like he just got his bell rang. But he survives to tell the tale, and now Hook has to do this the hard way in the 1v2. Abizi's shoulders have not been seen yet, and as Hook pops up, it's an easy follow-up. Nice start for Thieves.
Yeah, that's 2 back-to-back rounds off the first blood. Kenny is getting it done through the middle of the map. Even though Scrap falls in an instant trade to make it a 3v3. You just get aggressive on their side. Catch a couple ISO gunfights. Then in a 2v1, the nuke. It's all about the timing, and unfortunately, you turn your head at the wrong time. They get the bomb plant. You don't finish the kill on Hydra. And Abizi is yet to show face. Right now, the teamwork for Thieves and S&D is showing.
Clean stuff. Again, all led by Kenny's First Bloods, to be sure. And Optic, this time, all 4 members quickly to A, 3 of which are up top at Motel, looking for some team shots, potentially. Hook just outside the bomb, looking for the quick plant. LA haven't thrown many nades yet. They're here to try to contest this, but the force is significant, and that will be enough to get the bomb planted and start to go to work on the post plant. Hydra with the opener, but the response from Mercules is better. Kenny also takes a ton of damage from a stray nade, and he's got really nowhere to go from here. Quick round for Optic.
Yeah, very quick round from Optic. Great post plant setup. They just had to commit on that bomb plant. You would have loved to invest some stuns and nades to potentially find an opening there if you were the Thieves. But once that bomb goes down, Shotzzy was causing a distraction on the top side of Motel. He does fall, but he sets up Mercules there for an instant trade +1. So numbers in favor of Optic. And he just traded out to get your first run on the board.
I love that from Optic too. Just, hey, Kenny's having a good map. He's caught us in some First Bloods, but it's not enough for us to panic or change out what we have in mind in terms of the script for this playbook. So hit him hard and let Thieves know that, hey, this isn't just going to be a walk-away map for you. See what LA wants to do. Defensive nades littered over the backside of A radar truck. Scrap, I don't know if it was actually tagged by any of it, so he's got some good space already. Top Motel. Bomb making its way over for a quick plant, and it's just really down to how much is Optic commit on this full flank. They're going to get isolation onto Abizi, and instead of going for the flank, they're going to back up to see if they can get an early retake on A.
Yeah, because now you got the numbers. All you have to do is just play trades out. You got Shotzzy working on the pinch alongside Mercules, but the repositioning from Kenny might be too much to handle. He finds one and is able to get out. Force Shotzzy to continue to look for you.
Taking a lot of time, and in that time, the 2 post-plant defenders over the top of the A site isolate down to Hook. So now it's just down to Shotzzy. This would be a 1v3 for him. But tucked into a corner is Scrap, but he tosses the trophy. It gives Shotzzy a chance at it, but he can't quite lock down the pistol shots. LA maintain their steep lead early.
And Kenny continues to be the difference maker because he's not supposed to get one and get out. Shotzzy was hoping he could be a lot quicker on the pinch. He got the man up advantage. But at that same time, Kenny's making plays. Scrap finds 3 on that round from the site. So big plays there from Ernie. Stop the bleeding. Optic are good on the defense, yet not versus us. 2 offensive successful rounds there for Thieves.
And a big counterpunch to what tempo manipulation Optic were trying to throw into the last round. They say, all right, fine, we can get a quick plan today as well. So like you said, Scrapple will hold on to that 3 spree. Optic early trophy system down at Motel, but it's just opening nades through mid. LA trying to force the issue to catch Optic off guard, but Shotzzy for first blood. Kenny again, though, from mid P1, finds a crossing angle. That's his 8th elimination now. And how about the aggression from Shotzzy? He's cleared out all of A. should lead to a really free plant and let Shotzzy just do Shotzzy things here.
Yeah, Shotzzy's getting information. They got to be working the pinch because no one is going to be spotted. But there goes Scrap right in front. Wins the one-on-one. Now it's going to slow down your play call here and potentially just instantly getting this bomb down because we need to make up for these numbers.
A couple of late nades for the Thieves. Don't quite land on Hercules, who's back to full health. Dashy trying to hold off the flank. Hercules trusted to watch things from the front. He's going to catch one for free. No one in immediate position to find a trade. Kenny looking for an angle. Snaps over his Hercules for more damage. There's a shoulder. The jump out from Scrap. Really good little bait and switch. Dashy's nade tags, but doesn't find the trade. And he's now stuck kind of in the same position that Hercules was. Nowhere to go. Thieves starting to run away with this one.
Yeah, I don't want to hear nothing else about Kenny. He is on one right now, bro. He took over map number 1 for it now, but right now already at double digits. Every time they get blooded, he's there to keep his team alive. Oh, I'm not going to give this guy a one-on-one gunfight. Let me wait for Scrap to jump out of deli so we can 2v1 him. And then I'll just put the finishing touches to close out the round. Kenny is back. It seems like he's got an invisible headband on because he's just on a different level.
Yeah, dude, this is more like it. I think if you're a Thieves fan, you're loving what you're seeing.
Hell yeah, this is the guy that they wanted.
Yep. Okay. 4-1 the count. 5 in a row for Scrap. Holding on to that 3 spree from the round prior. Opening dates for Thieves all over towards the B plane. No one home, though. Optic have full flooded and stacked up around the A site.
And look what it's doing now. Because Thieves have found so much success on their attacking rounds. The only way you're usually going to lose attacking rounds is if you give up this A control. So now Optic forced to give up that B site. Now switching up their defensive look on the 2-2 split. But with 30 seconds left, Thieves didn't take any space. And now Optic gained all that info. No need to worry.
Yep, defense gets into place. You could see Kenny was
California.
really hoping he could find timing on that top window position, but as the bomb carrier has to make a decision surrounding the objective as the opening trade could to us to a 3v3. Scrap getting some damage on Hercules, who stays alive by backing up, and Dash is going to try to flip the map around by playing on a late flank, but while this is happening, Kenny's going to get the plant.
It's all about the timing. I don't know if BZ is able to spot him on the cross. It looks like he does gain that information, but so does Dashy. But on the opposite side, Kenny's able to find another. Puts down shots, has his player weak. Let's send him for the kill, but BZ gets caught 2v2.
Yeah, Scrap too low. Can't really play for the trade. Kenny's the one defending on top of his previous plant. And Dashy is out and around. LA trying to change the post plant late by getting in through mid, and the timing for Scrap is perfect. That's 6. Shut down though by Hercules, but Kenny is able to find just the bare pixel needed to lock the shots in to confirm the trade and get LA onto map point.
Yeah, Kenny's just, like I said, on a different planet right now. Just valuing his life to perfection, challenging when need to, sitting at chopsticks, hold the Sue so far here in the game number 2. And he's just having so much impact on every single one of these rounds. Then now Thieves, all right, game point.
Now Optic have to be thinking, what do we call here? Because as much as you may be able to credit the first couple of rounds to Kenny for being in takeover mode, Optic really have not found much success on offense in terms of getting the bomb planted. Dashy with the scope, you saw the glint at range from Scrap, so it looks like we're going to have 2 snipers on the table this round. Optic are kind of double stacked over towards B field, though. A couple of exchange of shots coming out, but the first one may very well happen here. Shotzzy just underneath the plane, looking for an angle, finds Ken for the first, knows that Scrap is nearby. Over Scrap, wins it. Hercules not in position for the initial trade because Hydra fills the gaps. And now it's just down to Dashy with a sniper in hand. He hits the first. Don't rule him out, especially if you can hold this angle and find one more, but Scrap beats him. And how about a quick response from LA?
Yeah, that wasn't even close there, Al. Optic is so good on the defensive side in search and destroy, but couldn't secure at least one on this map where you know where the play is going to come in. And that's just due to the playmaking ability on the opposite side, man. The ARs really took over. Scrap and Kenny were the deciding factors to how every single round was going to go. And Optic simply had no answer for LA there on that map.
No, not at all. Wow, what a re-coming out party, if you want to call it that, for LA. You heard it kind of talked by Anna the desk. Like, this has been a very tough stretch of matches, especially now knowing that the Falcons are as good as they are, FaZe is as good as they are. Those results in December had us, I think, initially looking at this Thieves team saying like, okay, like, damn, these guys are solid. But then you come out and you start your 2026 with not a single map win. You still have to play Optic. But again, very competitive at map number 1. Mercury's just the shining star, the difference maker. And then you respond by really not sweating at all in the search and destroy. First blood tally was solid. Their ability to plant and hold post plants were good. The ability to stop Optic from planting in their own right was good. So objective work, well noted for the Thieves as we look at a 1-1 map count and start to discuss what happens with an exposure overload. I think the most important thing here, Jay, is the fact that we've not seen Optic on this map yet. Whereas for LA, the results in overload have not been good. So it's kind of like 6 of one, half a dozen of another. What's your thoughts before break?
Hey, man, it's going to be a good overload because Optic, they're sick and tired of playing Scar. You lose that one to Vancouver. You lose then to Falcons. Yeah, let's just throw exposure and mix and see what happens.
All right, well, we'll see what happens as well. We're going to go to a quick break. Optic, after a solid map 1 out of the Golden Child of Hercules, get hit in the chin by the search and destroy from Thieves. So a key matchup for both these two squads has us looking at exposure overload with eager eyes. We'll be back after the break for more. Don't go far.
Do you agree with Smokes not being in respawn?
I do personally, yeah.
You do personally?
I do too.
I don't. I think it would make the viewing experience worse. What did I just see on my screen? Who was that guy? Did you see that? No. What was that guy? I don't know. Welcome to the citizens over there on YouTube. There was some random guy, like, see how they have the quad box? Like, there was some random guy just like in the all 4 boxes, and he looked like he was going crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ken Spiral. What the? Spiral, they shoot both around me. Last guy, Brett, he's low. Stay low. I'm 245 on health bar.
Now the Ravens soar. Now the Ravens battle. The final 5 moments for them now. What a turnaround. What a tournament. Carolina survive. Optic Texas go home.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Welcome back. How about the display from Kenny so far? Again, may not have had enough in the tank to get past Hercules in his heroic moments in map number 1, but was top fragging for the Thieves. And then here, the search and destroy, dude. This looked like nobody could gun him in a one-on-one gunfight.
Yeah, I'm so happy for the guy that he's playing like this right now, because all I've been hearing is just a bunch of Kenny slander for the last couple of weeks. Obviously, the results don't lead to that. You go 0-6 as one of the top dogs of Super Team. You're expecting instant results, but sometimes all it takes is time. And right now, Kenny has found his time to shine, and he's tied this series up at 1-1, but job is far from done.
Yeah, and I will say, like, looking at the first two maps in particular, it's not even just that Kenny is individually frying. How about the flexibility from aBeZy to help kind of keep the glue together between what Hydra wants to do and what the ARs want to do behind him? Like, aBeZy was mostly running M15 on map number 1. Yeah. So you had that little bit of extra connection, and maybe that was what was missing. I know Ant last week was talking a lot about how aBeZy and Hydra just didn't look like they were fully connected with one another. But you run 3 ARs and things seem to work out for you. Can that contain what you see from Optic, though, on Overload? I know the stretch in the last couple of weeks has not necessarily been as good as how it started, but an exposure Overload we haven't seen Optic on yet, and you have to feel like it's going to force some more frantic moments to where you have to quickly respond if you're Thieves.
Yeah, this is the mode that they desperately need to show work on, because that Overload versus Toronto, you could just tell how out of sync they were. So hopefully they've been putting in work on the back end. Because Optic, even though this is a new map, they still are a different kind of beast. But Thieves already coming out the gate swinging. Dominate top mid map control. Have the EMB in their possession. And you already have Kenny clearing out a lane.
Sure do, but Dashy stops Hydra from being a surprise. And then Shotzzy does shut down Kenny, meaning that the EMP will have to slow down just a touch. Stun comes through, gives an opportunity for Scrap to isolate the gunfight, and he does. But now he's by himself with just a pistol. And yeah, Optic will overwhelm him. Hydra off of the respawn, doesn't ever see Hook, but now he does, and that will be enough to help out Kenny for his double. But Shotzzy is out of there, trying to keep the EMP in Optic's hands.
Yeah, thankfully Shotzzy was able to turn that corner, because if you're losing that gunfire from the back, then all of Thieves are in the position to instantly get a cat. But Hydra might still be able to do it. Just catches the one-on-one gunfight. Shotzzy was trying to finesse, but you finessed to the wrong direction. Thieves get on the board first.
Dude, Kenny is catching flow right now.
Brother.
6-1 start, and he's finding perfect timing onto every single moment. Optic trying to put something together, including this one. Scrap with the second score instantaneously. And Kenny's on 5 with eyes on the Shotzzy. He's not missing 6 in a row for Ken.
Oh, man. He's trying to continue on that hot streak. Kill number 7. Quavo. Ken is out and about. He's looking for an early Hellstorm. EMP in the possession of the Thieves, but he loses that gunfight. So no Hellstorm secured, but another score on the board. Thieves are running it up.
Holy cow, dude. This has been a masterclass. We're 2 minutes in, not even fully, and LA is about to end the half. See if that continues forward as, yep, there is aBeZy and Hydra opening up a lane towards B. Defense spawning all the way over behind the A point, but that's a big win for Mercules. Forces Kenny to have to back off.
Yep, just got to slow it down now. Let's play a couple kills. Scrap already finds one, so it's a 3v3 potentially to get this score in that B and close out the half. Dude. Scrap finds kill number 2, almost kill number 3, but Mercules going to be knocked down to half HP. aBeZy going to clean up house, but that reset, no one in a position to play it. Hydra on the pinch.
Just has to sit here and wait. Can fragment this defensive Optic, but no. Forces a team kill. But Shotzzy will collect the EMP. Kenny is snapping. Beats Hook with an SMG up close and personal. Scrap, 6 and 5. Now trying to get the Thieves forward to try to re-attack this B zone. And the kills are looking pretty decent. It's just Shotzzy with the pistol. Scrap, up and over, able to find the kill. Can they get there to end the half? aBeZy is trying to stop the defense from finding any possibility of shutting down the EMP. But Mercules does catch Scrap, and there's not enough Thieves members around to push it forward for the score.
Yeah, aBeZy just needed that one kill onto Merc, and the halftime would have already been in. But Optic still have a chance to get a couple tally here in this round. Pressure over towards Solar. Mercules and Shotzzy already fine too. It's gonna be on Scrap. Can he stall time? And that's all you need to do is just get one. Now Optic gotta slow down.
Well, Ashy's double with the pistol keeps them at the middle of the map. Thieves will spawn close to B. Kenny caught on sprint. Has Dashy off 3 in a row. And here comes the flood for Optic. Hydra up top, trying to push them back from the inner lane. Connects onto 1 kill. Mercules is going to try to open up a rotation route through mid, but he's not going to get there in time as aBeZy, Kenny, and Hydra all connect. Thieves, a chance to repossess and possibly score to end the half right here.
Oh, that's a big win, though, out of the Nuke. Gonna force Kenny to wrap back every single time. They're just looking for that one opening gunfight. They consistently are losing it as of now. But with a minute left, Optic now have an opportunity to get one added. Working your way through mid-alley. Shotzzy needs a kill, can't find it. Now Kenny here just keeping them away. Rotation is in again for Optic.
And Hydra's just absolutely destroying the Optic backline. Problem is, he's moving all the way over towards A, so these kills aren't going to amount to too much. Kenny's got to step up right now. Does he get there in time? No. They're going to sacrifice the score and play for the reset. So Optic on the board, but the new location for the EMP's up top, and look at the amount of space that LA have.
Oh, but the Nuke gets the capture. One's a one-on-one towards the middle of the map, but you lose that gunfight in towards the spawn, so Hydra opens up the lane. Kenny just has to cross, being uncontested, and that is going to be the halftime. Thieves coming a little more prepared here on exposure. First time we see Optic Texas, they seem to be out of sync, but a lot of free captures, a lot of map control in favor of the Thieves. They dominate that first half.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's just like, I don't want to like throw too much discredit to Optic. It's just that the Thieves are doing such a nice job of knowing when they can get someone through the middle of the map and make sure Optic's defense can't get into setups. It's just every single time we see Optic try to get back together to respond to what success the Thieves have in the kill feed, someone is making sure spawns are completely mismatched, or you have moments like this from Hydra where he's just cleaning up the backline on his own. Now, that didn't necessarily lead to a moment for Thieves necessarily, but that's just one example of what Thieves are doing to make sure Optic cannot stay comfortable to even put together some sort of a counterattack.
Yeah, that's the perfect word right there, comfortable, because even when you're coming off the respawn, you're not comfortable because you have to clear out every single corner because you're not counting the players right now. So Optic need to have a whole lot better of a second half here if they want to fight back into it, and that's already 3 dead. Mid-map control is going to be there, so just got to get this trade on Hydra, who was on 10 in a row. I blinked, and he just started frying.
Yeah, dude, it was after that last counterattack there from Optic. He gets that 2 in the highlight feed that we saw, and then just stays alive the entire time when they eventually got their 4th score and turns it into an opening double here on this half. So, first 30 seconds, at least by momentum, feels like it's going the way of the Thieves as Scrap takes down 2. Abizi shut down by Shotzzy. The pickup for Scrap is only momentary. And Hydra will just have to, well, let's say get to work holding this position, but he wants more and almost gets it. Hook will have the last word on that gunfight, though, and Kenny will drop behind as Optic keep their base safe.
Yeah, Kenny was just trying to clear out the lane. Force Optic to put focus on him. And now the rest of the teammates can reinforce their way through the map. That's 2 dead, but an instant response from Dashy and Shotzzy. Starting to come alive is Shotzzy with 2 in a row. EMP in their possession, but you got to get past Kenny, and he has not made any gunfight look easy.
No, he really hasn't. Hydra 20 and 11.
Score.
Not just keeping pace with what Kenny's put together, but more than that. Hook has the EMP, but Optic don't have any real control to approach either of these 2 zones right now. Mercules was trying to work on that, but shut down by Abizi has Optic really just resorting to try to find something from the front here at B.
Yeah, these are just playing a spread defensive setup. Not gonna get caught lacking potentially off of rotation, but now Optic are looking to commit over towards this B point. The lead blocker falls, and the Nuke falls to the hands of Hydra. So another push gets shut down unless Shotzzy can single-handedly get this done. But yeah, no chance. EMP in possession of Thieves, and now you can just play keep away.
Hook will feel things out over through tank. Trust that Dashy can hold that position. Not the case, but Hook will get to work at mid. Scrap is still alive. Mercury's caught trying to dive for the defense, so now it's just not a Dashy, and he's got a good angle for the first. Hydra doesn't want to bother with that challenge. So now you got to fill the space in mid, and whoa, Dashy nearly found the perfect timing on the Scrap. Shotzzy trying to find his trade and will be able to do so, as LA will have to back off and wait for help.
2 minutes and 30 seconds. Optic still fighting out of their spawn. You need to get a moment change. And it needs to start by finding kills onto Kenny because he keeps on breaking you down. And now Abizi on the bench breaks you down. Now he's trying to clear out more space, but he gets caught. And all this is doing is stalling out time. Only 2 minutes left to work with. That's best as Hellstorm force Optic to sit in their base.
Oh, Dash is able to find one from window up top to ring onto Kenny. So the Hellstorm only really kills the clock more than anything else. Quick pickup from Shotzzy. Pistol out. Tough battle with Scrap, who was not challenged in time by Dashy and doesn't make a difference. He wins that one anyways. So now Thieves in position to recontrol if they so choose to. And with Scrap's elimination, maybe they figure for it. Damage onto another, and yeah, nice tracking. Shotzzy will drop Dashy for the trade, but numbers still in the middle of the map. tilt in favor of the Thieves.
Yeah, there's just no need for Thieves to do anything else. Let's just look for the perfect moment to possess the EMP. Now that we have map control, we can start to go for a run, but we're up by 3. So every time we have possession, Optic have to fight 2 times harder to even get another one added to the list.
Yeah.
But this might be their opportunity. 3 go down. You got to clear space. You need this score right here.
Yeah, you have to have this score. Otherwise, there's not going to be enough time. And Mercury saves the day, but the EMP carrier drops. That was Shotzzy. And the defense for the Thieves continues to hold for now. Dashy in some trouble. Has to, again, get forward. Find a way to score here, but no. What a display this has been for Thieves, man. They look so much more improved. And is it just because Kenny's slaying? It kind of feels that way.
No, I feel like it's the entire team just in sync, looking like an actual team on overload. We're only taking risks when we need to, when we have the numbers. We are calculating these pushes. We are accounting for anyone, not allowing anybody on the side of Optic to slip by us. And we are taking all of our opportunities and making the most of it. 35 seconds is mathematically impossible in the final 5. And Thieves are going to dominate here in the overload, take a commanding 2-1 lead. And this looks like a whole different roster.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, there's just no holes.
Jesus.
That's another 4 down. You can go ahead and just make this icing on the cake. It'll be a 5-1 tally.
Dunk.
Dude, I'll say. I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, you can obviously confirm and validate that with the scoreboard, but it's just, there's no holes right now for this Thieves team. And I don't know if it's just simply because we've gotten 3 maps where Abizi could pop a 3rd M15 if he wants to, and that just allows for Kenny to get into the mix a little bit more and not feel like he's got to kind of pick and choose his battles. But these guys are flowing right now with this more 3-1 setup with 3 ARs and the 1 SMG out of Hydra.
Yeah, everyone's just smiling in the player cams. They know that they're feeling themselves. So let me find out all it took was to get rid of Den in every single game mode.
Facts, dude.
Because they are putting it together right now on exposure. Dominate. There in that map number 3, Optic could never get any breathing room. The one opportunity that they had when they shut down that initial push, Shotzzy gets caught on the opposite side of the map off the rotation in a one-on-one gunfight. That simply cannot happen. That means that Optic are not tracking or keeping count of who is on the map and where are they. Because this is a mode that I expected in the beginning of season for Hydra to always shine in. And just having a little bit more team-oriented plays, pushing out the right lanes, leading for your teammates, and not being on the opposite side of the map. He takes over 20 non-traded kills, 3,200 damage, went on 10 in a row.
Yep.
And that was just an easy game of overload when that teamwork makes the dream work.
I think, again, if you wanted just to watch back on this, it really is just the first 2 minutes. Like, watching how Thieves are able to get not just the initial kills, but then take away space through mid and force Optic to either spawn far away or have someone for Thieves that can get behind the play and never allow Optic to get set up defensively. It is really, really good stuff, just knowing where the opportunities lie and turning a favorable numbers situation into a major advantage positionally. Really good stuff, man. I'm impressed. It just does not look like the same Thieves team that we saw from any part of January to this point. And again, there is this level of talking about their schedule. By far the hardest strength of schedule in the first 5 games you could possibly have asked for. And the fact of the matter is they may come out of it if they can finish the series out 3-2 overall. I know that the 6th map loss in a row was concerning, but let's be honest, this, without Mercules being Mercules in map number 1, this very well could have been a 3-0 for LA with how they're playing.
Without question, man. If they didn't, like you said, allow Mercules to pop takeover or have that swing moment from the P2 to P3, this could have potentially been a 3-0, and all of the Thieves fans would have been jumping out of their chairs, including Nadeshot, who I know is honed in on this match. But your team right now is playing on a whole different level. You're going into another hard point, which this time it's going to be on Scar. You haven't touched it since the beginning of this game.
Yeah.
So hopefully the practice continues to show fruition, because they are on point right now.
I think the map lays out for them to continue to let Abizi pick and choose which weapon he wants as well, which obviously has been a very successful recipe for them. So, ooh, crazy scenes here, my friends. Crazy scenes. I mean, think about this. We could exit this weekend with all of our top 3 teams in the standings having lost. In unexpected ways, too. I mean, to unexpected teams. It could lead, again, to what I think is going to be absolute cinema in Major 1. But let's recap a little bit for joining us here a little bit late. Again, we've kind of said the narrative vocally about what happened at map number 1. It really was Mercules versus Kenny in the overall scoreboard. And the difference maker at a couple of the clutch moments was Mercules. But Kenny comes out shooting 36 total kills, a 1.3 KD, and 4,100 damage. So how much of this next map gets decided by ARs? It feels like maybe all of it.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is going to be decided by ARs because there's a lot of these hills that are just dominated by AR positions. So you need your ARs to be hitting on all cylinders. And this is a map that Optic have played a couple times. And they do tend to struggle on this map when you talk about breaking into these HPs. And that's due to the fact of you spawning all the way across the map and ARs holding those power positions. So Optic need to play ahead of the game on this one. You can't have a slow start like you did in map number 1 because Scar is completely different than Exposure. Those money hills to go from P2 to P3 and even potentially to chain it to P4 are going to be the difference maker. So ARs need to be hitting.
Agreed. Right timings for those kills is also important in terms of either holding off rotations or, more importantly, setting up some success of your own to move across the map, which can be very difficult to do at times. What a story this would be, though, for Thieves to kind of do their best Undertaker impersonation and just rise out of the grave and take down Optic, who, again, after the recent results with Vegas, are looking like they very well could be, if not should be, the favored seed moving into their home major. But it feels like everything's about to be up for grabs now as we jump on into map number 4. Thieves trying to put it away here and shock the CDL world, if you haven't already been shocked already.
Yeah, I guess at this moment it's a shock, but when you build a super team like this, you're bound to see some results very, very soon. To sooner rather than later is what they were hoping for. And already into this map number 4, they are dominating the mid-map pressure. Instantly flip Optic over towards green side and have been flawless in this hold.
Well, BZ still soaking up time. Nades will connect, keeps him low. Kenny trying to step forward to help him out from the shots cross. Has Dashy in the way, doesn't miss a bullet. Back over to mid, almost, but at least gets BZ back into the hill. So more contests coming through. Flawless start still, though, for LA. And now it's just down to winning this next set of gunfights with 10 seconds remaining. Optic find the clearance of the old hill. And Scrap, well, they're actually trying to flip things around here through mid. A couple of good kills come out, and you look to Kenny by himself, little rogue mission. Isolation onto Dashy's all that you need. You find the trade in LA, we'll get the rotational win to P2.
And that's teamwork on full display. Thieves pressure through mid to open up that lane for Kenny to flank through blue side. Wins one gunfight, now you are in full control of the HP, and Optic is still spawning over towards green. So Optic continuously looking out of sync, going one by one, just getting picked apart as Scrap lines up a double. That's gonna be 4 dead. LA Thieves still in control.
Looking good. Flawless start. Abizi off the regen. Nades landing. Kenny on the cutoff, though. Able to find 1 damage onto the second. Leaves for an easy trade for Hydra. And Abizi is just soaking up more hill time. He is almost at a minute of hill time already. And he's finding objective kills 4 in a row for Abizi. Well, doesn't respond to Mercules, but Kenny's got the lineup on that same pinch route through blue. Last 1v1 for Hydra, and Dashy goes the way of Optic, who will stave off some of that scrap time, now moving to 3.
And that's such a big kill onto Abizi because he was a slither away from earning a Hellstorm, and that is a difference maker, especially at the first go around at P3 because there's no trophies that can assist you. But you shut him down, now you win the rotation, and Optic have their avenue to work themselves back into the mix. Flawless so far for the first 15 seconds. You don't have the spawns that you want, but you are lighting up the kill feed.
That's right. Oh, big win for Scrap. One more? No, not quite. Dashy with the shutdown. But Abizi and Hydra are right there to take control of the hard point. Kenny gets a read on a flank play from Shotzi. Can't deal with it initially. Has Scrap in some worry as Optic are trying to break the hill from the front. But Shotzi's now been seen. Stall. Look at the spawns, though, Jay. A little bit split, and Kenny catches Optic in the hill by surprise. A chance for them to re-break with 15 on the clock.
Shotzi just needed to value his life a little more. It's just Scrap catches that angle. Keeps his team in potential pinch opportunity, but now Optic reinforce their way back through P3. They take the spawns over at P4. They take care of Hydra as well. And now, even though they have a 3v3 off this rotation, a free pinch angle is going to come in for Dashy. You just got to hold stall time.
Yeah, but Hydra spawns behind, catches Mercules by surprise. Hook on 4 in a row, trying to rely on the pistol, but shut down. Optic now trying to breach from the front. Shotzi gets 1. But tagged down low, there's the trades. Back and forth we go. Dashy in trouble, finds one more before falling. That should stabilize the spawns here for Thieves, and it does.
Yeah, but Optic already here, pushing their way through white wall. You have the information that they're already going to be in your face. Right here comes the nuke on the pitch. He gets cut down by none other than Kenny. A 3 for 1, make it 4 for 1. Thieves still hold on. Still 20 seconds here. So Optic can give this one last hurrah because they are blessed with those green spawns regardless. But you need to push out if you are Thieves. You don't want to get trapped towards the back.
Yeah, and as they do, Mercules finds one. And that's enough for some scrap time to be battled for. Mercules even finds another, so that slows down Thieves on the exit from old to new. Knife for scrap somehow connects onto Hook. And now maybe a chance to get around the back and move the spawns around here if you're scrap. Just comes down to if he wants to wait for help or is there going to be some production from the front.
This is all individual gunfight after individual gunfight. Shotzzy wins the one on plane, but you lose the one top green. Now you have to turn around and put focus on Hydra. He's just trying to finesse, opens up the lane for his teammates to break through the front, and now they're here.
But Scrap had committed to pushing through the window. One more spawner for Optic comes up at that exact moment. Kenny not able to finish off onto Hook. Hydra misses a window onto one, but still follows up to take down Merc. Can't slip away from the trade, though. An opportunity here for Optic to regain the lead with 20 still to fight for.
Yeah, they have a lot of map control. This is going to be their lead plus some. And now you start thinking about that rotation. Hydra in a huge one-on-one here versus Dashy, and he loses it off the backslide. So now what does it do to the spawns? Because Optic is going to take space over towards blue. LA Thieves are going to spawn on the backside of old, and now Optic have an opportunity to chain it over towards this P1. Because look at that spawn from Dashy. You're not reading this pinch.
No, you're absolutely not. Not until Kenny spawns up, maybe. And no, not enough timing to get the read. So hardpoint goes neutral. Optic playing from the north side of the map. LA trying to respond by defending from the south. Hoop, pinch route. Sees one for free. Expecting a second by White Wall.
Beautiful.
Finds that, no problem. 4 down. Optic with a moment of control.
Everyone from Thieves spawning over towards green side, but it's actually going to be a 2-2 split because you were a little bit too aggressive over towards Motel. And now Optic are going to be outnumbered. You give Thieves an opportunity and they seize it. Looking for a lead change again off of P one time. Final 20 seconds. You're going to start thinking about that rotation, but Brucey is coming to life 2 in a row with straight Thieves.
And Mercules feeling it, trying to jump on in. Knows he's got help all around this hard point. It is a mess at the scrap time of P1. Hook 20 and 13 off a double. Gives us a moment to breathe here as we head over to Motel. And LA are looking for openings, and they found 2 individual gunfight wins. Shotzzy has to kind of give up his position to help on the hill.
Yeah, you're going to be outnumbered. Need to ice him and get some fights to go your way, but Hook is only able to find 1. So the break is in for Thieves. Now you need your AR to just put down cover fire. Kenny forced to back on down, hoping that your teammate can go for a trade. But now there's pressure from every single angle on the side of Optic. The break is in, and they might be able to clean house here.
Yeah, it sure feels that way. Hydra, whoa, gets a little bit of support there from Scrap, and that turns into an opportunity for him to get the regen and shut things down. That's a 2v3 on the hill. Going to be a lead swap likely here for Thieves. Optic spawning over towards the left side of the map, deciding if they want to try to hit this or not, maybe. And that opening elimination will have them try to flood forward, but Kenny, a BZ, able to shut it down and leave it just a Scrap for a 1v1 with Dashy. That's 4 in a row. LA now moving across the map with some timing to possibly shut down Optic before they can get here.
Yeah, it's a race over towards playing Heady. You just got to locate Hydra because he's going to break you down. He finds the first, puts down shots on the second, not able to take care of the nuke, but at least stalls time for your teammates to be on the HP. We just need to get our trophy system down because playing head glitch, you need to stay alive from the tax, but it's trade, Dashy finds 2.
But a BZ, patient. And with help from Kenny, the hard point stays open. Wow, dude, Kenny just continues to pop doubles when they need him most. Now on 3 in a row, soaking up a little bit of hard point time. Not a trophy in sight, it looks like, but it doesn't make a difference. The ARs are continuing to light things up here for Thieves. Hook is working on a route to new, but he's isolated, and if he gets seen, which Scrap is able to spot him, should be a chance to isolate and shut him down. Oh! And there it is. Big moment here for Thieves, up about 50, and they're gonna have the rotation to new.
Yeah, this might be the game. Spawns, you just got to get past Kenny, who was able off of the hill time, off of the slaying and 5 in a row to pick up a Hellstorm. These win the rotation over towards P4. You're up by 50 and you can run it up even more.
Kenny just staring at the back to make sure no one hits a route. Pressure from Optic when they need it most. Will move the spawns around, but Kenny bails out, comes back into the play, and that's 3 dead for Thieves. Mercules not able to find a route. The timing is perfect. Hellstorm is out. Thieves can close out pretty much the game here if they can find every single second.
Yeah, that's all they're looking for. That's why you call this in. Just keep them away from as long as we possibly can. Another clean 4 dead in the feed. Split spawns for Optic. Shotzzy closest man gets put to 1 shot, but instantly traded. You can't get in towards blue. You can't cross the line. Hydra lines up 2, and that's the last man standing for the nuke. But they're going to be able to breeze that 235-point.
A little 2v3 moment right there as Scrap finds 2. Make sure that Optic cannot touch the scrap time. 136 to 231. Optic need the full 60 here at New. First line of defense is aggressive, and it has to hold.
It has to be perfect. You give them over, because Hydra already finds one through mid-cut, but he's not expecting the player to be over towards playing heady. So now Thieves got to work a different approach. Kenny around the back gets gunned down by Mercules. Optic so far holding down this P5. This was the hill that got them back into the game, and they might have another answer on it.
Sure looks that way. First 30 seconds are perfect. You still have Shotzzy up at the mid-cross. Dashy staying safe with the trophy system right in front of him. And he's also got Mercules in his window. Kenny trying to just find an opening. Nothing there. 45 seconds have gone the way of Optic, and Thieves might just have to scrap and just chalk this thing up.
Yeah, just got to chalk this one up. Keep Optic trapped over towards green side. Don't allow anyone to slip on by, but it's a nuke finding one gunfight through the middle of the map. Now you get the trade at Deli, and now Thieves are spawning on the backside of green, so Optic have gave themselves a shot. You just need to continue to slay your way out through mid-cut, and they're lighting up the feed.
Yeah, the control is good right now at mid. Hydra playing over towards Motel Stairs has shots.
Big win.
Dashy makes safe the pinch. Forces LA to have to break this up. Oh! And Hydra finds 2 big ones. Hook now by himself gets the read on the Hydra for the trade. Has Dashy there to help him out of range. There's 2 for him. Shutdown comes through. Optic in a 2v4, and they're gonna get over the 200-point threshold.
We just saw a comeback on this map. Miami did it to Boston, and now Optic looking for their own show. They are gonna get killed off the time for now. They are gonna be outnumbered in the middle of the map, and Scrap and everybody else on the Thieves are capitalized on it. They cannot win here. I don't think that they get that final segment, that final tick, so you got to think about that rotation.
Actually, they very well may. It's going to be really close. Optic are feeling like they have to try to chow this out. Hook's going to spawn out away from this.
Got a touch.
Do they get that final tick? There's 249. Do they get 250? They do. Oh, the last half of second comes in. No need to rotate, although it looked like they're probably good for that as well. And how about the Thieves? Out of the grave. We're sitting here framing up this series like Optic may come out, beat him over the head with a shovel, and force a roster change. And Kenny says, bet.
Backs against the wall, Al. Potentially jobs on the line. The super team came to play today. It was 1 split second. They get that tick with all zeros on the clock. Optic were fighting. It just came too late. I said before the map started, the team that won the majority of rotations was gonna win this map. And Thieves beat them to the punch a majority of that game to all of the money hills. The only one that Optic could really rely on was that P5. Thieves just came out as the Thieves we all expected to see in the beginning of the season. The super team is super teaming, and they got their W that they were looking for.
Holy cow, dude. And the numbers, again, consistent across the board.
Abizi, you the man, dog.
One did. Abizi goes 30 and 22 and 24 non-traded. That's the one that I was looking at with 2 minutes in the hard point, dude. I'm telling you. And, like, I know there's going to be a lot of conversations surrounding this. Like, the map pool that Thieves were playing prior to this series had them, again, try to largely focus that 2-2 split compositionally in weapons. Now you put yourself on 2 hard points where you can run 3 ARs. Scar Search, the same situation. Exposure Overload, they also kind of, again, picked and choose what does Abizi want to use. And I won't lie, Thieves at 3 ARs is looking pretty terrifying right now.
Oh, man, especially if Kenny's shooting like that, because you always expect those numbers out of Scrap. Abizi was a lot more consistent. Hydra was able to get loose, but Kenny was the guy that was always in a position to play the trade, to value his life in certain spots, or to put his team in a position to shine. Like, that's just a well-executed series out of the Thieves, and all the practice definitely showed.
What a weekend, man.
Oh, yeah.
All of our expected top 3 teams face losses in surprising nature. And with one more week of qualifiers for Dallas, it feels like the whole league is up for grabs right now as we head back to the desk. Never daunted. Fight on. Go Hoosiers.
Great cast there. Best of luck to Indiana. Hopefully you guys don't blow it like the Bears are right now. Much love to Nameless. He couldn't be on camera for this segment, but Rosalie and I can. We got to talk about Optic here because everybody but you had the green
for
team.
Challengers.
You went with the LA Thieves. How'd they pull it off tonight?
Honestly, I think the whole thing about this series for me was the patience that LA Thieves were showing throughout the entirety, especially the respawns of just kind of waiting for each other. And I feel like when you have a superstar roster like that with players like Hydra, like Abizi, like Scrap, they like to get aggressive. They get itchy in spots where they have to be patient and sit and wait for their team. And maybe that was their Achilles heel for a while. And when I saw throughout this series was a lot of patience, a lot of waiting for your team. And this is the scoreline that we get when they all play together.
Really well done in game 1 by Mercules. After that, it was all LA Thieves. You saw 6-1 in the Search and Destroy, 5-1 in the Overload, and then you finish here on Scar. Is this a map that you think other teams are going to start banning against them?
I mean, they have to, right? Because especially if LA Thieves are going to be taking Den out themselves, you don't really have many other options, which could be a double-edged sword for LA Thieves if they don't have any other maps kind of in their pool or under their belt. But Chris, even in that map number 1, Abizi came out slamming. He did end up slowing down later on in that map number 1, but you think maybe that on the side of Scrap and Hydra got a little bit comfortable earlier, they maybe even could have taken that one. I think this was a great series from the side of LA.
Well, starting in map number 2, Kenny opened things up with an ace, and he'll be joining us live for an interview. Excited to talk with the man that had everybody at his back, at his neck, and he's joining us live face to face. Kenny, how's it feel to shut up the haters?
Always feels good. I'm used to it my whole career, so it's one thing I definitely like to do, but I also just like to focus on my team and, you know, I guess keep the confidence within the team. So I don't really listen to the outside noise most of the time.
Can you tell me about the improvement, though? Because you guys looked rough last time we saw you on screen. Tonight, you're taking out one of the big 3. What changed from the last matchup to this time around? Ali said you guys looked much more patient tonight.
Oh, yeah. I think that's a big thing we've been working on is teamwork. We're still a new team, so it's kind of just like instilling confidence in each other, understanding the game plan we want to do, and waiting for each other. That was like the major thing. I feel like in our last matches, we weren't waiting for each other. We're doing a lot of solo things, and ultimately, when we're not getting the kills, it's going to look bad. So today we got the kills, and we're waiting for each other. So it looked good.
Yes, it did.
You got the kills. Yeah, Kenny, you did get the kill. An unbelievable series out of you, especially a statement versus Optic Texas. I know that felt amazing. So I want to know what the solo work has been like for you. What have you been doing differently in or out of the game to try and work on these next coming weeks into Major 1?
Yeah, I think me is just like focusing on myself a lot of the time. I like to focus on the teamwork, but I think the thing with me is just like overcompensating or just trying to do too much for the team when I can just like focus on my gameplay and trust my teammates. And I think that's just something we're building right now, just trust, because we all are really new teammates. But right now, yeah, just focus on myself, watching my arrow more than the team, and, you know, just getting comfortable on the maps. Once I get comfortable, I feel like we'll be pretty dominant.
Well, Kenny, production just told me in my ear that I can officially announce you are our Scuff player of the game with the Scuff play of the game. Let's take a look here at your highlights throughout the series.
Nice.
You were snapping tonight.
Yeah, it felt good. I felt good today.
Like
I scammed the first map, though. The first map I scammed.
Differently? What happened?
What do you need today?
I mean, it's just a team. Like, we've been working really hard in scrims to get the vibe and, you know, the team morale, I guess, together. I think that's one thing that it just feeds into the game once we all like each other. I mean, we do like each other. It's like, it's a different brotherhood whenever you're vibing and outside the game as well. So I think that is one thing that we've been working on a lot, and it's helped us in game. So.
And, of course, we got to take a look at some of your numbers. You led the lobby. Kills 100. KD 1.28. Plus 22 on this series with 12,500 damage across just 4 games and a 2.75
I haven't seen one of those in a minute,
S&D. Don't
haven't
call
seen one
it
of those in a
comeback,
minute.
ladies and gentlemen.
We're going to send it to you.
That's a good series. I like that. I like that.
That's still Kenny's Optic from the LA Thieves online as well. Kenny, congratulations on a huge bounce back on a night where we see FaZe and Optic lose. How much further back are you guys, and what's it going to take to be the champions at Major 1?
I don't think we're that far. I think right now, like I said, we're just working on our teamwork and getting all our game modes together. I think that's one thing we don't want to be is a one game mode Andes. And I think right now we're getting to that point. I feel like it just figured out our map pool as well. So I think that's just the one thing we're going forward with and focusing on. And the team morale, just keeping it up, keeping the vibes up, having fun.
That's match number 5 for you. You got 2 more next week. We'll catch you then.
Thank you.
That is Kenny. He was our Scuff player of the game with all the performances you could ever want from a veteran.
Exactly.
And it's about time, right? There's a lot of people coming at him. He stepped up at the perfect moment.
Absolutely. And my favorite thing is that sometimes when I talk bad about a player, the following series is when they're like, oh, whoa, don't count me out just yet. It feels like Ken definitely needed one of those, especially with the way the internet's been towards him.
It's been an upset weekend here on the CDL. Let's catch you up at the start of the day here as we closed out week number 4, Boston versus Cloud9. Some people online were calling it the blow it up bowl. Others were calling it the elimination bracket guarantee. Well, Cloud9, unfortunately, will be starting with just 1 life at Major 1.
It's like I'm confused about how to feel about the series because it's like, thank God for Boston Breach on that end of things, just because this is a team that came in as upset potential and then they fell from the graces very, very quickly. And on the flip side, Cloud9 was just looking for a foothold, just a step in the ladder to try and start making their way up. They seeming like they're going to get it. They go up 2-0 and then you get reverse sweep. So kind of tough on both sides, but congratulations to the Boston Breach. And just seeing what Cammy was able to do, I think they're going to be looking forward to his consistency heading into the major.
Cloud9, best of luck in Game 5s if you get there tonight. A very different performance from Game 2 to Game number 5. They got bodied 6-0 as Boston completes the reverse sweep. Match number 2 on the day. Another good one on paper. FaZe versus G2 Minnesota. And G2, known for going to a Game 5 tonight, they avoid it.
I'm going to be so for real. I didn't take really a whole lot of notes in this series because I was that confident in FaZe Vegas and what they've shown over the past couple of weeks. So this is truly a series that you should go and rewatch and congratulate G2 Minnesota because they played some damn good COD today. And for me, it's like, okay, we don't have to go to Game 5s anymore, right? We can end at Game 4s. I really enjoyed specifically their search and destroy in this series. I hope they continue that moving forward.
Sky's another world champion who went down to Challengers, comes back up this year, finds success tonight, helps G2 get a major upset over FaZe Vegas. That keeps G2 in the running for not only the winner's bracket, but potentially a top 5 seed. Minnesota getting the dub, but when you look at the best numbers on the day, we got Kenny at 100, Byron, another AR, Mr. Plumbridge, Nasty with 95 kills of his own. Allie, if you had to pick one, who was your MVP tonight?
Ooh, I have to go Kenny, only because the feat of which he accomplished in the team and the way things have been going, you have to go Kenny.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, the numbers are against the number 2 team, numbers against the number 11 team. Great performances across the board for all of our squads as we have 3 teams now at 4-2. Koi, Gentlemates, Thieves, Royal Ravens, all at 3-2, and you can see Boston and Heretics still alive, fighting for their 4th win. G2, Cloud9, and Vancouver will maybe be starting in that elimination bracket, but we still have 3 more days to go.
Hear me out. New angle now with that optic loss. It's like less of like, okay, there's middle of the pack teams kind of battling it out. I think we have like 6 or 7 really good teams that could take out some of the top dogs. So this could make our first major really interesting with how that bracket's going to work out.
Big shout out to everyone who tuned in from around the world, especially all of you guys who chimed in with your predictions. Make sure you guys are checking out next week's final week of qualifiers. We got a big one. Koi is going to be taking on Paris Gentlemates. You got Joe Deceives or Dan Ghosty in that one.
Oh, I got Dan. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I got Dan in that one.
And then for LA Thieves, we mentioned they've got 2 more matches. Do they finish perfect with wins over Boston Royal Ravens?
I'm not trying to jinx it, but after that win against Optic Texas, there is no reason they should lose to Boston or Carolina.
Exceed the Burger King trying to play spoiler. Stay tuned. That's happening next week. For now, we're signing off. We'll catch you at 2:45 on Friday.
É, galera, foi uma semana dura de roer, né? Isso aqui apenas está começando. Lembrando a semana. Lembrando a vocês todos. A guerra para esse milhão apenas começou.
That's how the series ends.
A última semana já no sábado termina o mês. Hoje termina o mês, né? Sábado. Gravamos 6 dias antes. Estamos passando. Lembrando a vocês também, né, dia 1º não teremos torneio. Temos futebol amanhã às 4h da noite. A gente volta no dia 6 de fevereiro. Mas lembrando a todos vocês, Qualifiers também estar aqui no canal. Muito obrigado por acompanhar desde hoje. Voltamos em 7 dias no canal. E eu ficando por aqui, mas antes vou mostrar para vocês os próximos 2 jogos. A próxima semana vai ser isso aqui, ó. Aí, ó.
Be careful here.
Vamos ver aqui os melhores momentos desse gramado.
Oh, what a flip. Wait, you going back for more?
That's simple.
Oh! That was gotta give him that! That was good! Oh my god! Holy sh! That was crazy.
Muito bem, galera. Vamos lá. Os próximos jogos estão na sua tela aí, ó. Os 4 times buscando a vaga. Então, olha só. Terceiro, 3 PM. É o Carlua, agora assim. Ravens. Esse não é Miami contra o Gentles Mates. Esses 2 jogos. Não, perdão, não falei errado. Vou começar de baixo. O Gunsler Mastle, ele vai jogar contra Toronto. Então, é o segundo jogo do dia. Então, teremos 2 jogos na próxima semana. E o primeiro jogo é Ravens versus Texas. 2 jogos. Miami não está aqui. Yeah, Royal Ravens. Royal Ravens é o único dos times que não está classificado. Ele está buscando ainda a vaga, né? Royal Ravens. E Miami Ravens ainda está no top 7. Vamos ver como vai ficar isso aqui, né? Estamos ficando por aqui, então a gente volta na próxima semana, daqui a 7 dias. Ficando por aqui, então. Nos vemos. Valeu, falou! E eu fui.
Iniciar janela. Pesquisar janela. Conta de usuário para Marquitos. Past. CA. Recomendado. OBS. Exibição de tarefa. Botão de alta. OBS 20. Interrompe.